Hello everybody and welcome along to the second VEC race in 2025. It takes us to Road America for round 5 of season 17, a season in which all 3 class championships are close, and then in the first 4 rounds 10 teams have claimed a class victory. And with 2 championships split by less than 5 points, we're in for an enthralling battle at this American classic circuit. Delighted to have your company here for this one. 6 hours coming your way here on the YouTube channel. My name is rFactor. I will be joined by Edward Hunter for the first 4 hours of this race and by Ewan O'Leary in the final 2. I'm looking forward to seeing what's going to happen here this afternoon as we work our way into another chapter of what has been a fantastic season in the Virtual Endurance Championship. So as we've gone through the first half of the season, we're now towards the second half of the season. The midway point will be crossed this evening, or this afternoon I should say, and I'm delighted to say that Ed joins us for the first 4 hours. Ed, it's going to be an exciting race, and the start here is so crucial.
Indeed it is, well pointed out there, because Road America is a little bit a little bit like Interlagos. It starts a little bit on an incline, so even with a rolling start, you do want to make sure you're not caught unawares. It's a bit of a challenging circuit. It's sort of deceptively hard in places, like corners like the carousel. You sort of think relatively straightforward, flat right-hander, but especially when you're in one of the prototypes, you're trying to lap GD3 traffic, for example, it can be a little bit less straightforward, essentially. But yeah, we're at the midpoint in the championship, as you rightly point out, round 4 of 8, and it's a really interesting point in basically all 3 of our championships, isn't it? Because we got Hypercar, the 2 Go teams, number 7 and number 17 is separated by just a point, basically. There's very little to choose between them, and then we've got the LMP2 standings, with Black Hawk leading, of course, by about 18 points from Valet and Thomas Engis Sim Racing. Of course, Black Hawk on a bit of a roll recently. They keep getting podiums this season, and they, of course, got that win back at Interlagos as well. And then, of course, we've got GD3, where RAF Esports are leading Caspian Motorsport by 5 points as well. And RAF Esports, the noises coming from that camp, they sound a little bit cagey. They feel like they're going to get BOP'd and sort of slow down a lot to stop them winning today. But I think Simoncic, Jesper Peterson, they've been on a massive roll lately. I think it's going to be difficult to stop them here, although Caspian will no doubt still be there or thereabouts, as they always tend to be then. But yeah, exciting races in all 3 classes in prospect here, because Road America certainly favors a certain type of driver that's very brave and very good at, like I said, dealing with traffic at some of these tighter, narrow corners.
Yeah, and looking forward to seeing how the drivers approach this one. Of course, we're towards that back end of the season for classic circuits of endurance racing to round out the year, of course. This month, the 1st of February, we're here at Road America. In 4 weeks' time, on the 1st of March, we will be at Sebring for the 1,000 miles there. 5 weeks later, we'll be at the Nürburgring for the 6 hours in Germany. And then 2 months later, on the 7th of June, we're going to have the 24 hours of Le Mans to round out the season in what should hopefully be an absolutely enthralling race. Looking forward to seeing how this one is going to pan out as we get ready to get racing.
So guys, on the formation lap, sector 1 150 kilometers an hour, sector 2 120, and sector 3 bunch up and do 80 on pit limiter, please.
Jimmy Allison there giving some instructions to the drivers, getting ready for the start of this race. And of course, it's going to be a snacked grid as we work our way towards the start of the 6 hours. Qualifying has been so important, and we can see the splits in the categories forming, and we will take a quick look at the grid for you in just a moment. But it will be Loic Meunier who leads us away in the Black Hawk car, doing so well so far this season. And Meunier will see if he can try and pull that gap a little bit further. At the moment, he's got Norbert Jakob and Remy Delorme in those 2 Go team cars right behind him, as those 2 teams have been so consistent in the championship and worked together so well. Job Pribek will be 4th for Racing Zone team. Let's see what they can do from the second row. Harry Smith will be starting the race in the Netrex GP car from P5, with Jan Venninger just behind him in the Seawolf Net race. Von Starkenberg in the Netrex GP is the final hypercar ahead of Hyperion, who lead away the LMP2s. Black Hawk P2 in the LMP2, followed by Thomas Enker Sim Racing, Go Team, and RFRO Simsport. Wait to Pellegrini and Luigi Russo. It's going to be a great battle to see them off the start of the race. 13th and 14th sees Sean Clark Racing and Undercover Raijin take to the green, with Go Team Racing second LMP2 and Simfrim Esports on row number 8. Cybra and On-Off Racing ran our top 18, with Hyperion and Valley Esports inside the top 20, just about, very much there. As we roll on further to see the likes of Caspi Motorsport leading that GT category. We'll see what they can do from the front of the field. Blackhawk second again and third again, with Rafa Esports in P4. So Blackhawk first, second and second for their highest running cars in each class. Simfrim Esports P25 ahead of G League, with Jules Neal behind the wheel. Simfrim Esports again in P27 with Christian Malguera. WRT with Mitchie Hoyer in the car is P28. Kimi Nisula for Satellite Racing and Pim Van Aert for Team Iris are inside the top 30, with Kameli ERT and Seawolf Net Race again with Gilzinski down in P31 and 32. We roll on to see Top Racing and Sim Racing for Holland on row 17, with MC Motorsports by Biogas and Brabham Motorsport with Tobias Hoffman in that car on row number 18. With Borgia Milan in the 1ACO and the Bros Racing car making up row 19, we have Satellite Racing and SRC Commerce Esports on row number 20, and that is our top 40 here today. That's what we're going to have here, Red. 40 cars going around this circuit. It's going to be enthralling, but the start's going to be crucial. It can all go wrong very quickly.
Indeed it can. It's so easy to just have a little miscommunication there, or you just miss the start entirely and find a load of cars going past you. So much that can go wrong, and it's so crucial just to stay on your toes. And of course, Go Team would have loved to have the front row to themselves, but they've got Loic Moynier in the Black Hawk, who's been one of those drivers that's been giving them a lot of grief at this stage of the season. He was very, very much ahead of them at certain points in Bahrain as well. As we see, they're just coming around the final corner now. And that number 7 of Jakab looking very, very keen to take the lead, but Loic Moynier on the inside for the start here. So this is going to be very, very close, Darren.
Yeah, let's see what Mounier can do as they rise up the hill. We're about to get going. 6 hours on the clock here at Road America, and we're racing for round 5 of this season's championship. And the Go teams take each other out off the start. Both drivers have come together. Oh, we've got carnage. Cars all over the road, are knocking over each other, reminiscent of Bahrain last season. Cars absolutely everywhere. This is going to be some kind of stoppage, I'm sure. But what a dramatic start.
10 seconds.
Code 80 about to be enforced then, so
5,
that is going to neutralize the race completely.
2, 1, Code 80.
Yes, Code 80 enforced then from Johnny Allison. That is most likely the most dramatic race start we've seen in quite a long time here in the Virtual Endurance Championship. We saw something reminiscent of that last season at Bahrain, but not quite to the extent. I think it's going to be interesting to see who's even been able to make it through, who has got a lack of damage. What I can tell you is Jesper Pedersen in the GT3 Rafa Esports team that started 4th in class now runs 9th on the road. An incredible start for them, just being able to, somewhat survive. There's 4 hypercars inside the top, 20 at the moment. Only 4 LMP2s inside the top 18. What a start! I think there's going to be ramifications being felt from this one all the way through the race, Ed.
Yeah, and certainly not good news whatsoever for the number 7 crews. We see there's Mark Veit going around without a rear wing and a very, very wonky looking rear suspension. So that's our championship leaders in LMP2 that are crabbing around the circuit down in 13th in class. And that is not the start they would have been looking for. Of course, still 6 hours to go, but no sign of a red flag restart coming in just yet, so it looks like they are going to stick this one out. But yeah, certainly for Go Team, that's going to be the big controversy, isn't it? Because it really started with Delorme and his teammate in the number 7 just not giving each other enough space. And we did say that was going to be the danger of them tripping up, cars tripping up over each other on the first lap. I think they'd be literally flipping and breakdancing in the air. But yeah, certainly Norbert Jakab still going. Here he is. So it looks like not as badly damaged as I think we would have feared, but that was really what caused the chain reaction behind, because everyone else had to react to avoid it immediately, and they were taking up a larger portion of the track as well. But yeah, Norbert Jakob then. This is for the number 7 crew that were second in the championship, a point behind. This is a huge setback for them because Delorme has stayed in second behind Loic Moynier, whereas Jakob now has got a bit of a mountain to climb to get back on the podium here.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely incredible start, realistically. I think this is going to be one that we look at in the championship. And I know we've still got, 5 hours, 55 minutes left to go in this race. But already you can tell that some teams are going to be a lot further down than they would otherwise hope to be. So I think we're going to have to really be keeping an eye on how this is going to affect the championship all the way towards the end of the season, because that is one of, if not the biggest moment, actually absolutely the biggest moment of the season so far. But as we are under Code AD, drivers going far slower around the circuit. Drivers will be coming back to pit road if and when they need to, and we can see that Binsbergen will absolutely need to. You feel like there's a little bit missing on that LMP2 car as they work around the carousel. But so many cars, so many drivers affected by this. I really only think there's a handful of cars that won't have damage after that, because the incident started in second and third, and then bounced it all the way through the order. So I think this is going to be quite a sight to see on pit road in a minute.
Yeah, it's certainly going to get busy, and of course another big beneficiary of this is Thomas Enger Sim Racing, who are now very much clearing the lead from Simframe in LMP2. And with Blackhawk in issues, this is a big chance, as you were saying, not just in Hypercar, but also in the LMP2 championship for those that are a little bit further down to really do some damage effectively, as we see a couple of cars peeling into the pits ahead of them. But of course, yeah, Blackhawk did have that 80-point lead over Valet. I wonder where the 39 crew is, but of course, Thomas Enger Sim Racing exactly where they want to be. Walter Polesny leading the way.
Yeah, let's see how many cars do come down pit road as Polesny does go through. Doesn't come into the pit lane, of course, and crosses the start-finish line to complete the opening lap in this race. But as you can see, more drivers getting to the pit lane, more drivers entering the pit lane. Only a couple going through in the LMP2s. Nearly everybody coming in so far in the GT3s. And we can look at Filippo Canio now in the Valley Esports
and
car.
That is the 39 I was just thinking of. So that's what happened to them.
Limping around. This is what we saw off the start, though. So contact initiated at the front of the field. And Gen drivers trying to avoid. Cars are over the end. There's the GT3 going in the air, as is all three classes with a car simultaneously in the air there. Off of the start. A couple of cars right at the back of the field basically stopping on circuit and avoiding the incident means that they won't pick up too much damage, and I think they may be able to benefit because of it. But we are seeing a whole raft of drivers and teams in the pit lane. To my count, when Canio comes in, and presumably with Mark Vate coming in, there will be 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18... 25 at least cars coming to the pit lane. That is well over half of the field, Ed.
Yeah, certainly an early service than a lot of these teams and drivers would have really been hoping for. But yeah, a huge setback to the hopes of Valet and for Blackhawk Racing. You see how much, even on the Code 80, how much of a battle it is just to keep the car pointed in a straight line. Poor Mark Vite, of course, has had so much success this season, but it's going to be a long 6 hours, although 5 hours, 54 minutes to be completely exact there. But yeah, now Mark Vite is in the pits at least. He can he can sort of get the repairs on and sort of have a cool down and sort of reset himself once the Code 80 ends.
We've cooled down now, so we are going back to green in 10 seconds.
Right, there we go. So it looks like Race Direction's got the same idea I do, and Mark Vite does as well.
4, 3.
Yes, here we go then. Countdown to the green flag, and for the first meaningful time in this race after 6.5 minutes, we're going racing here at Road America. Not as many cars around the circuit than we'd otherwise expect. In fact, only 16 cars stayed out on the circuit. 24 came down pit road and are still in pit road. There are 3 hypercars that are at the front of the field. There are 4 LMP2s that have not come into the pit lane, and they then join 8 of the 9 of the GT3s as the 9th comes out of the pit lane. Out of the pit lane, the 9th coming out of the pit lane is Abel Sequeira for the MC Motorsports number 53 car. But after the dramatic start, we're almost into a phase of the race, Ed, which you'd normally expect to happen 2-3 hours in for drivers at the front, which is just try and get to your fuel numbers, because all of a sudden the race has opened up for drivers that didn't get caught up in that incident.
Yeah, it certainly has. Of course, RAF Esports going from 4th to 1st, one of them. And yeah, I didn't quite realize how much absolutely squeezed the poor number 7 car was at the start there, where it's I think a couple of different cars flipping over it essentially, and it was also the racing zone that got very, very badly caught out as well. The team that's third in the hypercar championship. But interestingly, the Tobias Hoffman, who started a long way down the GT3 field, he's also been able to stay out of the chaos. There are a couple of drivers that had sort of gotten up the order, like G League Esports, but then had to pit for repairs anyway, whereas Brabham have decided to stay out with Hoffman. And that team that did so well in Bahrain, they were all over the back of the 2 Simfream GT3s and having a really, really strong race. They're set up for another really good one here, but although admittedly a lot of their rivals have bowling balled their way out of contention essentially on that first lap. So yeah, Brabham, a big opportunity here for the Australian, legendary Australian team as well, with a very, very enterprising young lineup that's starting to really do the business in VEC this season.
Interestingly enough, we're looking. I'm seeing Andrea Gandossi for the Tomeli ERT team coming into the pit lane. Didn't come into the pit lane last time in the GT3 class. You can see it right at the bottom of the tower there. On the bottom left-hand side, the P8 car is in the pit lane. Interesting that we're seeing that. Of course, they didn't come in on the first lap when we were under code 80. I wonder if there was a little bit of damage that they didn't really notice was there until they started going full speed. But we still do have a whole raft of teams and drivers on pit lane. I think we still have, 17 cars, 18 cars even, still in the pit lane as they wait to fix their car, repair the car, and emerge back onto the circuit. But for the time being, we have got the likes of Arda Erkan coming out of the pit lane for the Black Hawk car. We'll see what they can do. But for the time being, we've got Luc Munier and Remy Delorme leading the hypercar field. They've got 3.5 seconds between them before then a 13-second gap back to Harry Smith. Harry Smith has just lapped the P5 hypercar already. It's that kind of race, seemingly, so we'll keep an eye on all of that. Leading battle in the LMP2s comes down to 4.5 seconds with only 3 cars within the opening 30 seconds, and in the GT3s the leading gap is about 4.5. So even though we've got quite a big break up, Ed, we've still got those relatively tight gaps for leads in these races, and hopefully we'll see some action through that.
Yeah, certainly those that have stayed out of trouble will be sort of breathing a sigh of relief at the moment, but now it all sort of turns into a battle against each other. As you see briefly, a yellow in the final sector. Meanwhile, Arda Ercan, who of course is in the top 5 in the GT3 championship, they did win the opener at Spa. They've not had very much good luck since, and that long pit stop seems to be continuing their trend of misfortune. But yeah, certainly there's still a long way to go and no reason to give up just yet. As we see there, that looks like the number 7 finally starting to claw its way back through the field and has put a lap on the LMP2 leader of Wojtek Polesny then. So yeah, all is not lost for those that got caught in the incident, but yeah, certainly having to make your pit stop after the code 80s ended is even more catastrophic than those being flipped over at the start, it must be said.
Yeah, I mean, dramatic. I mean, I don't think we've really seen anything quite as dramatic as that. I mean, I know I've seen a couple of people harking back to it, and I know we did as well in the chat, that, you know, Bahrain last year was quite something to behold off the start. But I don't think that even touches this. I don't think it helps the geography of the circuit down the start-finish straight with the 2 barriers right on the sides of the circuit. There is no room for error at all, and drivers really paying the price for getting caught up in that incident. Callum Cripps, I've just noticed in the chat, noting that he and his team have managed to get through without any damage. One of the few cars.
That's the Brabham team then.
Off the start. Yes, it is the Brabham team, thank you. Of course it is. They've been able to get through, and that is why they're running towards the front of the field in P3 in the GT3 class.
Yep, certainly is. And one of the closer battles we can see on track is this one for P5 in class between Bros Racing and SRC Commerce Esports, with Ben Guida starting to put pressure on Daniel Erstling. And as they go through the back end of the set, you see both of them just taking so much grass at the corner just after the kink, isn't it? The kettle, it's the kink, and then into sort of kettle bottoms, and then Canada corner essentially, which is high speed all the way out of the carousel. So it's so easy to run wide there. And as we see, Jules Neal sets the fastest lap in the GT3 class. That's, of course, the G League Esports car that was running quite high after the early melee, but did have to pit under the code 80 for repairs then. So yeah, certainly Neal needing to pump in the lap times to try and save G League Esports race, but the Frenchman down very much behind some of the injured hypercars as well, outside of the top 10 at the moment.
Yeah, it's really been quite it's just been the start of attrition, hasn't it? But it's nice to see that we still have these battles between the likes of Bro Racing and SRC Commerce off of the start. 30 minutes have elapsed, still 5 hours, 47 to go. A lot of time for some of these teams to try and work their way back through the field, as hard as that may sound. I think we've still got, quite a few cars in the pit lane. The 1A car is listing on my timing page as being a DNF. We'll see if that is to remain, but we still do have 10 cars in the pit lane still from that crash.
Oh, here comes the move. Yeah,
yes,
so Ben Guida up the inside, and that looks like that's going to be into turn 3, him up into 5th position then. So Daniel Ersting tried to come back on exit there, but didn't quite have the overlap. So Bros Racing, sadly, they tend to qualify quite well and then find themselves doing a lot of rear guard action come the race. So Daniel Ersting, unfortunately, not able to live with the pace of Ben Guida at this phase then, but we'll have to see if SRC Commerce can keep this up then. There's a 9-second gap to Satellite Racing, who are having one of their best races of the season so far, about 3 seconds behind Brabham in that fight for the podium currently. So there's every chance the SRC car could become a factor too if they can keep this pace up.
Yes, we'll have to see if they can keep this up. But of course, early stages, of course, moves like that, in the grand scheme of things, they may help out Ben Guida, but down the inside, easy as you like. It wasn't too difficult for him. We'll see if he can use this kind of pace. Disadvantage in the opening stint. Best lap time there for VEC, a 51.2. That, of course, is down in the LMP2 class, and VEC trying to come back a little bit through the field, of course, after getting caught up in part of that incident off of the start. 2 laps down for the time being, but going as quickly as he possibly can at this stage of the race in that Hyperion car. 6 or 7 seconds up to the next car, and then it's another 7 seconds before a full lap up to the top 5, just to kind of show the real split in cars at the moment. Those that were able to stay out, those that had to come into the pit lane to repair damage. And I wonder if anybody, Edge, can try and bridge that gap as we go through this race.
I think certainly, though, there are drivers that have got the pace to do so. It's whether they've got luck on their side here, because it's so easy when things aren't going your way in a race and you're taking risks to try and catch back up. You get into another incident, and then you push even harder to make up for that one, and things can quite quickly spiral out of control if you've not got the right temperament. So much like our race director said earlier, you do need to sort of just take a moment and calm down, and then get your head down and sort of focus on what you're going to be doing for the better part of the next 5.5 hours or so. And that is just lapping consistently, staying out of trouble, and trying to worry about your own race at the moment. In terms of a closest lead fight up front, it's very much Delorme versus Moynier, and Delorme has been lapping pretty similar, although previous lap, actually, I have to say Delorme was a little bit slower than Moynier, who set the fastest overall lap of the race. Last lap was 1:46.2, 1:46.9 for the Go Team drive, and we see that GD3 battle we were just looking at, and Delorme has to go around the outside the carousel as well, which can be a bit of a squeaky bum moment to say the least, but Delorme dispatches them with relative ease and continues his pursuit of Moynier then as more grass gets kicked up in the background as VEC sets another fastest lap in the LMP2 class for Hyperion. But yeah, Delorme, it's going to be interesting to see, because this is a big opportunity here for Loic Moynier. Blackhawk yet to win in Hypercar this season. Moynier's been threatening to do so for a while, and Go Team have very much had things in terms of the final results. The last 3 races, 1-2s all the way. They've really had things their own way since having the brake failure at Spa in the final stages. But now this is a big opportunity for Moynier to very much spoil the party. And it's very much a solo fight, isn't it, without the sister car to help them out, unlike say was the case last time out in Bahrain, where the sister car was doing a lot of the rear guard action, then fighting its way through in Gabler Vessi's hands in the final stages. So Delorme and company in the 17 crew have got to beat Moynier on their own at the moment. Loic has got the legs on them.
Yeah, Loic doing a good job to start this race, to try and keep the pace up. Blackhawk in contention. Of course, I did mention as we were going through the grid that Blackhawk had a car in the top 2 of all 3 classes, but after the melee that we saw off at the start, only this hypercar remains, but is now at the front of the field, and we'll see what Moynier can do to try and pull this gap away a touch. There's a brief yellow in Sector 3. I think a couple of cars maybe struggling down in towards Canada corner. As a bit of a pit lane update, we still now have only 2 cars in the pit lane. Mark Vate has just emerged from the pit lane after he crabbed his way back to the pit lane, but now Vate is out on track, and there's only the supposedly stricken DNF'd 1 car of Porsche Milan that is still in the pit lane. My timing, or my driver tracker lists the number 70 Team Iris car, Pim Van Ark, in the pit lane, but I don't necessarily believe that is true. That may just be a little bit of an issue on my screen, but it does mean that even with all the carnage that we've had, Ed, it seems like we've still got 39 cars running in this race.
And there is Pim Van Ark, so he's definitely still going then in that Team Iris.
Yes,
lovely all white livery this time for the team that's so accustomed to purple, so a couple of purple splashes on the top and sides, but a nice new GD3 livery for all that BMW M3 that Team Iris have so favoured, and often they've had a fair bit of success in endurance racing in rFactor 2 here at Road America in a very, very similar BMW M3 as well. So great to see the number 70 still trucking along, but a big gap, of course, to Mersac ahead of them in the 81 then. So they were definitely held up in that early melee, and are going to have to fight their way back through the field. But yeah, it is great to see everyone still going. No rage quitting so far in terms of the massive accident damage at the start. Everyone knows it's a long race and knows it's about where they end it, not where they start it.
Yeah, and a very long way to go before we end it, of course. Drivers will know that. They're well versed in the world of the VEC now. They know exactly how long they've got, and they can just back themselves to try and pick their way through the order, take it one car at a time, and see where they end up. Pelechny is getting pressured by one of the hypercars, but of course the hypercars should fly through down towards turn 5 and 6 underneath the Cheech Bridge, and Pelechny will not have to worry too much more about traffic for a little while longer. Looking forward to seeing how they, particularly Pelechny and the rest of the Thomas Enker Sim Racing team, can do with the position that they find themselves in, 9 seconds ahead of the RFRO Esports team. You know, they're in a really good spot, and with most cars over a lap down, and when I say most cars, I mean all but the top 3 more than a lap down, it's going to be a very long way back for anybody else to get involved.
I think we just lost the Simframe car, and the Blackhawk actually of Moynier has just retired. So we're talking about how Moynier was controlling this race. At the moment he seems to be out of it and very much in the pit lane, so it looks like he's been disconnected to me, is what I would say there, and that's a huge shame because he was dominating out front, and that's absolutely handed it to Remy Delorme now.
Yeah, Delorme almost can't believe his luck. I mean, he was caught up in that instant, wasn't he, off the start, but now he's in a great position to try and take a hold of this race. But that's gutting for Minio. Let's see if they can try and get themselves back into the session. But for the time being, after what looked like such a promising start, Ed, 20 minutes in to be disconnected and drop down through all of the positions that you gained by keeping safe at the start, I mean, that's going to be gutting, isn't it?
Yeah, especially for Blackhawk that have certainly they've not had great luck in LMP2 so far in this race, and it seems Hypercar sadly ultimately, despite not putting a foot wrong, taking a brilliant pole position, Moynier is ultimately suffering a similarly unfortunate fate then. Let's hope he can at least get back into the race and salvage something from it. We do also see the other Go team, number 7, is back in pit lane as well, and there's some comments in the chat that there's certainly people who've got their own opinions on who was responsible for the start line collision. I honestly think it's a bit of a mess, and it's a little bit tricky for me to judge from the outside. But yeah, certainly it was certainly not a great moment for Go Team, for the Swedish squad. Both of their top hypercars making contact with each other and leading to a catastrophic incident. I think there were only about 4 LMP2s that are still on the lead lap and sort of avoided all the chaos essentially. So it looks like those are the 4 that are very much going to be fighting for the podium positions. But yeah, the drama in this race, we've certainly not been short of drama in the first opening 20 minutes. I just worry the next 5 hours, 38 minutes are going to be a little bit quieter up the front in Hypercar, with the gap starting to spread out to a significant degree now. As you see, there's the Valet exiting the pit lane as well. So that looks like the 39 rejoining the order.
Yeah, and of course we will leave it up, of course, to all the stewards to pick the bones out of what happened. We won't try and get involved in any of that decision making. But of course, Remy Delorme will probably have that instance still in the back of his mind after managing to avoid big damage, and it really was a big hit off of the start. We still have opportunity though for all of these teams and drivers to get back and involved in the race. More than enough opportunity with 6 hours on the clock. Yes, gaps are wide, but we can always look positively, can't we, at what we have in front of us. We've got a couple of battles on track, not least this between Gandossi and Christian Malguera towards the back end of the GT3 field, albeit these guys are 5 laps down already on our overall race leaders. With Munier still in the pit lane, they continue to drop down the order, and at the moment they would join the 1ACO 96 car as retirees from this race. But just to show how much damage there was, he disconnected a few minutes ago now, Ed, but he's still ahead of the second of the Go Team cars that had all those repairs to damage off the start.
Yeah, it could also be that they came in to Norbert Jakob to serve a drive-through penalty potentially as well. I don't think we saw confirmation of it on screen, but that would explain the sudden diving into the pit lane as well for a second time after the repairs under green flag, as we see right behind the Netrex hypercar having a bit of trouble lapping some of the traffic here, as there's the Go Team LMP2 going around the outside of Christian Malguera there, and having to let through, of course, all these prototypes means he's lost a little bit of ground in that battle for 14th place with Pim Van Ark ahead of him. But hopefully, from his perspective, there will be opportunities to remake up that ground. And it's always the way when you're in GT3, you've got to let the faster cars through. And often that means you obeying blue flags means you don't necessarily find yourself in a prime position unless you very, very tactically time it right, Max Verstappen style, and you're able to sneak through but with the car that's lapping you at the same time, lapping the car that you're trying to fight for position, if that makes sense.
Yeah, of course. It's really difficult to judge for some of these drivers, especially when they're so many laps down. It's just a case of trying to recover your way through the order, isn't it? But then there's the mix of cars who actually are technically racing for position despite being in a different class. Of course, the drivers that you are then lapping in different classes, and even within classes, we're seeing drivers trip over each other who are, a lap or two apart already. But it's all part of the game, and the teams will be focusing on getting themselves through this opening hour and through the opening stint. Will be interesting to see how much those opening pit stops may affect the overall pit strategy. I wouldn't imagine it's by a great deal, thanks to the fact that we have seen almost a lack of differentiation because of the only one lap that they would have gone on the opening, quote unquote opening stint. But we'll have to keep an eye on that as we work our way through. Still lots to think about, but still battles tightening up, particularly in that LMP2 class for P2.
Yeah, and GT3 as well. If you have a look here, Jimmy Nisila has been catching Tobias Hoffman the last couple of laps. The gap was about 3 seconds. It's now 1.5. So Nisila's got the bit between his teeth. Remember, Satellite Racing and Brabham are both fighting in GT3 for 8th. They're both 8th and 9th in the GT3 standings at the moment. So they're two teams that didn't have the strongest start to the season, but are now starting to get things together. And of course, it's a big opportunity for Satellite Racing, particularly. They've had great success in other GT3 championships outside of VEC on rFactor 2, but they've yet to really replicate that here. So this could be a big opportunity to get on the podium. But Tobias Hoffman, we saw how good he was attacking and defending from the sim frames in Bahrain. And now we're going to have to see him do it all over again against the BMW of Jimmy Nisila as well. And of course, that BMW versus the Corvette could be very, very interesting, very, very different characteristics of both of these cars. The Corvette infamously can be a little bit tricky to set up, but when it's working well, it can be really, really rewarding to drive. But of course, the BMW, very, very good in a straight line, infamously quite well suited to the characteristics of Road America. So we'll have to see Hoffman, as he continues to be caught, another 2 tenths lost on this lap then, as they let some traffic to lap them through. We could see some more rearguard action from Hoffman in the near future. And Jimmy Nisila just sees a golden opportunity here, and his eyes are absolutely lighting up right now.
Yeah, let's see if Nisila can really use this to his advantage as we work our way through this opening stint. Maybe trying to get himself into that top 3, but Brabham Esports and Tobias Hoffman, I'm sure, We're trying to hold on to that for dear life. We've got battles going on as the one I mentioned about 2 minutes ago between Zubinski and Guibert in the Hyperion and the RFRO Esports, Sim Sports car, I should say, as they work their way down in towards turn number 5. I'll be interested to see how Hyperion try and work their way through the field. Of course, 2 cars in this race, one getting far more caught up in the opening collision than the other, and with Zubinski now almost in a leader role in the team, for the time being at least. Let's see how this works out, whether Hyperion can try and cycle themselves towards the front of the field, because I'm sure as a team they back themselves to do that.
Yeah, they've kind of have to now. It's all about the 45, because the 44 has got, even though it's 5th in the championship, has got a lot of ground to make up. And of course they did win in Bahrain, the 44 crew, quite convincingly as well, so they've certainly got the pace, but given that they're a lap down, you've sort of got to, for the time being, focus on the efforts of the 45 and hope the 44 can limit the damage as the race goes on then. But yeah, Enzo Gibbert in the RFRO SimSport entry is now starting to look just a little bit clearer of Zubinski, who I think has been held up a little bit in the traffic there, so maybe a bit of inexperience at running this high up for the 45 car starting to show, I think.
Yeah, it really is seemingly that we are seeing a bit of a differentiation in terms of the pace of some of these cars and the abilities, particularly some teams to be able to recover. But we will keep an eye on that all the way through. With Nizila up in P4, we'll see if he can gain up to the back. But of course, we do have those 8 or 9, I think it's 9 GT3 cars that really are in and around it at the moment, maybe 10. So many of the others, of course, getting called up quite heavily in the opening stages, that they are a long way off the back and have a long way to recover. They are led by Arda Erkan in the Blackhawk 91 car, which is over a lap down compared to the leader in that class. So we'll have to see if they can gain up. But, you know, the one driver, or the one team that you'd look at and think, well, I'm not necessarily wanting to chase them down by over a lap, is a team of Jesper Pedersen and Jone Simoncic, really, is it?
Yeah, certainly, because they're incredibly consistent and they don't tend to give too many freebies by making mistakes out on track. So they're infamously, both of them, a very, very formidable pair, and it's proved to be the case since they've won the last 2 races in a row at both Monza and Bahrain then. And the way this one is going here at Road America, they're certainly starting as they mean to go on then, as we see, a little bit wide actually from the Brabham of Hoffman, as he has to let the Go Team hypercar through, and that now puts him right into the clutches of Jimmy Nisila. And it's always such a great feeling when you're catching the car in front of you, especially when it's early in the race, and you just feel the momentum's on your side, the team ahead is having all the issues, and there's just an opportunity opening up right in front of you. So if you're satellite racing in that BMW, you're certainly going to be cheering Jimmy Nisila on to make a move quickly here. But Hoffman certainly knows he can't afford to slip up like that again, because the podium could slip away. And at this early phase, what they really don't want to do is lose ground to the leaders, because that could just put them with a lot of work to do later on.
Yeah, you can't really afford to give yourself any more work than some teams have already given themselves at this stage. 5.5 hours to go is a long time, but not quite that long. Not quite a 24-hour race to try and claim back, 3-4 minutes on pure pace. It's unlikely to happen. I think that's fair to say. Nisila, though, still pressuring Hoffman for P2, and it's worth remembering that the gap up to P2 is only 4 seconds. It's not a million miles away, so for Nisila, if he's able to get this move done, I think P2 is definitely going to be within his sights, or at least catching that car within the end of this stint. Of course, that is the number 52 Sim Racing for Holland car with Demis Duna in there at the moment. As we cross the start-finish line once again, Jimmy Nisila is getting ever closer and closer to Tobias Hoffman inside. Outside, is he even going to go for it? Yes, he will, nearly giving him a bit of a bump off down the main straight, but the inside line will be the satellite racing drivers, and he will slip up the inside and get himself into the podium positions. Tobias Hoffman goes a little bit wide, but all nice and fair, and Nisila now tracing after P2.
Yeah, certainly. I think the battle was lost there for Hoffman. He went more than a little bit wide, actually, onto the runoff there. But yeah, certainly Tobias, it was going to be a little bit tricky to hold onto the podium in these early phases. No need to panic just yet. If you can tuck into the slipstream, that can sort of make up for some of the straight line deficit that the Corvette has on the BMW. And maybe Tobias Hoffman can sort of stay in touch and hope to sort of use him as sort of a magnet to zoom to the back of the Sim Racing for Holland car. And speaking of Sim Racing Holland, we didn't talk about them too much, but They, of course, stayed out of trouble and very much reaped the benefits for doing so, as Dennis Duna. But we're not used to seeing them this high up. Usually they're sort of round about the low reaches of the top 10 in most of the GT3 races. So they're another team that's kept the Corvette out of trouble, much like Brabham. And yeah, the 52 on for what potentially could be their best result of the season, but it's about how they manage these next 5.5 hours, because they can't afford to hemorrhage too much time to satellite racing behind, because Jimmy Nisia, now he's been clear air, is going to start to just absolutely hone in on them before too long, you would think.
Yeah, the screw's going to be starting to be turned by Jimmy Nisia, no doubt about that. Dennis Duna, we'll see what he can do in that battle as we work our way through the race. Of course, these guys still fighting over P12 and 13 overall at front of the GT3 class. Of course, with so many teams and drivers getting caught up with incidents for. Other gaps that I'm keeping a relatively keen eye on for the time being are towards the front of the field, right at the front of the field between Remy DeLorme and Harry Smith, because that gap is just growing out ever further between the Go team and the 19 Netrex car. Of course, Netrex second and third for the time being, a decent amount of time between them, but it wouldn't be a bad result if the race was to finish now for the team. But Remy DeLorme doing a fantastic job getting themselves further away, and the same can be said for Vojta Poleshny, 14.5 seconds ahead of Enzo Guibert. Looks ever more comfortable for the time being for that Thomas Enger sim racing car. So I think for the time being, we're really focusing the battles, in the immediate future are going to be in that GT3 class, but you can definitely see some things brewing in the other two classes.
Yeah, certainly. I think Netrex will gladly take a double podium at this phase because they've only had a handful so far this season. I think the third place at Spa, another race where the Go teams hit trouble in hypercar near the end rather than the beginning. That was their last podium of the season, I think. Otherwise, they've sort of not really done better than fourth. So to get a 2-3, I think they would be over the moon with that. But of course, how dearly Netrex would love to sneak a win if it's on the table. But Remy DeLorme determined not to let that happen, given the races sort of their immediate rivals have all hit trouble. Their teammates, of course, in the collision at the start, and then Moynier being disconnected. He did get back in the service, so he is on, I think, the same lap as the number 7 now. So that really shows you just how much time Norbert Jakob lost with repairs in the pits. Then as Remy DeLorme, there we go, the gap has gone from 18 seconds to 20 seconds just during the course of that last couple of sentences there. So that really shows you that the pace is just not letting up at all. There's the interesting thing about Go Team, when you read some of the statements that they've been coming out with, is that there's no real signs of complacency, even though they finished 1-2 in the last 3 races in a row. There's not been any sign of, oh, we're going to wrap up this championship easily, it's just between us two. There's no myopic focus there. It's all about, as we see, a mass disconnection. So,
oh dear.
There we go. That looks like that is almost certainly going to force a restart on us, because there's only a handful of cars unaffected. The Racing Zone, the Hyperion number 44, the Brabham Esports car, and I think the 5th place car in GT3 as well.
Yeah, that was quite something to behold. I was watching it on the driver tracker, and most of the drivers just setting back to pit lane. That is not what we want to be seeing. We've only now got 4, 5, 6, 7, 9 cars left on the circuit, and I would imagine that there will be some kind of some form of stoppage in this race. But we'll keep an eye out for what is going to occur. But it's been quite the opening 35 minutes of this race, Ed, that's fair to say. Lots going on. We'll see how this is now going to play out, but it is a mass disconnect of cars that are off of the circuit. Here's Jimmy.
We can pull off. We're going to restart. And, well, I'm not going to restart. We're going to restart from 1 lap back. So just pull off now, please.
A lot of drivers, I think, hoping that Jimmy was about to say, we're going to start from the grid order from qualifying again, and this time don't hit each other. But yeah, this is certainly for those who lost lots of time in the opening lap melee, this is a bit of a godsend, this red flag, because it's certainly given them a chance to bunch the pack up together again, and for them to sort of make up all that time they lost effectively, if not the positions as well. But yeah, this certainly has changed the complexion of the race again quite dramatically. It is a bit unfortunate. We have server issues. I think Kamal Nari in the chat sums it up best when he says, "What a day!" And I have to say, so far, it's turned into one of those days, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I struggle to think what else we can have. We've still got, over 5 hours of the race officially left to run. So, a lot, I think, is the answer of what we're going to be seeing today. Of course, we will see everybody now pull into the pit lane. Well, we should be seeing everybody pull into the pit lane after the mass disconnect. I think a few drivers have gone through. I'm not really sure why. One of them being Jolt Pribek. In the racing zone team, I can't imagine he's not noticed that everybody else has disappeared off the circuit. These three cars you can see on your screen are 3 of the 5 still going, and actually, Tobias Hoffman in that Brabham Motorsports car is also still going, so I'm not too sure why they are. But they are doing what they're doing. I think they may have reset back now. But Ed, it's fair to say, I think a lot of the drivers got some thinking to do before we get restarted again.
Yeah, certainly. Certainly an opportunity for another reset, and it was certainly needed. That's for sure. But yeah, it's going to be kind of interesting, especially because in terms of the our two hypercar challengers that looked so strong early on in terms of Blackhawk Racing with Loic Moynier and Goatee number 7 with Norbert Jacob at the wheel. They will be sort of back into 6th and 7th in class respectively. So they will be, given that they're further down the pack, Norbert Jacob will be hoping for a cleaner start and to not end up being flipped over like he was on the first attempt. For the likes of Remy Delorme and Volta Pelesny that were leading those two prototype classes by some margin, this is a bit of a blow because they've got to build up those gaps to second position all over again. For Netrex is a big opportunity too for Harry Smith. I wouldn't put it past Harry Smith to try and take the lead early on if Remy Delorme slips up here. But yeah, and similar for RAF Esports in GD3 too.
Yeah, Jimmy handing out some more instructions.
Sounds like a couple of teams were trying to sneak their driver change in. Yeah,
yeah, very likely that is the case. We will be looking forward to getting back going again. It will be interesting to see how this restart occurs. But in this kind of period, Ed, what are the drivers going to be thinking about?
Well, this is sort of just making sure that, of course, a lot of the drivers that were damaged early on or had their cars damaged early on will be sort of because there are a couple of teams I'm pretty sure that had maybe minor damage and just decided to carry on just because they were running in strong positions. But I think a couple of them will now be sort of just making sure that they reset themselves so they know, right, I don't have to lift off at this corner because I'm going to have a fully repaired car again, as long as I get through the first corner in one piece, which, as we know, at Road America is never a cast iron guarantee. But yeah, and also there's the case of hoping that the crash doesn't happen in front of you and that you don't have to suddenly stamp on the brakes going into the first corner. So there's a lot of trust that these drivers will need to put in each other as well at the restart. For the teams that are still running in high positions, of course, they'll still be maintain those positions, but there'll be a sense of caginess for the likes of Satellite Racing and Brabham, because a lot of those are front runners in GD3 that hit trouble early on are now going to be not far behind them once again. So I think it's going to be tense times. It's all the likes of G League Esports and the WRT team way down the field. So they are going to see this as a golden opportunity to push forward. And if you're in one of the less fancy teams that have gotten onto the podium positions, this is where you just need to have your wits about you. It's so easy at Road America to panic at the start, and it can all go, as we saw, spectacularly wrong for you. So yeah, a clear head will prevail, but there's a lot of pressure to deal with.
Yeah, and we will find out how that pressure is going to sit with the drivers in a few minutes' time. Whilst we wait for the lobby to get, restarted and the service to get back up and running, we will step out. Myself and Ed will step out for a couple of minutes, but stick around because the restart is going to be one to watch. I'm sure about that, so don't go too far. We'll see you in just a few minutes' time.
Attention grid, will all non-essential personnel leave the grid now?
So then, instructions there from Jilly Allison on how we're going to get this race restarted. 5 hours, 9 minutes left on the clock as teams and drivers are back in the session and ready to get racing once again. Hopefully we have a little bit of a calmer start once we get going, but it's still myself, Darren Thacker, and Ed Hunter to talk you through the next 3 hours or so. And Ed, let's see how this restart goes. I mean, obviously with the race up this whole first time round, it wasn't ideal. Lots of teams and drivers getting caught up in incidents, but now a little bit more bunched up. What do you think we can see?
Hopefully a cleaner start leading to more sustained battles throughout the race, which I think would be the ideal point of view from our point of view. But yeah, certainly those that had big gaps before the red flag will sort of realise they've got to do all that hard work once again to get to where they wanted to be. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how all filters out in the end, I guess, with so much really at stake in terms of the championships. Those who got taken out at the start will be thanking this red flag, but I think certainly it's going to be, I think that start will probably be controversial for some time to come, much like the Bahrain start last season. I think it's going to be another one that enters those annals of infamy, certainly. But, oh, sorry. That cough nearly entered the annals of infamy as well. But yeah, I think GD3 was very, very close, even despite that. So I think we're in for a pretty good GD3 fight, regardless of what happens. But yeah, hypercar, certainly a big opportunity for Harry Smith to try and take the lead. But I think Remy Delorme will probably manage this much like he did before that red flag. He's probably going to try and just build that gap again, and it's going to be quite difficult to beat here.
Yeah, definitely so. I hope you can catch your breath there, Ed, for a second. But yeah, it's going to be a very exciting restart, definitely, no doubt about that. Interesting to see how we're going to get this race back underway, of course. And with the order that we have, of course, still a little bit mixed up from what we normally expect. Of course, Norbert Jakob, the lap down. Of course, Rita Balesh needs P4 overall right now, but he will be standing behind a few of those hypercars. Definitely, though, interesting to watch how this is going to work out for drivers at the front and how careful or how aggressive they go, with the NetRex cars being right behind that Go team entry. But as they work their way in towards the final corner, we will see a single-filed run through this final corner as we get ready to go racing. 5 hours and 6 minutes left in this race. We've had our red flag stoppage Let's see if we can get going. Green flag all the way to the end of the race. Jakob, though, will be looking for when his teammate Remy Delorme gets this race underway in the leading Go Team racing car. They rise up the hill, and with 5 hours and 6 minutes to go, Delorme is going to get this race. Does he? Does he get it underway? He's waiting as long as he can before he gets going, and he will get this race underway just as he crosses the start-finish line. 5 hours and 6 minutes left to go, and it's a nice mundane single-file start in comparison to what we saw earlier on, and Delorme will control it down towards turn 1. Netrex 2 and 3, and they're going to be hoping to fight as a pack, I'd say.
Certainly, that's probably their best chance, isn't it, Dara, of trying to put pressure on Remy Delorme. But of course, they've got the Racing Zone car that was the lap down. It's given its laps back essentially, and is now fighting at the back of the Seawolf Net Race car, I think. Although they are showing as 113 seconds down because they are, of course, behind all of the a lot of the LMP2s as well. So that should be a really close battle, at least to start with. But yeah, Remy Delorme. Always we see Harry Smith getting very close actually as they crest the hill. And no, that's not Harry Smith. That's actually the Seawolf Net Race car, actually, isn't it? So that's why I'm getting so confused, because the Seawolf Net Race car is trying to unlap itself.
It absolutely is. I've also noticed that with the restart, it's good to see that Luc Munier is back in the race, 4 laps down in his number 3 Black Hawk racing car. But Munier is back and will hopefully be trying to fight a little bit further up the order by the end of the race. Jakob, though, he's in P6. He's still a lap down on everybody else, as there is Munier working his way through the field, but a very long way to go. GT3 is by far the closest of the trains, with so many cars battling within each other. Pedersen does lead the race, but you can see the gap between P5 and P6, that battle between Ben Geider and Daniel Ersling, the SRC and the Bros Racing car, really has been one of the closer battles, as you can just see them in behind as they fly their way through the King. We'll see what Geider can do, but nice to see a bit of a bunch up once again.
Yeah, certainly the GT3s are always a little bit hard to sort of build a gap in the GT3s cars compared to the hypercars sometimes, because they're so good at slipstreaming each other and just staying in the wake of one another, and they are quite easy to sort of follow each other because there's not a whole lot of dirty air to fight against, especially. But yeah, Ben Geider, it's very crucial for him that he made that move on the Bros car early on before the red flag, because it makes his job now so much easier, because he can sort of look at that Nisula-Hoffman battle. It does look like Tobias Hoffman is back on the podium, so he has jumped Jim Nisula at this restart, which I think is the big change of position so far, at least anyway. So that is going to be fascinating to see how that develops then, as Nisula now Tobias Hoffman has got Duna in that Sim Racing Holland car as sort of his main focus, essentially. So be interested to see if he can clear Duna quickly and then maybe follow Peterson for a while, or if Hoffman is once again going to fall into the clutches of Jimmy Nisula.
Yeah, interesting to see how that dynamic is going to work out, but it's been a good restart, hasn't it? No doubt about it, from Jesper Pedersen at the front of that GT3 field. No one really able to touch him right now. Also nice to see that we have got that natural separation between the classes that we would usually see. The hypercars currently going down towards Canada Corner, the LMP2s coming around towards the Kink, and the GT3s coming around turns 5 and 6. Good to see that separation for the time being. We'll see how long that lasts, and we might get to see a little bit more of a natural lapping that we usually see here in the VEC after, what about another 8-9 minutes or so. We'll wait and see how that occurs. But still, 5 hours to go. Tobias Hoffman in his battle, as are all of the GT3s and LMP2s. But some of the leaders starting to stretch their legs just a touch at this stage.
Yeah, into 10-8, Hoffman went very wide off track as he tried to sort of carry so much speed on his entry into the carousel. So the Corvette starting to really be put through its paces to challenge the sister Corvette of the Sim Racing Holland car ahead of him. So Duna is going to surely have to get defensive here, because Hoffman looks very feisty indeed then as they go down through Canada Corner.
Yeah, and Hoffman looking for the move, but not quite able to make it. Now, on the front foot, on the restart, he was a little bit more on the back foot, wasn't he, when we were going just a few minutes ago, but really now trying to get after P2. As you would expect, considering that Pedersen opened up that 4-second advantage at the front of the field. They will fly their way through up towards turn 1 as they're side by side and behind. I don't even know if that's for position. That may even be two lapped cars battling together. I believe it is actually as they cross the start-finish line just in behind. You'll see it in the background as they work their way over the crest of the hill. Difficult to pick out from that distance who it is, but it's good to see that we have these battles and then make their way down into turn 1 with hopefully what should be some clean racing. Tamelli will stay in P16 as they of course had those issues off the start. We'll see if they can work their way through in this race.
Yeah, it was one of the Simfroom cars that was going side by side. I was trying to remember who was in that car, and it was certainly not Gandosi. But I think it might have been Canistraki, I think, that was making a move there. But if memory serves correctly, but yeah, certainly interesting to watch as we go on board with Hoffman now. Him just trying to put Dennis Duna under pressure then, and you can see that Hoffman is taking a lot of risks at this early phase while the pack is still relatively bunched together to try and get into second position here. But yeah, Duna, to be fair, has not done a lot wrong so far. He's not taking too many risks there, but he is starting to defend a bit more now, which is allowing a bit of a gap to form between himself and the referee sports car of Jesper Peterson. So yeah, Peterson is making hay while the sun shines, and it's all the other classes really where the leaders are struggling to break away at the moment.
Yeah, it's going to get a real judge on board here of how much speed you carry through the kink and how much gain there is up towards Canada Corner. Doesn't really feel like Hoffman is going to have much of a chance on the brakes, and we'll see him have to stay in behind for the time being, compared to Dennis Aduna, who is doing a good job for the time being. Of course, these guys are still battling out for P2 in this race. There is a nice looking battle over in the LMP3s, I believe it is, up with
LMP2s, you mean?
Yeah, sorry, LMP2s, yes. Goodness me, there's too many, aren't there? GT3s, LMP2s, yeah, dear me. But it is the undercover rising car, currently piloted by Mikko Korkiakowski, who is keeping a relatively close eye on that Simframe car as they work their way through. Of course, the Go Team car just in behind, not on the same lap. But I didn't think they'd be too concerned about them getting involved in the battle. But it's nice to know that even though there is a little bit of pressure from behind, you're not really going to find yourself under heaps of pressure, considering that they are, not in the same race as you at the moment.
Yeah, I think that's Luigi Russo, isn't it, on board the 38. He's trying to unlap himself, and it looks like the 39 Valet as well, in a sort of similar position of Filippo Canio. But, or no, it's Binsbergen, I think. It's in the 37, not the 38. I think he's trying to unlap himself here. So, yeah, not fighting the undercover Raijin, particularly for position, but just to unlap itself. And, yeah, certainly, if he thinks that the Go team is faster, he might not fight Binsbergen too much here.
No, I can't imagine he will, but let's keep an eye on this as they work their way through, and we will see how this unfolds as they run their way up towards turn number 1. I'll go with Yellow Binsberg, and we will go as they cross the start-finish line, and the car in P8 in the overall battles will look for the move, but not really go for it. Of course, they're behind the on-off car, they're behind that Hyperion car, and that's really where their battles are at the moment. If they had designs on getting up the road and trying to gain anything in terms of getting the lap back, they have to be making moves pretty quickly, and it's fair to say that's not happening right now. Lemoine, you can just see a little bit further up the order, you can see the Hyperions going side by side as they work their way up towards turn 6, and just about to make sure they're single file as they work their way through the corner as Zielinski is going to relinquish or not fight that position too hard against Thomas Vac, who is of course a little bit further up the road, and we'll see if Vac can try and do a little bit of work to gain a little bit of time back. Once again, he's got 5 cars to try and get through, but it'd be hard pressed to say he's not going to try.
Yeah, certainly that's a smart move from Hyperion, because Vac was setting fastest laps of the race. It was the driver that really helped that number 44 car to victory in class at Bahrain last time out, and so unsurprising that the 45 Matti Zabinski is seeing Vac coming in the rearview mirror and says, go on, go through, and I'll see you later when you catch your lap back up, because I think knowing the pace that Vac has got, that's not a completely unlikely scenario, to put it mildly. But yeah, certainly Hyperion need to do themselves some favors to sort of get the 44 car back into play, so that it can become a bit of a threat later on for the podium, essentially. As we look now at Abel Sequeira in the Motorsport by Biogas car, trying to hold on from, I think that's, is that Jules Neal that's behind them on the road, but it's actually Daniel Ersling and Ben Geider that Abel Sequeira is fighting for position essentially for 6th and 5th in class respectively. So yeah, Sequeira under pressure from Erchan, I think, in the Black Hawk, that's just behind them, but Erchan trying to unlap himself.
Yeah, and I was going to note about Abel Sequeira that he is running quite close in this group, and it'll be interesting to see. Oh, hey, if he can make his way through, there's contact behind. That's one of the Team Iris cars, I believe, working their way through and just about clipping the rear end of the car in front. It was difficult to see who that was, but I think it was Pim Van Ark. Well, Pim Van Ark, but tapping just about the rear end of, I think it was the guy just behind us, Jules Neal, I think it could have been. In fact, it wasn't Jules Neal, it was another car a lap down. Was it David Sarah? It's difficult to say because they're all on different laps, aren't they? But as they work their way through, we will go to Pim Van Ark and have a look at how this battle unfolds in the number 70 car. Running outside, it's not quite going to work there, nearly running it out wide, but just about keeping it within, on the tarmac, not on the gravel. And Pim Van Ark will stay in P14 in class for the time being, but that got a little bit feisty, didn't it, down towards Canada corner?
Yeah, certainly can't afford to do too much of that, and it's just another risky move that didn't quite work out for Pim Van Ark, as we saw caught up in the drama at the start, as we see all sorts of melee at the final corner there, as everybody tries to avoid each other on different laps essentially, and now Jules Neal is going to try and unlap himself from Pim Van Ark here into the first corner. Neal has got the inside line, and that should be just about enough room left by Pim Van Ark. Lucky he didn't pit maneuver Jules Neal there, as he has a think about diving up the inside into turn 2, but Jules Neal very much had that one covered there. So the battle will continue, and now through come the hypercars, looking to just thread their way through. It's like a moving chicane down that back straight.
It is, it really is chaos at the moment down here, and we've got all sorts of cars involved. Binsbergen is down at turn 1, but I believe we've got a couple of the hypercars involved there. I think it could even be P5 of Veninger who's involved, as we see him work his way through. He's on a P5. That is my bad entirely. It's Norbert Jakob, isn't it, who is involved in all of this. Yellow flag in Sector 2, as we see a couple of drivers have a couple of moments. But Jakob working his way through. Got to be careful, of course, of that Racing Zone car just behind as they negotiate their way through on a GT3. And this is always a scary onboard to see as you come in towards the kink. Look at how much space there is. It's not a great deal, but Jakob working his way through.
Yeah, he's actually overtaking the GT3 cars for position. That's just how far behind he is. He's now going to try and go side by side with the Netrex hypercar just in front of him to unlap himself from that particular entry. I think that was that Rob van Starkenburg he just dispensed with as well. And actually Remy Delorme has lost the lead in all of this while they've been lapping the GT3s, because Harry Smith, I predicted it might happen. I didn't think it quite happen in this manner, but Harry Smith has taken the lead. It's now a Netrex 1-2. So Remy Delorme, the red flag has really put him into this vulnerable position, hasn't it? Because momentary laps being held up or having to go off track due to all this traffic, not on the lead lap, has allowed Netrex to take advantage, and it's a Netrex 1-2.
Yeah, Netrex are in a fantastic position to work their way through as Delorme's just trying to pick a way through here. Going to get to the inside line at turn 3. It's difficult to really pick a line down there. But Delorme has found it and made it work for himself, but he's got a lot of work to do to try and get himself back to the front of the field. The two Netrex cars just up in front, you can see them working together. Of course, they don't look the same. That doesn't really help our eye out as they work their way down in towards turn 5. But Delorme will have to stick in behind and try and find somewhere else to make the move, as there's all kinds of rear slides, and this could get even more tasty as they work their way through the middle sector.
That's the Racing Zone car right in front of them, so it's not on the same lap, I don't think. So yeah, but the key thing for Netrex now is Harry Smith's in the lead. Rob van Starkenburg can sort of get into defensive mode and just hold up Remy Delorme to allow Harry Smith to try and build the gap at this phase then. But of course the problem with that is if you drive a little too defensive, then Remy Delorme can just slip up the inside if you are slowing down a little bit too much. So there's got to be a bit of a balance here, but Van Starkenburg can do Harry Smith a big favour here.
He absolutely can, and let's see if Starkenberg is able to do that as they work their way down in towards Canada Corner once again. We'll have a keen eye on some of the other drivers involved in this battle as well, not least with Zolt Pribek at the moment. Let's go on board with him very quickly to see how this is going for him and how close he's getting to the cars in front. Wide through the final corner, that's not going to help him out at all. And you feel like he's not quite going to be able to make that
Delorme
move
put
up the hill.
another lap on him, so that was Delorme just getting back through then.
Yes.
And now he's got Starkenberg immediately in front of him to contend with. Then you can see Harry Smith is already trying to up his pace. His last lap 148.1, Starkenberg 149.0. So certainly I think Starkenberg is doing exactly what I predicted he might try and do, to just try and halt the progress of Remy Delorme and aid Harry Smith's bid for victory. And NetRex, they're not often in this position. They may as well roll the dice here, and Van Starkenberg, I think, seems game for it. Let's see what happens into turn 3 then, as Delorme is really starting to put the magnets on and getting that Ferrari 499P right into his rearview mirrors.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I don't know if I cut out there. I was just trying to say that Zolt Pribek, even though he is the lap down, is trying to fight his way through, and keeping himself up with drivers like this is going to be oh so important, and getting himself ahead of Remy Delorme could be crucial and impact that battle for the top 3. But Delorme keeping himself nice and close to that group. Let's see how this is going to work out for him. And as they run their way through towards the kink, von Starkenberg will have his mirrors full of that Go Team racing car. But I don't think he's going to be terribly close, or close enough to make a move. Slipstream effect isn't that powerful, is it, Ed? Down towards Canada Corner, and you really have to be committed to make a move. Yeah,
certainly not in these hypercars. They've got so much downforce. They can sort of run at quite high speeds without having to lift off too much through a corner, those sort of high-speed kinks going into Canada Corner as well. So it can be quite hard to sort of set up the move. Your best chance is really going to be on that long run into turn 1, or if there's a mistake made by Van Starkenberg here. But yeah, Delorme will be feeling a bit frustrated. Look at the gap up front. It's nearly 2 seconds now that Harry Smith has got the lead over Go Team number 17 here of Remy Delorme. And Delorme now closing once more, using a bit of that hybrid battery into turn 1 potentially, but having to back out at the last minute there. Starkenberg was showing that he was going to block that one, and Remy Delorme decides he's got plenty of time to play, with 109 seconds to the Seawolf net race behind them. So there's no big immediate threat from behind, other than, of course, Zolt Pribek, as you said, of course, winner in Spa and 3rd in the championship, the Racing Zone number 1 team. But again, very, very close into turn 3. Delorme again making his intentions very, very clear. And Rob Van Starkenberg just not looking particularly flustered or panicky. He's just keeping to the racing line, moving to the middle of the road when necessary, and not leaving any opportunity for Delorme to leap through then. Meanwhile, by the way, Hoffman has been overtaken by Jimmy Nisula for 3rd in the GD3 class then. So Nisula now all over the back of the Sim Racing for Holland car. And Duna is going to have to keep driving defensively as Jasper Peterson just continues to extend that gap to 9.8 seconds in the lead of GD3.
Yeah, let's see how this one starts to develop between Delorme and von Starkenberg, of course. Now, with us being 1 hour and 12 minutes officially into this race, we've reached that 1/5 distance, so this is a good time to make moves if you're going for them. Delorme not quite going for it, down in towards Canada Corner. Good time to have a quick look at a couple of the front-running orders. NetRex 1 and 2 still, of course, as we can see, with Go Team sitting in 3rd. We'll keep a keen eye on this battle as we also remind you of the leading battles in the LMP2s. It's Thomas Enger Sim Racing who lead the way, with Wojciech Paleszny at the front of the field. And of course, down in the GT3s, it is still Jesper Pedersen and the RAFA Esports team who lead the way. Hyperion car coming through. Back up to the front though. Let's keep an eye on Remy Delorme. Let's see what he's doing. And he's actually going for the move down in towards turn 1. He's not going to wait around any longer. And a change for P2. It's Go Team ahead of NetRex, and von Starkenberg's resistance has been breached now.
Yeah, that was coming for a while, and I think Delorme really just had a great exit at the final corner and was able to get the inside first, and there was nothing really that von Starkenberg could do to prevent his progress at that point then. So Van Starkenberg then now has to sort of tuck in and hope that he can keep the close to the rear end of Remy Delorme now. But now Harry Smith, he's got the 2-second gap, but that is surely going to start to disappear before too long. Such is the pace of Remy Delorme. at this phase, as we saw before the red flag as well, when he built up a 20-second buffer to Harry Smith as well. So, yeah, you've got to say Remy Delorme, after that setback, is now starting to get things back together, has dusted himself off, and is now a very major threat to Harry Smith's lead of this race.
Yeah, and Harry Smith is going to, I think, be feeling the pressure soon, and may start to feel like he is going to have the screw turned on him somewhat. I want to have a quick look as well at that battle a little bit further down in the GT3s, exactly here. Dennis Duna, Sim Racing for Holland. For P2
it's almost like I read your mind.
P3. Yeah, I was trying to find it. I couldn't quite get there in time. But this battle for P2 and 3, I think it's going to be interesting to see how this one pans out. Brabham Motorsport, of course, not quite that 7/10 behind, but not too far back. You can just about see them in the background.
Nisila P2, so he's gotten past actually Dennis Duna and Dumi Nisila in the last couple of minutes. So some really good progress there from the satellite driver.
Yes, so it'll be interesting to see if he can pull away in that position, was where I was headed with that. But Brabham Esports as well, Motorsports I should say, have been there or thereabouts all race long, and driver changes I think will be in the offing in the next hour or so. See if that changes the face of the race.
Yeah, it certainly has the potential to do so. Another driver that's actually been making decent progress here is Jules Neal, who's got in the G League Esports car into sixth in class, past Daniel Erstling in the Bros racing entry that's 4 seconds down the road. Now he's all over the back of Ben Guida here in this fight for fifth. We saw SRC Commerce was trying to keep up with that sort of fight for second in class, the freeway fight for second between Satellite, Sim Racing for Holland, and then Brabham. But now it looks like Jules Neal has really become a factor in this battle as well. In fact, he's actually got the overall fastest lap in class, 2 minutes 4 seconds 0.2. So that really shows you that the BMW is working well, and Jules Neal is starting to come to the grips. He's been very, very impressive in sort of practice and hot laps and in qualifying too, and now he's really starting to prove it in the race. As look, he's having to almost push Ben Guida along through that final corner, and yeah, Jules Neal in a hurry to get into the top 5 here.
Yeah, let's see how this one's going to work out then for the 251 driver. On board we go on the bonnet. Is he able to make a move inside, outside? You can just see him gaining by even an inch or two every single second, but it's not going to be enough, and he will have to stay just in behind the SRC Commerce Esports car for P5 at the moment. I want to go back up to the front though, and Remy Delorme, because he's closing right up already, I should say, to Harry Smith. Last lap as they crossed the line for Delorme was a 1:47 flat. For Harry Smith, a 1:48.5. Just to put into perspective the difference in pace at the moment. And I mean, Delorme is coming, and Harry Smith better be ready, because Smith is going to be under pressure, maybe even at the next braking zone.
Oh, this is like trying to stop a jackhammer with a tablecloth here. Harry Smith is looking very, very exposed. And that tablecloth is not going to be enough, because the Go team just gets 1.5 seconds faster. I think that really says it all. Even with some traffic, I think Harry Smith knows that he is up against a bit of a wall here, and he's quite lucky, I think quite happy to even lead the race even briefly, but and to lead on merit too, for that matter. But it's certainly... this is sort of having a feeling of a bit of inevitability about it, isn't it? Where Remy Delorme is just in a league of his own, and just sort of, for a bit of bad luck, found himself in this position, and now is sort of starting to reassert the pace that he had before. But Harry Smith, to be fair, is going to battle gamely on and try, if he can, to use the traffic to sort of split himself off from Remy Delorme, as indeed he does so now by getting the satellite car in between. But of course, immediately, Remy Delorme is desperate not to be held up here. As soon as he takes the lead, he knows he can just comfortably breeze off into the distance, and that he probably won't see Harry Smith again, if luck is on his side, of course.
And of course, we don't know exactly how it's going to go when driver changes are applied, maybe at the next pit stop. It's going to be interesting. They make their way around the outside. Oh my word, look at that, the racing zone team coming through as well. That is Zolt Pribek. Like I said, maybe just getting himself involved in what could be a battle for the lead here, despite not being on the lead lap. Chaos is ensuing as they get past the leaders in the hypercars, get past the Go Team LMP2. As we cross the line once again. No moves likely to be made down in towards turn 1, but this really isn't a comfortable part of the circuit to be in, as inside line is being forced onto him onto Remy Delorme, I should say, because he's going to lose a heap of time to the Netrect out in the lead, and this is getting all sorts of messy. Pribek trying to go through the middle. That's never going to work. There's contact. And yeah, that's one of the GT3s going around. I wouldn't be surprised if Prubek is not looked upon too kindly for that one.
Yeah, it was Daniel Ersling there. So now Jules Neal is very and truly got past into 7th position there. But Ersling doing well to gather that one up. But yeah, scary times for our leaders though, because they're so desperate not to trip over the GT3 field. That was what lost Remy Delorme the lead in the first place, wasn't it? So he'll be very, very conscious not to repeat that. But it's Harry Smith that's got to deal with them first, and round the outside of the Black Hawk GT3 he goes. But yeah, in fact, he's actually been able to break away a little bit in all of this, which is exactly what Harry Smith needed to just try and hold on to the lead for as long as possible. Because if you can hold on for another couple of laps, that becomes 5 laps, maybe 10 laps, and you can sort of hold on to the pit stop phase till the next driver takes over, then there's a fighting chance for Netrex. The longer he stays in front, the more hope there is. So it's really hope that, that Netrex are running on at the minute.
Yeah, it's working at the moment, considering that they are still running relatively high up the order in first and third, but they kind of want it to be a little bit more than hope, as we have 4 hours 40 to go, and I think they do have a little bit more than hope. There's no guarantee that the Go team will drive past and be able to get up the road. So many variables in this race. I think Netrex will be confident in the position that they find themselves in, and Harry Smith will be getting used to running in the lead now. Back in that GT3 train, however, I wanted to have a quick little look again at not Daniel Ersling, but Jules Neal on the back of Ben Guider, because there's not much to split these two as they cross the line. Just about, it's nearly a second now. Was 4/10, now out to 7/10 of a second. But these two running relatively close together for P5 and P6. G-League wouldn't mind getting themselves into the top 5, I'm sure. But as we've had now, we're looking at about 30 minutes or so since the restart, teams and drivers are going to be starting to think about their pit stops, because of course, Ed, the strategies that teams would have come into this race with have been absolutely ripped apart with the red flag that we've seen.
Yeah, it's certainly put more than a couple of spanners in the works if the massive crash we saw at the original start didn't already. But yeah, it really means you're going to have to not necessarily get the calculator out, but sort of a rethink when you're going to come in, because the fuel tank, especially in the the prototypes, can only really go so far. Roughly sort of 40 minutes or so, whereas some of the GT3s can stretch it out quite a bit longer as well, by up to like 10 minutes or so. So certainly if you were going to do an aggressive strategy and come in early, that's basically out the window now, as we see, oh dear, this is the second of our Hyperions trying to unlap himself from the class leader. So that is Thomas Engage Esports then. So this is VEC trying to get back on the lead lap, which could be absolutely crucial for his hopes of trying to make it 2 podiums or 2 wins in a row. In fact, surely they're not going to fight too hard. It's Wojtek Polesny, but he is squeezing back into turn 3 there. And that was a little bit, almost like he was going to let him through and then change his mind at the apex.
A bit of a weird one, really, in the moment. But I mean, VEC, he only really got the front right to the rear left there. I don't think he was alongside very much, and I think that's what the argument Polesny would have. But I wanted to come to this battle mainly because it shows how good VEC has been since the restart. He wasn't leading the drivers that were a lap down, but doing a really good job to try and get himself back through the order. It's Jules Neal and Ben Guider as they cross the line side by side. It's going to be Ben Guider just ahead of that G-League car, but Jules Neal trying to use every single bit of that of horsepower in that GT3 car to get himself far enough alongside to make a move to the inside at turn 1. He's got the brakes sorted. He's more than on the circuit on the exit. He's going to get that done. And Jules Neal, P5 for G-League. Yeah,
very good. Neal is just so confident on the brakes here as well. It's a joy to see him just absolutely lighting up the timing screens. And next target is Tobias Hoffman. He's getting closer and closer to that podium battle as well, which is exactly what G-League would want to see. So the French team is going to be overjoyed that their young charger, who is still a teenager, let's not forget, is absolutely proving himself at a very, very high level in Division 1 in VEC.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing how not just them, but some other teams can work their way through towards the end of the season here. Remy Delorme still getting close to the front of the train in the hypercars. I do want to quickly have another little look at Thomas VEC as he still tries to get through on the leader in class of Pellegrini. He's going to go for the same move again. Inside line, he's got a little bit more room on the inside. Is he able to make it work this time? Not quite. Pellegrini spins into him. He squeezes him to the inside. This is a battle with the car 2 laps down. Squeezes him again to the inside. They're off the road. And Pellegrini, I don't know why he's fighting this so hard, I'll be honest with you here. He's leading the race. The next car behind him is 3 seconds. Thomas VEC is 2 laps down compared to him and is clearly quicker at the moment. Oh, it's getting a little bit aggressive though. Whack down the inside. He doesn't keep it on the road. I'm not sure that'll be looked upon too kindly, but VEC is through. He's now, the notional leader of the LMP2s on the circuit, and it's now going to open the door to a couple of other lap cars to try and come through.
Yeah, no love lost between a Pellegrini and VEC, is there? But yeah, I agree. I think Wojciech Pellegrini, that's the last thing he really needs is to get taken out fighting a lapped car, essentially. Of course, it may be a championship rival, Thomas VEC, but he's down in 6th at the moment. And obviously, the racing driver part of your brain thinks to yourself, oh, if I lay him back on the lead lap, I might have to deal with him later on. But for me, I would say, well, if he wants to get through, be my guest, and I'll just build my own lead and worry about him later. That would be my long-term sort of approach. But as a racing driver, you don't always think that way in the moment when you've got that other car alongside you. You've got an immediate threat. You know how quick that other driver is. And you're thinking championship as well at this midpoint of the season. So I think Pellegrini maybe just lost his head a little bit there. But of course, luckily, still got a 2.2 second gap to Enzo Gibbert in the rFRO. But that last lap was a 154.5, so yeah, Gibbert gained about 1.5 seconds on him there, just through that incident alone.
Yeah, and Justin Arola on the back of the train of the LMP2s, 4 laps down in that Sean Clark racing car, a very long way back, but Wojciech Pellegrini would be the next car to overtake and would then put himself officially 3 laps down on the circuit. That is the closest battle we have on the circuit, closest battle for position that we have on the circuit. It's that leading battle that we're looking at now between Harry Smith and Remy Delorme, only 4 tenths in it. Delorme not really able to get close like he did before. On the back of the NetRex car to make a move for the time being. It's been pretty stagnant for the last couple of minutes. With 4.5 hours on the clock still, he's got more than enough time to try and craft this overtake.
Yeah, Harry Smith, very, very experienced, a very, very calm head on a broad set of shoulders as well. He's hoping to keep them broad to keep Remy Delorme behind as well, if possible. Also interesting to note, Jules Neal just set a lap time 8 tenths faster than Tobias Hoffmann in front of him. That's the fight for 4th in the GT3 class. So Hoffmann, he's not really catching Dennis Duna. Duna has impressed me here in that Sim Racing for Holland car. Really, there's been a bit of good fortune to get them this high up the grid, but they've really had the pace to stay there compared to some of their opposition here. And yeah, Neil is really just a man on a mission at the moment. He's just been making moves left and right up the GT3 order after losing out a little bit in that early melee.
Yeah, absolutely. Good to pick your way through the early melee, but also good to keep yourself involved at this stage of the race. And Jules Neal is very much keeping himself involved. He's the one making moves at the front of the field in the GT3. He's made a move for P5 a couple of laps ago. Now looking at the back of Tobias Hoffmann for what would be a P4, and it's not a million miles to get to P3 either. So a good set of laps for this G League car. Let's see if he can get this move done as they go under the cheese bridge and out towards turn number 5. Is there any ducking and diving that's going to occur from Jules to try and almost duke out Tobias Hoffmann? He's going to get to the inside line. I think he's going to make this move pretty easily, actually. Inside line, getting it stopped from the brakes. Going to keep it on the circuit like he did at turn 1, but Hoffmann back up the inside. He's still fighting this one out.
Yeah, Hoffmann not trying to give up about a fight, but doesn't quite have the overlap into 4. And he sort of has to let that 4th place go. Yes, Tobias Hoffmann starting to go backwards in this race, but Jules Neal, meteoric progress just continuing here. Next target, of course, is Dennis Duna, who is just a little bit up the road as well. Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on the progress of Neal because he's proving to be a real wild card in that black and yellow G League esports machine. And really exciting to watch him just really outfox, outmaneuver, and outpace those around him.
Yeah, it's been great to watch so far in this race, and we'll have even more time to see what he can do throughout the rest of this race. I think it's going to be interesting at the next pit stops to see if drivers do start to change over. I mean, some of these teams officially have quite a few drivers listed. The likes of that number 19 NetRex car officially have 5 drivers listed. I don't think they're going to get through all of them today. You'd have to presume that another couple are going to jump in. Same can be said for the number 18 NetRex car. So 10 NetRex drivers. We've only had 2 so far in the first hour and a half of this race. Yeah, I think you'd expect to see another couple at least at the next pit stop cycle, which must be coming up soon. We've had about 40 minutes or 45 minutes actually since we got going. Actually, it's a little bit less than that, isn't it? About 30 minutes, 35 minutes since we got restarted. I think it's going to be interesting to see when the pit stops are made, what drivers and teams decide to do with their strategies.
Yeah, especially those that are still a lap or two down might try and do something a little bit unorthodox to try and make up that. What you really need is just some clear air, and it's quite hard to come by when you've got 3 different classes at the tight circuit like Road America, a high-speed tight circuit for good measure too. It's quite hard to find clear air to set those quick lap times in. You sort of either need to be leading in class or by quite some margin, or you need just to be quite a way down the field with nobody in front of you, essentially. So that's really the only way you're going to be able to have that clear air, or if you can make the overtakes very, very quick without being held up for too long, which is never really a guarantee. Meanwhile, when watching this, Jules Neal has got within 6/10 now of Duna. So the Sim Racing for Holland car is going to find that yellow and black G League BMW just breezing by if they're not careful in a few minutes' time.
They will. We'll keep an eye on that. We'll also keep an eye on this battle between Andrea Riccelli and Mika Kokiakowski for P3 in the LMP2 battle. These guys have been tightening themselves up a touch and will again through the carousel as Riccelli is going to sit and wait behind a fellow Simframe car in the GT3 for the exit of the carousel to make a move. Of course, you can see in this battle just up ahead the undercover Raijin car, but also the Go Team car that is a lap or two down in the LMP2 field, just at the front of this train. We're going to go and look at the G League car, though, with Jules Neal, as he's looking to try and make a move around the outside of Dennis Duna. He's not going to make it at Canada Corner because he's just about going to be forced wider. As we do see these battles almost converge on each other, they'll work their way towards the final corner. But Neal, I think, is going to be lining up turn number 1. He can't even get to the outside line, though, because the LMP2 is right in the way. Oh, no!
Oh! Well held actually by Jules Neal there, but yeah, the LMP2, I think that was the Go Team, was just in exactly the wrong place at exactly the wrong moment, and that's cost Jules Neal about a second. So Tobias Hoffman will be catching up a little bit as a consequence of that, getting back within a second, but that could have been so much worse for Jules Neal. That was nearly race over there.
Yeah, luckily enough, they were able to make it through, but not without a little bit of a hitch. This is the battle for the lead, though, in the hypercars. This is the lead for the race overall, of course. Harry Smith having to defend, but he's going to have the up and under done to him. Remy Delorme has judged that to perfection, and the Go Team car are back into the race lead. Netrex started the restart 1 and 2, and now 2 and 3. Delorme has dispatched of both of them, and how quickly can he get up the road here, Ed?
Yeah, that was a valiant defense from Harry Smith, but he left because he had to go defensive. The inside was open on the exit there, but now Harry Smith uses a bit of his hybrid battery trying to go around the outside into turn 3, and he's done it. He's retaken the lead, at least temporarily, as he has to go off track at turn 3 and back up the inside goes Remy Delorme. Love to see this never say die attitude from Harry Smith, as he now is even more trying to go around the outside of turn 5, but that was a non-starter there. And Remy Delorme is now having to get defensive once more, as all this traffic is really not ideal for him as well. Harry Smith knows this could be his best opportunity to retake the lead. If he doesn't do it now, Remy Delorme's just going to disappear.
Yeah, Delorme is going to try and escape up the road. He's doing an all right job of that so far, but we'll have to see if he can use some of this traffic to his advantage. It won't help him through the kink that he has to check up, and he won't get the run. In fact, it's going to be a pretty decent run for Harry Smith as he goes towards Canada Corner. Has he got anything to try and get past? He's nearly onto the grass. He's on the outside line. He's going to try it all the way around the outside, going wide and off the circuit, but I think he's just about got it done. It's around the outside again from Delorme, though, into the penultimate corner. Harry Smith will hold the lead, but Delorme has the inside line for the final turn, has the move done, but does he get a good enough exit? Harry Smith will have the advantage on the traction you'd expect. He has the advantage of the slipstream, and down this long front straight, can he make a move at turn 1?
Harry Smith is throwing absolutely everything at Remy Delorme right now. Fantastic to watch. He's got the run around the outside, but it's Remy Delorme that has the inside line. If he can brake late enough, no, he lets Harry Smith through, decides to live to fight another day on that front there. And look at what we can see here. Harry Smith back in the lead, exactly where he wanted to be, and Remy Delorme sees it's not going to be a piece of cake like he maybe thought it would a few laps ago. Harry Smith is showing himself to be quite the contender here today. So we see the first pit stop, I think, is that the Black Hawk LMP2 that's going into the pits there. Yeah, it looks like it. Looks like it's going into the pits. 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 L
I believe it is coming into the pits, and we'll have to see.
No, it's
what this is
undercover
going on. Sorry,
Raijin.
yes, undercover Raijin. I was looking at my timing page there. Raijin are in, and Korkikoski is still in that car after making the pits. Of course, a big gap back to Thomas Vac, who was, of course, leading the charge of the drivers who are a lap down or more. But we'll see if that's going to affect the undercover Raijin car too much over the course of this race. But this battle at the front of the field between Harry Smith and Remy Delorme, absolutely the ticket to be watching, as around the outside goes Delorme. And he's just about going to negotiate that traffic. Couldn't afford to lose too much more time as Harry Smith gets through before the kink.
Yeah, and another thing that we missed while we were watching that intense overall battle for the lead was Jules Neal has cleared Dennis Duna and is now on the podium. As we see, is that the 44 Hyperion going into the pits in 6th in the LMP2 class. So the LMP2s are starting to run really low on the fuel tank. But there we go. Oh, as you see Hoffman really in some trouble there in the background. As he's fighting with one of the Blackhawks, I think. That might be Arda Erchen trying to unlap himself. And Hoffman not very compliant there as they go through the kink, but he has to concede that track position, if not overall position there. So very aggressive stuff from Arda Erchan as we see all of the LMP2s starting to come into the pits, Dara. It's really everyone running out of fuel at this point.
Yeah, 45 minutes or so since the restart. That's about the limit for the drivers. How many minutes have we got left? We've got about 245. I reckon they can try and get home on 6 more stints based off of that maths. 5 stints is probably going to be a little bit of an ask, being upwards of 49 minutes, but we'll see what they can do. Vojta Boleshny is going that one extra lap. Let's see if that benefits him, as he will continue to lead this race at this stage of proceedings. It's going to be interesting to see how busy it is actually down on pit lane right now. Let's have a quick look. It's Riccielli coming out of the pit lane now with Simfreem. You can see 1, 2, 3, 4 drivers in the box, and Riccielli for the Simfreem car team will come out in P3 behind, of course, Guibert in that rFRO esports car, and he's already out of the pit lane and going past a couple of GT3s already. He's looking like he's in a good shape, or in good shape for the time being.
Oh, penalty for Matthias Zabinski. So that's the 45 Hyperion in trouble. They had sort of slipped down to 5th anyway, and it looks like they've sped in the pit lane as well for good measure then. So, yeah, Hyperion, they sort of got the car in difficulties. That's their lead car, and the other car, the one that's doing well in the championship, the one last time out, is a lap down effectively still. So, yeah, it's not really working out for the Poles at the moment, but hopefully Thomas Vac in the 44 can at least recover and get into that fight up the front then. Of course, they are a lap down literally because of the extra lap that Polesny is doing effectively. So maybe that's why Polesny did it, just to spite Thomas Vac for that unlapping attempt earlier that he clearly didn't appreciate.
Yeah, I'm still a little bit confused as to why he didn't appreciate that move so much, if I'm honest. He's 2 laps down. I mean, you just, let him get up the road. Don't cause any incident. I mean, that could have gone a lot worse.
It's a sort of tunnel vision, I think, Darren.
No, exactly. But it's surprising because still in the early stages of the race, after the red flag as well, you'd think that you're leading the race, you've got a relatively comfortable gap, all nice and calm. But, Polesny wanted to fight. He fought it. And luckily for him, it didn't go as bad as it absolutely could have done. Not too many gaps, though. Not too many battles for the lead at the moment. Jesper Pedersen, I should say, in the GT3 has a very comfortable gap, 15.3 seconds ahead of Jimmy Nisler, and it's been so impressive to see that Jimmy Nisler and Jules Neal have been able to work their way through the field up into 2nd and 3rd. They were both running about 5th and 6th at one point, but now both sitting on what would be the podium. They're just having a tough time trying to catch up to Jesper Pedersen, who has driven a flawless race up to this point.
Yeah, he's certainly not put a foot wrong and is taking advantage of the opportunity presented to them. And in contrast with Caspian Motorsport, the 75 with Semir Selek at the wheel that they were fighting for the lead in the championship, who are 5 points behind them, of course. They've had a really horrible day. Selek is down near the very, very back of the GT3 order, I think, with only 4 cars running behind him. He's effectively 3 laps down then overall. So it's not really gone to plan for them, with pretty much everything that could go wrong has gone wrong. As we see, that looks like the 45 coming in to serve its drive-through. And we also see the Simfream of, I believe that is Andrei Riccielli, that's starting to fight Korokowski, who we saw was the first of the LMP2s to pit. Now he's starting to be caught by Andrei Riccielli as into the pits comes Harry Smith from the lead.
Yes, and now this is where we're going to see the battle almost done on the strategy between the front two. 200 and, I mean, what is that? 242 minutes left in this race. So, you know, each stint, 5 stints to the end from here, you would be looking at about 48 minutes, give or take. So that could be a target for pretty much everybody in this hypercar field. Maybe they're looking to go on 4, but maybe would be a bit of a push at well over 50 minutes, nearing an hour. We'll wait and see how that occurs, though. Still a lot of time for drivers and teams to decide what's the best way to go about their strategy, but we're going to see how it impacts that battle for the lead. Is there a change for the lead in the pit stop phase? Is it going to stay exactly the same? We will wait and see. Riccielli still close to the back of Korkikoski, but not too close for now. Let's keep a bit of a close eye on how Delorme's in-lap is going, as you'd presume. He may not be coming in this lap, but you presume that he may be.
Yeah, certainly they can sort of, with Van Starkenberg only about 3 seconds behind, Netrex can sort of cover Delorme with the other car doing the same strategy as whatever Go Team are going to try and do here. But yeah, Delorme is going to hope that on the lower fuel he can just set a personal best middle sector here. So this could be an in-lap, as we see a yellow in the final sector, and their teammates are coming into the pits as well, actually, along with the Black Hawk of Moynier and the Seawolf Net Race car. You see him just in the background there, being serviced along with, finally, Walter Polesny has made it to the pits then in the Thomas Enge esports car.
Yes, and Polesny then down on pit road. We'll see how he is able to cope. But the Delorme going through, it's interesting to see how big this overcut is, realistically, from the Go Team
Van
car.
Starkenberg has also come in, so he's not covering Delorme as I expected he might. But so Harry Smith is going to re-inherit second position, and definitely looks like Smith is going for this sort of undercut here on the fresher tyres. But of course, he will have higher fuel load than Delorme at this moment in time.
Yes, we'll see how that does pan out. As I was saying a second ago, with Delorme staying out, means that maybe this can benefit him later on into the race in comparison to the two Netrex cars. We'll see how that does all pan out. Still not really many battles going on, particularly in the LMP2 class. Gaps are pretty wide. Worth noting as well where Thomas Vac has got to on the circuit. He is still, of course, a couple of laps down, and making sure that people are aware of where he is. But remember, he overtook the Thomas Enge Sim Racing car not a million years ago. Look where Enzo Guibert is. He's coming around turn 1. So clearly Vac hasn't got very far to try and get himself back towards any kind of contention, maybe trying to get back towards the teammate, because you can see Vac is just up the road here and going down in towards turn number 5. So not the best of 20 minutes or so for Vac, but he's got so much time to try and gain more time.
Did you see as well as Thomas Vac saw the Seawolf Net Race car of, I think that was Jan Venniger, coming out of the pits just alongside him? He knew he was going to come out ahead, and then Venniger was going to overtake. He was flashing his lights wildly as if to say, look, just get out of here. I'm on a mission here, trying to catch up to the rest of the LMP2s that I don't need to deal with you right now. So, yeah, Thomas Vac is taking no prisoners today. Into the pits comes Remy Delorme from the lead. So let's see where he comes out relative to Starkenberg and Smith. It looks like a short stop for Starkenberg because he's come out 1.4 ahead of Harry Smith, who was about 3 or 4 seconds behind.
Yeah, definitely bit of a cluster at the time being. We'll see how it does pan out. But now with Remy Delorme in the pit lane, how is this going to pan out with Von Starkenberg and Harry Smith? Von Starkenberg now being the natural leader of the two. Let's see if he is going to get. You'd think he's going to stay behind because of almost the extra length of the Harry Smith pit stop. But let's see if there is actually a bit of a difference. As Delorme we go trackside with him, or maybe not, because he is very much in the box. We'll follow with Rob Van Starkenberg, though, as they run up the hill. Is there any kind of chance for Von Starkenberg to get to the back of Remy Delorme? Where is Delorme? Can we spot him in the pit lane? No, he has gone. He's down towards turn 1, and Remy Delorme is away, and by a few seconds as well. The Go Team car very much in the lead of the race now.
But what could have happened here is that Netrex maybe have spooked Go Team into underfueling the car a little bit, which could hurt them strategically if they have to come in a few laps early in the next stint because they underfueled to keep track position. But that it very much remains to be seen there. I think Go Team probably won't be panicking too much now, but NetRex know with 2 cars in the fight, they can afford to play those sort of strategy games to underfuel Van Starkenberg to sort of force Go Team's hand a little bit there. Didn't quite work on this occasion, though, I don't think.
No, it didn't. But, hey, they're always going to be fighting in there, and we'll see how this one can develop. 4 hours, 16 minutes left to go in this race. We're nearly at that 1/3 mark for the 6 hours of Road Atlanta, round 5 of season 17 here of the Virtual Endurance Championship, brought to you live on Virtual Endurance Championship YouTube channel. Glad to have everybody's company watching along and in the chat as well. Hope you are enjoying this phase of the race. We certainly are up here in the commentary box. And as is Romy Delorme, going pretty nicely in that CMT Go Team racing car that does lead the race for the time being. It is still Wojtek Poleczny who leads in the LMP2s, just in behind actually the battle. Wojtek Poleczny, where is Thomas Vac? Is that Thomas Vac just behind actually? It is Thomas Vac just behind Wojtek Poleczny. This could get interesting again, Ed.
Yeah, I'm getting deja vu here. So Poleczny has sort of overcut his way back ahead of Thomas Vac, hasn't he, in terms of track position to put himself a lap ahead essentially again. And yeah, Thomas Vac is clearly not impressed. So no wonder he was flashing his lights at every car coming out the pits, because I think, you know, he's like, oh, that might be Wojtek Poleczny. So I'll flash just to make sure that it isn't. But yeah, what I expect to happen up front, by the way, is for Van Starkenberg to let Harry Smith back through, because I think he out-qualified Van Starkenberg, and he's naturally the slightly quicker of the two at this phase. And it makes no sense while fighting Romy Delorme to let Van Starkenberg hold Harry Smith up. But if they decide that they're in a race against each other for second rather than against Delorme for the overall victory, which we might see happen later on, then it might change the situation and it might turn into every man for himself, as we see the 3 GT3 leaders going into the pits.
Yes, and we'll see how this will affect the race, with drivers coming in for stops at about the 4 hour 15 mark, as the GT3s will pile themselves in. But Vac will be getting close to the back of Poleczny. This is going to get interesting, but just on behind of Vac is, of course, Harry Smith, who is trying to find his way through. Can't afford to lose too much time to Van Starkenberg, his teammate, and of course Romy Delorme, who does now lead the race, and they will now cross over through the kink. And Harry Smith is through on Thomas Vac, and we will keep an eye on how Vac is able to work his way up towards Wojtek Poleczny, because there's not really too many on-track battles for the time being, but we saw how tasty this was last time, and I don't think round 2 is going to be much different, especially after the afters that were left.
No, certainly not. But yeah, Thomas Inge Esports will be gritting their teeth at this moment, because they've done such a good job so far, built up a nearly 10-second lead after this pit stop, and now they've got the familiar, quite haunting sight from their point of view of the Hyperion of Thomas Vac closing up to the back of them, desperate to unlap itself, and it's certainly not going to do any favours. If Vac thinks he's not being given enough space, he won't be shy about making his feelings known in a very physical manner.
Yeah, let's see how it occurs. Hopefully, it's all nice and
that came out a little bit wrong. I'm sorry.
We can. No, it's okay. No, it's fine. We can have friends. We can be friends, can't we? Surely, and have a nice time racing together. We've still got 4 hours of the race, guys. Right? Let's see then. Thomas Vac down towards turn 5. Wojtek Poleczny just up in front. I don't think the move's going to be on this time round, but we will see what they can do in the coming minutes. Just to give you a bit of a run through of the current order in the GT3. So it's Duna is in the lead at the moment, I believe. They are yet to pit in the Sim Racing for Holland car, as that may be changing. No, it's not. I just got confused as I looked across. A couple of the GT3s coming in, but not Dennis Duna. Tobias Hoffman is P2, and then it is Ben Geider in P3. All 3 of these guys yet to pit.
Geider in the pits.
Although Geider is now in the pit lane, yeah, so there is one. Daniel Ersling, P4, is he coming in? Yes, he is. And that'll allow Jesper Pedersen, who's in P5, to cycle his way up back towards the podium positions in the GT3s, but you don't want to go that far wide up the final corner, Jesper. He will know that for sure. But rFactor Esports still going strongly, and after the season that they've had so far, I think they'll be somewhat delighted. Of course, they come into this race leading the championship, but by only 5 points. And with Caspian not necessarily being where they'd expect to be, I think this is looking pretty good at the moment for the rFactor Esports team.
Yeah, especially compared to their expectations going in. because I'm pretty sure Jene Simicic's stream is titled 6 hours of us moaning about BOP. So I think they've been moaning too much. So they might be moaning anyway, despite leading the race by a pretty comfortable margin, it must be said, once the pit stops cycle through. But yeah, certainly they're looking good to make it 3 in a row so far. I can't see anybody that could, Nisula or Jules Neal, really holding a candle to Peterson's pace, and I think Simicic, it might be the same story as well once he gets in. So you gotta say all signs point to Rafa in GT3 so far, but there's no guarantees. We've seen so much unexpected stuff happen in this race so far. All it takes is one maybe slightly overzealous hypercar or LMP2 making a bit of damage to that Rafa as it tries to lap it, and then it could completely change the picture. As there we go, Peterson very much lets the Seawolf have a wide berth around the outside there as it laps in. But at the moment, Peterson, apart from that slightly tardy exit the final corner that we just saw that you commented on there, I don't think he's really put a foot wrong. He's been absolutely exemplary.
He has, and it's been great to watch up to this point in the race. To your point about Jene's stream, it is called 6 hours of blaming BOP.
That's it, yeah.
So, yeah, they're not necessarily the happiest people in the world, but hey-ho, that's how it goes sometimes.
That's what happens when you lead a championship.
Yeah, exactly that. I noticed something in chat of Adrian in the chat saying Monaco, let's go. And I don't really want to break many hearts, but I believe the Monaco car is out of the race. So that it's not been a particularly good day. I believe they were out of the race in the first few laps even. So it's not been a particularly good day. We started with 40 cars. We have 39 remaining. Well, we have 38 remaining because Abel Sequeira is apparently out of the race. Yes, he is 21 laps down. We just haven't picked up on that to this point. But there is lots going on, lots to keep track of. It doesn't necessarily help that we've got cars, you know, on the lead lap, not on the lead lap. It's all a bit crazy. But with 4 hours 10 to go, we do know that Remy Delorme, Wojciech Bolesny, and Dennis Duna lead our 3 classes, and they're not all being led by very much. I mean, we haven't really seen many battles for the lead, but it is fair to say that it has been relatively close. And Dennis Duna's gap only just about 3.5 seconds back to Tobias Hoffmann just in behind.
Yeah, the Wanaka car is the 96, so we've not really seen a head or tail of the 96 since the race got restarted after the red flag. So, yeah, I think it's safe to say they are out of the picture at the moment. But we did just see there also a couple of comments from, you can tell who is on in the chat is from the Thomas Enge esports team and who's more on the Hyperion side. Yukamaki Yupi from Thomas Enge Sim Racing, who I think is going to be driving later, says, yeah, they need to catch us to try and kill us again from 1 lap behind. Christian Muscala says, just let him go. So I think Christian agrees with you, Dara.
Well, I mean, yeah, I guess the pace in my head, I saw that the driver behind had the fastest lap and was coming up behind me and was 2 laps down and was looking for a move. I just wouldn't fight them. I wouldn't get aggressive with them. If they wanted to get aggressive, let them, and then let them go up the road, because it's not necessarily your race at the moment, and holding them up now is not going to make a whole lot of difference. It may even lose you time in the grand scheme of things. I mean, that's what I would personally do. Of course, the teams, Thomas Enge, are more than entitled to try and keep everybody the laps behind that they can, because they are leading the race. They have the prerogative to do that. It's just how you want to go about that, I think, is where some of the conflict will occur. But this is the battle. Thomas VEC and the Thomas Enge sim racing team are going to be going at it down, I think, probably down at turn 5 once again. Inside line of the race-leading Rafa Esports car in the GT3s means that Thomas VEC gets a little bit held up and may get checked up a bit and not able to make the move on Poleshny as they make their way down towards turn 5.
Yeah, Wojciech Poleshny didn't really give Jesper Peterson a whole lot of warning into turn 1, and Jesper Peterson, as a result, wasn't able to give a whole lot of space. But they just about made it through without just avoiding contact there, so that was a disaster avoided mercifully there. So there shouldn't be, it's not like Poleshny is making enemies in the other classes as well. It's literally just Thomas VEC that he doesn't like, it seems, at the moment, having to deal with. But yeah, Thomas VEC is making himself into a bit of an issue here, and as long as he can stay, get himself back on the lead lap, and he's threatening to do so, then he remains a bit of a problem, a bit of a factor the rest of the top 5 in LMP2 are going to have to deal with as this race goes on. But yeah, meanwhile, interestingly, and I do think this backs up, as we see Terzi set the fastest lap in GD3 in the sim frame, interestingly. Remy Delorme, he's not really been able to pull away from Rob van Starkenberg, and that to me suggests that van Starkenberg has got quite low fuel. Because naturally, I think Delorme was a fair bit quicker than both Van Starkenberg and Smith then. So yeah, Van Starkenberg definitely enjoying the lower fuel at the moment potentially, but that could come back to bite him in terms of strategically later on.
Well, it may just suggest that the Go team didn't underfuel. Of course, Van Starkenberg got a couple of laps of the undercut, so would naturally have less fuel if they both fuel to the same level, just a little bit between them in terms of time. So I absolutely think that it's probably to do with that rather than anything else. I can't imagine they significantly underfueled the car. I just think realistically, if anything, Harry Smith just had a longer pit stop and dropped back the 2 positions from where he was. Dennis Duna in the pit lane. Tobias Hoffmann is in P2 as well. We will now see the RAF Esports team go through, and there they are. Jesper Pedersen back into the lead of the race, cycles through, of course, going a little bit shorter on that first stint. I wonder if they're doing the extra stint. We've seen them do that a couple of times before this season when it's felt like it's going to be a little bit of a crazy strategy. Let's see if it works for them tonight. I think they'll back themselves from the good position that they found themselves in about 15-20 minutes ago.
Yeah, we also see there has been a driver change, and Jules Neal has handed over to Matteo Axigitz, and Matteo is struggling to pass the second of the satellite cars. Inisula in the leading one that's currently in second. Andrew Holland in their second car as well is now being used to really hold up G League Esports here, and this is costing them a chance on the podium here because the Sim Racing Holland car and the Brabham Esports car are not far out of getting out the pit lane here, and Axigitz needs to get through as soon as possible.
Yeah, and let's see, can he do it? Down in towards turn 1. G-League have been making moves throughout this race, well, particularly since the restart. Inside on and Andrew Holland, and the satellite racing car will be step number 1 for Matteo as he goes to the inside, gets that move done. It's easy as you like down the inside, and he's up into P3, of course, a long way off the top 2. We'll have to see if those gaps do end up closing a touch. But there is a big gap, isn't there, between Jimmy Nidler at the moment and Matteo, and I don't really think that there's too much to explain for that at this point in the race. We see
the driver change, Matteo.
Well, exactly.
Whereas Nisila and Peterson haven't yet.
Exactly, but apart from that, there's not really anything else to describe why the gap is so large. Just how it's happened. Matteo, I thought he was going to spin himself out there. Didn't
right in front of Remy Delorme as well.
Yeah, exactly. As I was just about to say, as the Go team car comes through, and I don't think Delorme wants any hiccups at this stage of the race, nearly 2 hours in.
No, I mean, he's had more than his fair share of drama, isn't he? to fill a couple of seasons, right? Let alone just this one race. But yeah, finally come back to the front. And it may be, he's being held up in traffic here. That may start to play in his mind a little bit if Van Starkenberg continues to just nibble away as the Black Hawk goes well onto the grass at the carousel there. And that's not going to be ideal for any of these drivers because they do not want to be right behind him when he rejoins.
No, they want to be safe as Remy Delorme goes past the GT3. He goes past the Hyperion LMP2. It's the P5 running Hyperion. That's not Thomas Vac. That is indeed the other LMP2 run by Hyperion with Matthias Zibinski in at the moment. But they will work their way through. This is the battle that we were thinking about before. Thomas Vac, Wojtek Peleczny. It's not really kicked off just yet once again. There's more than enough time for it to do so with 4 hours on the clock and pit stop still a little bit in the distance.
Yeah, another thing that I've been looking at is I think Ben Guida is fighting away with. I'm trying to figure out the order here in terms of the GD3s effectively. So Ben Guida has got a 7-second gap to Bert Knops that we're looking at there. Then I think Kirjan has gotten aboard the Brabham. That's it, and he's come out right behind Ben Guida, essentially. So Guida, I think, has sort of undercut his way back ahead of the Brabham team. And that's what this battle is now, is Johan Kirjan, of course, with the driver changes, put them a little bit further down the pack in terms of track position at the moment.
This battle still meaningful to both drivers and both teams, of course, as Guida goes a little bit wide and Johan looking for the move, and We'll see if Grosjean can make anything work in that Brabham Motorsports car. I don't think it's going to happen down at turn 5 though, as they will get themselves onto the stoppers, but they're only a lap or so off the 3rd distance mark in this race. Again, I mean, not a great deal going on towards the front in many of the classes, and as we look further back, there's not a great deal going on either. Someone I did want to mention, actually, running towards the back of the field is Andrea Gandossi, of course, in this Tamelli ERT car, who, I mean, they had some issues off the start, right back through the order, but have been able to almost quietly try and work their way through a little bit through the field. Andrea Terzi, who is going faster than pretty much anybody else in the class at the moment, is up the road. We'll see if that gap can close. But if anything, I think Terzi's looking at the likes of Celik and Pim van Ark that are just a little bit further up the road. And when I say a little bit further, Pim van Ark's nearly 2 minutes up the road. So big gaps for these guys to close, and a lot of time for them to do so.
Yes, Celik, Terzi, and Gandosia are the three that really in GT3 lost out big time at the start and have sort of been playing catch-up ever since. Celik, especially with those championship aspirations for Caspian Motorsport, really need to do damage limitation here. As, oh dear, this is Kurgin being lapped then by that's VEC and Polesny then. So VEC is now right behind Polesny as he tries to unlap himself, and he's cheekily trying to slot his way up the inside. And is Wojciech Polesny going to turn in on him? That is the question.
Yes, let's see. Between them as VEC and Polesny come into frame. An inside line for Thomas VEC. Inside for the Hyperion, and they're back up to a little bit gentler, a little bit calmer than we saw a little while ago. And now Thomas VEC hold the position, or will he have to make it 3 times a charm, getting past Wojciech Polesny? Still 2 laps down is the Hyperion driver, but is somewhat closing up to the back of his teammate. Of course, we're seeing Thomas VEC a lap down compared to Ziebinski. It's more than a lap down, mind you. So it's a lap and a half down on Ziebinski, as Ziebinski is down at the Kings. It really is about a lap and a half. I think the next target for VEC will be to get past his teammate, and then will be, on the lead lap, in quotation marks, compared to his battle. It's just a long way. It's a long way back for him to go. But I think these are the races that I'd enjoy. You've got a set target. It's a very clear target. It's a long way in the distance, but it means that it's something that you can focus on for the next 4 hours, rather than having too many variables to think about. Yeah,
in a way, it sort of frees it, because you sort of think, oh, maybe with all that drama at the start, oh, well, my race is over, thinks Thomas VEC. But then it opens up in front of him with the red flag, and it means that he's got a gap that's not completely insurmountable, but it means he just has to not leave any time on the table and effectively lose as little time in traffic as possible, and try and get into the, I think certainly in this stint, the top 4 or 5 is achievable. And we'll have to see how things develop, whether the leaders make any mistakes that opens up maybe a podium position as well. But yeah, I think VEC is on target to at least get into 5th or 4th at the moment.
Absolutely. And VEC, well, this is the thing. He may be on track, but he's got a hell of a lot of time to try and catch up right now. I mean, they're lapping just over 1 minute 50s in the LMP2s. He is about 2 minutes 40 off of P5, and it's not like he's gaining big chunks of time at the moment. It's going to be a long way back, at least, that's for sure. Having a look at some of, possible battles that could start to develop at the moment. Andrea Lucelli trying to maybe close in on Mikko Korkiakowski, 5.2 seconds is the gap between those two. We also see the battle for the lead between Remy DeLorme and Rob von Starkenberg close to about 3 seconds for the time being as well. So definitely things to keep an eye on with 4 hours left to go on the clock. But we are through the 2-hour mark, so it's maybe nice to have a little bit of a run through of the orders at the moment. We'll start off at the top of the hypercar field, and it's Remy DeLorme who leads the way in the 17 Go Team car. Rob von Starkenberg and Harry Smith for the 2 Netrex teams are 2nd and 3rd. And then look back to see Jan Veilinger and Zot Pribek in 4th and 5th. Norbert Jakob is a long way down in the number 7 Go Team car, and look me even further, 3 laps down overall for him in the class. Over in the LMP2s, it is Wojtek Poleczny who still leads the way ahead of Enzo Guibert in the rFactor SimSport car. Undercover Raijin and Simframe are fighting over P3 for the time being, with a nice gap back to the 45 Hyperion. It's then more than a lap back to the 44 Hyperion, with On-Off Racing and the 37 Go Team car following in tow. Pan Corsa, the Sean Clark Racing, Arm Cybra and the 38 Go Team car were in the top 12 in the LMP2s. Mark Veit, the number 30 Blackhawk car, is in 13th and rounds out our LMP2 class. And then finally, over in the GT3s, it's Jasper Pedersen who leads the way for Rafa Esports, ahead of Satellite Racing and G-League by a relatively comfortable gap. Satellite Racing are fourth, just ahead of Sim Racing for Holland, with Andrew Hollam and Bert Knops fighting it out there, with Ben Geider and Johan Kerjin for SRC Commerce Esports and Bradman Esports in the top 7. The top 10 rounded out by Bros Racing, the 91 Blackhawk and the 88 WRT of Mitchie Hoyer, with the 81 Blackhawk in 11th, 51 Top Racing in 12th, and the 70 Team Iris in 13th. It's Caspian Motorsports and Simframe in the top 15, with Gandossi in the Tamelli ERT, the 55 Simframe, the 77 Seawolf Net Race, and the 53 retired MC Motorsport by Biogas car, rounding out our battles in that class, and the order in the class for that matter. But that's your little 2-hour check-in in this race. It's good to get a look at what is going on the circuit, and not least in the battle for P4 here, Ed.
Yeah, here comes Bert Knops then, getting the Sim Racing Honda car right over the curb. Oh, and a bit of contact with Andrew Hollam, who seems to be deployed by Satellite as the defense car in this race. Just absolutely doing his best to impede the progress of Bert Knops, but Knops was unstoppable there, was absolutely charging through like a bull in a china shop, and Hollam sort of had to almost get out of the way there. But yeah, Bert Knops really showing some good pace here, and he's certainly been one of the top drivers for Sim Racing Holland. He's been doing this, I looked for, since 2004 for Sim Racing for Holland. It's very rare that you see a driver with not just that length of career, but that sort of loyalty with the same squad as well. It's really, really heartwarming to see Bert Knops still at it and still one of the top drivers in the GT3 class, getting this opportunity to really get the Sim Racing Holland car well and truly into the mix then. Of course, still 9 seconds to G-League, but of course with Jules Neal out of the car, Bert Knops might be able to show what he can do in this next stint. The thing that I was going to mention before that as well, while you're going through the order, was Van Starkenberg was lapping about 2 tenths per lap quicker than Remy Delorme consistently, and then there was a lap where Delorme lost about 6 tenths. The lap that's just been, Delorme has fought back 147.5, and Van Starkenberg had a bit of a slower lap in traffic, 148.2. But yeah, Delorme, like I said earlier, he might be feeling a little bit concerned that Van Starkenberg seems to have just suddenly found this pace out of nowhere. I'm not sure it's all down to just going for a little bit smaller fuel load at the pit stop. I think genuinely he might have found some pace somehow.
Yeah, it looks like that could be a bit of a theme. There's the yellow flag in Sector 1. Can I spot who it is? Yes, I can spot who that is. That is going to be P11 in the LMP2s. It's the 41 Arms Cybra car that is off the road at the moment. Francesco Genial.
Oh, there he is.
Some issues. There he is, and you can see the rear wing off of the car, and he's going to have to limp all the way back to the pit lane. Not good at all for him. Let's go back to this battle between Geider and Kerjon, though, as they work their way towards turn 5. It's a real closing feeling for the Bradman Motorsports car. Inside, outside. You think he'd go to the inside, but he's not going to quite go for the move, as there's traffic coming through. That's part of the calculations that these GT3s have to make, but no move there for Johan, and will have to stay where he is for the time being as we go into the 3rd hour now.
Yeah, Ben Geider under a fair bit of pressure here, of course, to try and hold that 6th position as best he can. The SRC car is sort of being played out of the podium fight at this phase, and Kerjo knows he cannot afford to just hemorrhage time behind that Ferrari. He needs to find a way through, and Kerjon, of course, will have seen the job that Tobias Hoffman did early in his stint and knows he has got to step up to the plate here. But round the outside comes the race leader, Remy Delorme, at the carousel. It's almost like that's the standard line for the hypercars now, because they always seem to come upon the GT3s during the carousel, don't they? And the GT3s get there first, they get the racing line, so the hypercars have to make do with the more circuitous route then. But yeah, Ben Geider has been defending really, really well here, and Johan Kerjin may have to get creative here, and maybe all of these hypercars coming through will present the opportunity here. Might force Geider into a mistake as he gets a little bit shaky on the exit of Canada Corner then, as they go through the Bill Mitchell bend at turn 13.
Yeah, we'll have to see if any moves can happen down into towards turn one. It's been nice to have a little bit of an on-board look with Kurjan, really, as they work their way up towards the start-finish line. Once again, a little bit of traffic coming through, but is Guider under pressure, or is Johan going to stick behind once again? He's gaining like a tow rope attached to the car in front, but he's just going to back off once again and think better of the move, really. So nothing ongoing just yet, and Guider will defend for the time being as we work our way through towards turn 2 and turn 3. 23 seconds of a gap for Pedersen at the moment at the front of that GT3 field. I think it's going to be almost difficult to bridge at the moment, as it even goes out a little bit further. Guider and Kurjan, though, go through down in towards turn 5, and this could be the move.
Yep, here we go then. So Kurjan has got the inside, brakes as late as he can, makes the corner perfectly, and Guida is undone there. There was nothing he really could have done to halt the progress of Kurjan there. And Brabham back into the top 6 here at Road America then. So yeah, Ben Guida just started out of turn 2 there, where he just had a really horrible exit as he even got onto the grass a little bit as well. And so he was always going to be vulnerable at the end of the straight. In comes Geniali. Luckily they didn't need a code 80 for the wounded armed supercar, missing its rear wing and quite a bit of the rear suspension too. I think it looked a bit wonky. But yeah, luckily he got into the bits about the need to neutralize the race. So that's good news for everybody in terms of not being undone by someone behind you getting a free pit stop just because of when the code 80 happens, which can often be a little bit of a hindrance in endurance racing. But it's the way it goes sometimes, of course, but not on this occasion. Everybody stays as is then, and then Starkenberg still 2.3 seconds behind Remy Delorme. He has closed in again, 147.9. Oh, big crash, and that's one of the Valets round as he makes contact with Guida.
Yeah, big collision between those guys, and let's try and be able to find where they are all are on the circuit. Difficult to judge where they are for the time being. It looks like everybody's just about managed to get their way through, but that wasn't exactly what we'd like to see. It means that Guida's now off the back of the Johan Kurjan in the Brabham Esports car, and they will continue onwards here, but a long way to go. Not what you really want to be seeing, though, is it?
Not at all. I think that must have been the 36 that we saw in issues there. Did he keep it out of the wall? He did very well if he did so. But yeah, that was certainly for Valley Esports, who had such a good run, didn't they? Bahrain, second in the LMP2 championship as well. It was Interlagos where they finished second, sorry. But they have been having a pretty good time of things recently. But this race is really pretty much everything that could go wrong for them has gone wrong since the very beginning. And that big moment with the GT3 car is certainly going to impede their progress. But again, it's the sort of fallacy of not quite the sunk cost fallacy, but when you've lost all the time early in the race and you take risks like that to catch up, it can so easily backfire when you're too aggressive, especially into a corner like the Bill Mitchell bend, which is very high speed. You can sort of come unsighted there and come unstuck quite easily in that kind of manner. But meanwhile, Rob van Starkenberg is just really zooming up towards the back of Remy Delorme, and Delorme, he feels almost a little bit helpless at this phase, doesn't he? Because Van Starkenberg just keeps closing in, and he just doesn't have an answer.
Well, Van Starkenberg is closer than he's been in a very long time now. 1.1 seconds is the gap. He's right behind Remy Delorme now, and definitely has a shot at trying to get himself into the lead of this race. Of course, we did see the other NetRex car leading for quite a while, so if Starkenberg can get there in the 18, it would mean that both NetRex cars will have led the race today, and in the first half as well, if you can get there in the next 48 minutes or so. Delorme a little bit wide as well through turn 5. It just doesn't look comfortable at the moment in that Go Team car, and Rob van Starkenberg very much looks like he's turning the screw and he's applying the pressure, and it may be something to be felt a little bit by Remy Delorme.
Yeah, of course. All that effort to get past Harry Smith, and then he's got to deal with his teammate Von Starkenberg, who he seemed to pass relatively easily, didn't he, earlier on. It took a couple of laps, but he got through up the inside into turn 1, and then we thought that was the last that Delorme would see of Starkenberg, and now that's been put into stark contrast, if anything, because Van Starkenberg is proving us all wrong and showing that he had something in reserve. He's now chosen to unleash at this phase of the race. Of course, we don't know exactly how the strategy is going to play out, whether this is put him a little bit closer to Remy Delorme than he actually is in the overall order. But nonetheless, it's great to see Netrex rolling the dice to try and take the fight to Go Team. And Starkenberg seems very much up to the challenge at the present moment. As we see into the pits comes, is that again, of course, that's the hidden undercover Raijin, yes, that making their early stop again in this phase in LMP2 from third.
Yeah, of course, they came into the pit lane quite early on, didn't they, in the last set of pit stops, so unsurprising somewhat to see them come in now. Still a very long way to go in this race. G League have become a little bit isolated, haven't they, in this race with Matteo, Ax. We are not going to get this right. I know we're not getting this right, Ed, but I don't know exactly how to pronounce it. Axex. I'm going to go, whatever. Matteo in the G League car with a stellar last name, it's fair to say. He's a little bit on his own. 32 seconds or so behind the drivers in front. 10 seconds ahead of the Sim Racing for Holland car behind of Bert Knott. So a little bit lonely for the time being, but this is really where you earn your money as a driver, and you have to keep concentrating, keep the focus high, and keep the lap times consistent, because that's really what you need to be doing in this kind of endurance race.
I'm sure French speakers are laughing at both of us now, Darren.
I don't even know if it's French. I tried to look up the origin of the name, and apparently it couldn't even give it to me. I would presume...
they are a French team. Jules Neal is definitely French.
Yes, but it could be Swiss. It could be of the Swiss language descent. It could be anything. It could be Romansh. I don't necessarily know. It's great though, either way.
Yeah, certainly. He's had actually a pretty good performance since being given that car by Jules Neal, getting past the second satellite car, doing very, very well past Andrew Holland earlier on, and he's kept Bert Knops very much at arm's length for 10 seconds in arrears. He lapped 0.6 quicker than in the previous lap, so it's not just his name that's been making headlines. I think he's very much been handed over the baton by Jules Neal and picked it up quite convincingly as well to boot. So Jimmy Nisula might not necessarily. I mean, he is a good 31 seconds out. So I think because of that driver change, Nisula and Peterson, we are going to see them sort of fall a little bit closer into Axegit's hands once they have to do their pit stop, as well as we see the Go Team LMP2 is also heading into the pits as well. That's Jelle Binsberg, and then possibly for a driver change. Meanwhile, Van Starkenberg still within 0.8, but his charges, he was only a tenth quicker than Delorme the previous lap then, so he's not quite going to over 0.2 a lap quicker, or 0.6 laps quicker, it was at one point, than Delorme. So the pressure is still on, but as we see, actually the gap extends back up to 1.6 seconds on this lap. So Delorme has found something, and maybe he's just sort of pacing himself a little bit potentially, and trying to sort of pull the gap to Starkenberg when it gets a little bit too close for comfort, if that makes sense.
Yeah, definitely going to be interesting just to work out how this is going to work out between this collection of cars. But for the time being, the G League running a very lonely race. Let's look up again with Rob van Starkenberg near the front of the field. Not much to split those. Actually, no. Let's go back to this battle between Andrew Holland and Johan Kerjon there. I definitely like to pronounce Kerjon, if Johan is French. He is in P6. Andrew's in P5. The satellite racing car not really going too far forward in this stint. And Johan definitely going forward. Let's see if he can pick off another spot for P5.
Yeah, I think Johan and Brabham have sort of lost out, because remember they were right behind Sim Racing for Holland, who are in fourth at the moment. They pit and they were about 4 or 5 seconds behind, and now they're over 11 seconds behind effectively. So that they need to get past Andrew Holland as quickly as possible. But Holland has sort of proved himself to be a tough nut to crack, hasn't he? It did take a couple of goes for the G League team to clear him, and now Johan is sort of feeling the pain himself, isn't he? So again, it's sort of, he's just spent pretty much the entire stint stuck behind that BMW, and Andrew Holland has not really put too much of a foot wrong or given too many opportunities here. So Kerjin is going to have to just see if that Corvette, use the strengths of that car to find a way through. Of course, it's pretty quick on sort of corner entry through some of the faster corners sometimes. Can be a little bit infamously quite tricky to set up. There's been a lot of races I've seen where inexperienced teams have put in a wild setup in the Corvette, and the Corvette, like at say Le Mans for instance, and the Corvette has just spent most of the race facing in the wrong direction before retiring effectively. But certainly that's not the case at Brabham. They are a crack team, and of course they've been doing real racing for a long time. They've been doing sim racing for quite a few years as well, and have hired some great names to sort of their stable effectively. Arnage competition, the Belgian squad is one of them as well, and there's all sorts of others that are part of the stable. I think the Jensen Button owned team, I can't remember, I think it's Rocket Sim Sports, they're also part of Brabham as well, so it would make sense they've got a lot of the same, that sort of stable of drivers at their disposal. Wouldn't surprise me Kurjin is one of them as well. But yeah, look at this, Holland now starting to break a little bit early into turn 1, and that compromises his exit here. He's getting defensive, and into turn 2 Kurjin is right on the rear bumper, but he's gonna have to wait a little bit longer to find a way past.
Is this the chance, though? Exit of turn 3, down towards the braking zone at turn 5. It's Johan Kurjan in the Brabham Motorsports car, right on the back of Andrew Holland, trying to pick a way through. Let's see. Is he going to duck inside, outside? Looks like he's trying to get in the mirrors to the inside line, maybe to scare Andrew Holland off of his line. That is what he was doing. But to no avail, though. Holland nicely on his racing line and will stay where he is. Whilst they are running not side by side, but nose to tail for the time being, I wanted to have a quick little look in at how we are getting on. Oh, there's Kurjan. Oh, we won't go away from this because, yeah, he had a good exit as well compared to Holland. Down in towards this tricky braking zone at 9. Can he try and make a move here? Holland's on the extreme inside here. It's going to give Johan a much better exit into the carousel, but there's not going to be much room on the left-hand side, and you're not going to make a move around the outside there. And they will stay line of stern through the corner. We'll keep an eye on this for another minute or so, I think, Ed, because it's far from over.
Yeah, so that all started because Holland coming up into turn 6 uphill just went really, really wide, and then Kurjin trying to go around the outside at 7 sort of went off track as well, trying to find a way through around the outside. 7 is the infamously very, very tricky corner to make the move on because it's flat out right-hander effectively, even though it is almost sort of 90 degrees. As it looks like a bad lap for Delorme because Van Starkenberg is back within 8/10 of him as well, so we'll have to keep half an eye on that battle too, as there is David Berenek quite way down.
I was trying to find Mariano Carlos, sorry. I think he caused that yellow flag that we briefly saw.
That was looking like the front left end of that car. The exit carousel was hanging very, very low. Possibly some suspension damage then.
Yes, I believe we saw that brief yellow flag. I took a quick look at the track map, and the only car in the vicinity of the only stopped car on the circuit, realistically, was Mariano Carlo in that armed cyber car, which is why we're having a quick look. It looks okay for the time being, but we will, of course, come back to that battle. We'll go back up to Johan as he tries to get through, and he's getting so close now on the back of Andrew Holland that he's going to have to try and prioritise this exit whilst also managing the traffic coming through.
And he hit the rear bumper there, so Holland is starting to catch him out with either his slow exits from turn 2, or he's just getting a little bit over defensive here. And Kurjin, though, not really able to take advantage of it. Maybe the Corvette doesn't quite have the straight line speed of the BMW, and that is why the Brabham... Oh, there we go, but Holland slides wide into turn 5, up the inside, tries at Johan Kurjin, but he has to sort of drift off to avoid losing control. No, he has to sort of arrest the slide effectively to avoid losing control. He isn't... I got that sentence wrong, but up the inside again on the exit of 7, but again, no way through, and now the Racing Zone hypercars coming through, as indeed is that the sim frame as well of Andrea Terzi trying to unlap himself as well. So this is not ideal for Kurjin. Just as he was shaping up to make the move, all of a sudden he's got to deal with a car not on the same lap as him.
Yeah, this isn't really what he had in mind. Oh, this doesn't look good. 2 sim frames either side. That got very, very close and not comfortable at all. Not at all for those guys as they now work their way through the kink. It's the P18 car in the GT3s, I think it is. Yes, Mattia Panchi coming through is a long way down the order, but getting involved, and who can blame them? As Kurjin is now a little bit further off the back than he was before. Ben Guide is actually trying to come to the back of this battle as well. There he is on Kurjan. Of course, Kurjan overtook him not too long ago. We'll see how that develops. If we go up to the front, I also wanted to have a quick look at Thomas Vac, because of course he unlapped himself compared to Wojciech Polezny. He is now making his way into turn 7, and Polezny is still going down towards turn 5. I think there's some pit stop differentials going on here.
I think that's the pace of Thomas VEC as well.
Well, yeah, exactly.
We see Harry Smith has gone in the pits as well early, so he's deciding to try and get the undercut again on Van Starkenberg and Delorme. Starkenberg's within half a second of Remy Delorme. Delorme is sustaining incredible pressure at the moment. This is fantastic to see from NetRex. As you see Polezny, just about lock up as he's about to go into the carousel.
Yeah, we'll have a look at that battle for the lead in just a second. I wanted to
there it is.
draw the comparison. Between the two Hyperions. So Thomas VEC, of course, it was about half a lap down on his teammate. We can see him now coming towards the final corner. Ziebinski is now coming down turn 1. So the pace of Thomas VEC is really so that he's getting much closer to the back of his teammate and the back of what could be unlapping himself compared to his teammate. To the leading battle, though, and to Delorme versus von Starkenberg, this is as close as it's been.
Yep, and Walter Polezny getting well out of the way of the two hypercars. I think he's learned his lesson from earlier on. Certainly no point fighting the hypercars. They were much faster than the LMP2s. But Delorme a little bit twitchy on his exit from turn 14, the final corner, as he goes back onto the Road America straight with Van Starkenberg close in tow. This is a long stop for Harry Smith, and that's because Danny Van Der Neet, as you see, just getting on board that car now, as they see this is his teammate battling away for the overall lead then. So at just before half distance, the number 19 NetRex squad have decided to cut their losses, get Harry Smith in, put Danny Van Der Neet in as the WRT car nearly lost control and hit Van Starkenberg there. That was a lucky escape and a half then. But Van Starkenberg still within 3/10 of Remy Delorme and keeping the pressure on. How long can Remy Delorme sustain this as Van Starkenberg gets super late on the brakes, almost has to get out of the throttle there at turn 5.
Yeah, not able to get it done yet is Rob Van Starkenberg, but he is trying to make something work in that NetRex car. You would say that they're approaching their pit stops maybe in the next lap or two. I'm surprised that Van Starkenberg is going an extra couple of laps compared to his teammate.
He did that the first stint, didn't he?
Well, exactly, he did, but I'm wondering if he's going to then extend it by a similar amount this stint, or whether it's going to be basically, for example, the first stint was 20 laps for one, 18 for another. I'll be interested to see whether it's 20 and 18 again, or whether they both go 18 is more my point. But Von Starkenberg is falling back a touch from that Go Team car. So we'll have to see if he comes into the pit lane this time around. He's absolutely not going to be able to get through at turn 1, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think he was probably hoping to have another go at making the move, and some of the traffic is not played to his advantage as well. But yeah, certainly Van Starkenberg into the pits he comes immediately, so you called that perfectly, Dara. So full credit there. But yeah, Van Starkenberg was just running a little bit too low on the fuel tanks, and it could well be that they're going to follow the sister team and do the driver change now. Looks like the Seawolf NetRace team are also coming in, which has handed Harry Smith that third position. Oh, not Harry Smith, it's Danny Van Der Neet, sorry. That third position back for that number 19 car. So we'll have to see how long this stop is from Van Starkenberg. Are NetRex going to roll the dice again, or are they going to have to get the other driver in?
Let's have a look. Is it Rob Van Starkenberg who will stay in the car, or will we get someone else jumping in? I'd be shocked if Van Starkenberg actually doesn't stay in the car. He may start to do the first half of the race, but I just can't see them doing that at NetRex. Maybe with the pace that he's showing, they want to keep him in for another stint. I don't want to break that up, but still, a lot of time left in this race for things to change around. Von Starkenberg still in the box. We'll keep an eye on him. My mind, Ed. Going back to this battle between Andrew Holm and Johan Kerjon as they cross the line once again. With the SLC Commerce Esports car just in behind, it adds a little dynamic to this battle, which is that if you make too much of a mistake, it's going to go a little bit more wrong than you would expect it to.
Yeah, you don't want to make a risky move, diving up the inside from miles back, and then suddenly find, instead of gaining a position, you're losing two in quick succession then. But yeah, Andrew Holm is really doing a good job of backing Johan Kerjon into the path then of the SRC car Ben Guider, who of course yet to do that driver change, so they're a little bit sort of artificially in contention here. But yeah, Kerjon has been the big loser of this pit stop phase, sad to say, for the Brabham fans, but he's going to try and make that right now. Finally up the inside once more into turn 5, and he's going to pull his way ahead of that BMW. Nothing Andrew Holland can do this time as the move is completed cleanly. Out of the pits comes the number 18 with Ivan Leonov now at the wheel, and he's going to merge well behind Remy Delorme, of course, who is yet to enter the pit lane. So we'll have to see how it all filters out ultimately, but this is a bold call then. Can Leonov get the undercut on Remy Delorme, or is Delorme going to hold that lead? It's going to be very, very tight to see how that filters out.
Yeah, and Delorme does stay in the lead for the time being, but of course we are expecting maybe that to change around a touch. A 100-second lead isn't really what he's got. We will see that duck down once again, but not quite yet. Andrew Holland and Ben Guida now fighting, as Guida wouldn't mind fighting his way through on the satellite racing car, which has been under pressure, it's fair to say, quite a bit in this stint. And Guida all over the rear end of Andrew Holland, trying to find a move. I don't think it's going to happen just yet, but very clearly going for the move. Oh, actually going to go for it into the final corner, is he? Diving late on the brakes. Oh, nearly gets up the inside, something to work out. But that got close into the final corner. That would have been a shock move as well.
Yeah, I think Ben Guida's just trying to catch him out by going for a move where he probably wouldn't expect it. It's allowed him to tuck right back in into the slipstream as they go onto straight, using a bit of slipstream from the LMP2 Hyperion in front of them. That's clever from Ben Guida. Can he make use of it? Is he far enough alongside into turn one? He brakes super late, slots himself up the inside, and a little bit wide on exit, but nonetheless, he's made the move, and Andrew Holland falls down to 7th, losing 2 positions in 2 laps. He held on for a while, but unfortunately, they broke him. They were going to break him sooner or later. Unfortunately, it's happened sooner from Satellite Racing's point of view.
Yeah, good move. Very nicely done from Ben Guida, but as you said, Andrew Holland and the team at Satellite aren't, I don't think, are going to be terribly pleased with the last stint. It's just not gone their way, and that's not going to go their way. That's a late set. I don't think that was intentional. I think that's just a complete braking failure, and Andrew Holland has hit the wall. Sorry, not Andrew Holland. Ben Guida's hit the wall after contact with Andrew Holland.
Holland slowed down there, and he didn't realise Ben was in the wall, and he was like, oh, I better keep going then. Oh dear. It's a little bit like a hit and run, leaving the scene of the crime. Yeah,
I don't think Andrew will feel too good about that one. I think you could see that. He did hang around for a second or two, maybe to try and let Ben keep the position, but that was a really big moment. Andrew Holland and Ben Guida come together, but it's going to give, if nothing else, a nice advantage to Johan Kerjan, just up here, who is going to be a lot further away from the rest.
Yeah, 14 seconds though behind the Sim Racing for Holland car. So that really shows you just how much time they lost behind Andrew Holland. But now in clear air, Kerjan can maybe start to fight back a little bit. Also, interestingly, Juha-Matti Juppi has gotten on board the number 28 Thomas Enge car, and is now the gap that they had to the number 26 the car which is the rFactor, if I'm not mistaken. That's it dropped completely. They're only 2 seconds ahead at the moment. So Quarantine 0.2 has really been able to put the pressure on. Yeah, I think might have been a slow lap out the pits from Juha-Matti Juppi. 152.3 was the lap from 0.2. So yeah, definitely the number 28 in some issues there.
Yeah, 0.2. We'll see what he can do.
Delorme pits from the lead.
Yeah, throughout the rest of this race, but Remy Delorme does come into the pit lane from the lead. 3.5 hours to go, so what's that, 210 minutes. You could split that up into 3 if you go 1 hour 10 per stint, or you can split that up into 4 if you were to go, roughly 55 minutes, just under that per stint, and I think that is what they're going to be aiming for throughout the rest of this race. Pointo, this is the battle you were talking about, trying to catch up to Maki Juppi. Doing a good job at the moment. Maki Juppi, I think maybe will be starting to feel the pressure again. Thomas Enge Sim Racing have been in the lead pretty much from start to now, but it hasn't really felt as comfortable as we've seen in the likes of the Hypercar for a time and the GT3s throughout the race.
It's not really been a pressure from 0.2 specifically. It's mainly just been the traffic that they've struggled. I think Maki Juppi, since the changeover, has sort of just had a little bit of a rude awakening, getting back onto track and then discovering all these GT3 cars in exactly the wrong places. So he's sort of relearning the car, getting into the swing of things, while also trying to not lose too much time to rFactor. And 0.2 is absolutely making hay right now. But it looks like it's been a fairly short stop, I believe, from Remy Delorme. He's gotten out well ahead of Ivan Leonov.
He has. Let's see how that occurs then, or how that pans out, I should say, but in that battle. If you were NetRex right now, Ed, how would you play this, do you think, on the strategy particularly?
Yeah, that feels like a very, very short stop from Remy Delorme, so maybe... Oh, as we see, that looks like the Black Hawk car several laps down, just absolutely power sliding out of turn 5 in the background. But to me, maybe Delorme short-fueled it because he knows they're going to go a little bit to the next stop at about half distance and then hand over to the other driver then. So that's, of course, why they've got the 94-second gap. So it's a little bit illusory because the driver change takes so much time here. But NetRex, maybe not quite the point to panic. If I look at Leonov's lap times, 1:47.5, he's certainly been on the pace quite quickly. So that might be why they've kept Delorme out then, because they're worried about the pace of Leonov.
I was going to say, I think that gap is genuine. I think it really is 94.4 seconds. Are we sure that they even stopped in the box?
It was a very short stop, if so, yeah.
Well, that's now down to 43. That may be more correct. But...
yeah, 43 sounds about right without the driver change, yeah.
Yes, of course, because it's a 100-second lap, isn't it? Of course it is. I'm going crazy. I'm going crazy, Ed. We're only in the
It's
third
okay,
hour.
You're not that crazy. There's a crazier
yes.
person in the commentary box with you, trust me.
But, yeah, very quick stop. I don't think they'll fuel up too much, but then they would then be going for 4 stints. They then having to go for a 5th? That's the question in my mind. Anyway, we're going to have to deal with that in a little while. This is getting a little bit chaotic, though, towards Canada Corner. One of the Hyperion LMP2s coming through as well. There's a team right.
I think that's the Valet, actually. Sorry.
Is it the Valet? Oh, it is. They look pretty much identical. And I know me and you and I had this conversation last race, but it's very difficult to pick out the difference between the Valet and the Hyperion car. Talking of the Hyperion, the Hyperion. Let's have a quick little look in at Thomas Falk. He is down at the final corner, so he's coming out of the final corner. His teammate Ziabinski is just going through turn 1, so that gap continuing to come down.
Yeah, certainly been excellent progress from VEC so far as he gets towards half distance. So, like I said, looking like there's a strong shot at 5th position here. I don't think their teammate would fight them too hard on the evidence of what we've seen so far. But meanwhile, Pointeau has started to just up his pace a little bit, 152.3, but Maki Yupi has responded with 151.9, which is why the gap is ballooned just over a second again. So Yuki Maki Yupi finding the pace right when he needs it in a bit of a clear air, as he's actually got the lights on as well, which is interesting because it's not quite dark yet at Road America. The sun is going down. You can see setting at the other side of the Sargento Cheese Bridge. But yeah, certainly Pointeau knows that he needs to strike while the iron's hot on before Maki Yupi is able to consistently match what his teammate was doing earlier. So there's a big opportunity here for rFRO, but Thomas Enga Sim Racing know that Maki Yupi is the man that they need in that car at the moment to at least build a little bit of a gap here, make sure they have a more comfortable lead than what they have at the moment. But Pointeau determined not to let that happen.
Yeah, Pointeau is right there for the rFRO SimSport team. And Thomas Enga Sim Racing are going to be feeling the heat, it's fair to say. It's a shame that we can't really get a very good onboard in these LMP. Oh, actually, we can. I was looking at the hypercar. This is a very good onboard. You can see how close he's going to get to Maki Yupi in towards the King. And the battle is now well and truly on. The gold and black rear end of that Thomas Enga Sim Racing car is blending into the background, really, with the dark greens of the trees. But for Pointeau, he wouldn't mind if it fades into the distance behind him in the coming few corners. They'll negotiate their way past the GT3 with relative ease, and Pointeau will be right on the tail, maybe a little bit further back than he could have been in the battle for P1 in the LMP2s. He'll be going to turn 1 with the hope of making a move, but maybe not quite with the chance to do so with the gap that there is.
Yeah, Jimmy Nisula pits from 2nd in GT3 as well, so that could be a driver change coming for Satellite Racing number 64. So that'll be interesting from the point of view of Jesper Peterson and Rafa, because they had a bit of very healthy gap, 20 seconds, didn't they? So there's not immediate pressure to respond, but it'd be interesting because I believe it might be Jimmy Nisula's team. I think it might be Liam Rantz getting in that car. I'm not sure exactly who they will deploy of their available drivers, but it wouldn't surprise me if Rantz, who I saw was typing in the chat earlier, is anxiously awaiting his turn to drive. Could also be Henry Sinnock as well, or James Juba, the other three members of that team. But yeah, Pointu has got the bit between his teeth at the moment. You can tell Maki Yupi just not quite wrong-footed in traffic, but just a little bit hesitant, not taking quite as many risks as his teammate was, that's for sure. And maybe the offset of that is it leaves him slightly vulnerable to that RFRO behind. And Corentin Pointu is very, very keen, as I finally pronounced his last name correctly, to make an impression here.
Yeah, and let's see if he's able to do so at this stage of the race. I wanted to quickly note that we've got Nick De Silva in the Blackhawk Racing car. Interesting, of course, as Nick De Silva was in the 1089 car in the opening couple of rounds, now at Blackhawk Racing, and is trying to get it ever closer to the likes of Gabor Hevesi at the moment. But Nick De Silva is P12 overall and over a lap down to Matthias Zibinski, just behind. So, or just ahead, I should say. So difficult. Oh no. No, yeah, 4 laps down to the leader, 1 lap down to the next car, but relatively close to Zibinski on the circuit. There's Nick De Silva, and Zibinski, you can see, is actually a long way further up the road at the moment in P11 overall. Thomas Vaak is getting ever closer as he comes through turn number 3 in his Hyperion. Zibinski is coming into turn 5. So the length of that straight now is all that separates the teammates after they started pretty much side by side off the restart, after the red flag, just shy of 2 hours ago.
Yeah, and 1089, Nick De Silva actually had a very, very strong performance in Bahrain, didn't he, for 1089. They ended up getting their best result, 4th place there, but does seem they're absent today. So if they have pulled out the championship, that's a great hiring from Blackhawk. They already had a great hiring in Loic Moynier, who of course is really, really good in these prototypes and LMP2 cars as well, for that matter. Former Team Iris driver, and now they've got Nick De Silva from effectively the Race Clutch stable as well. So Blackhawk, they're certainly able to attract some very, very decent names. And it's just a shame, of course, with that disconnection for Moynier really costing any shot they had of being involved in that battle for victory. But Netrex have certainly more than made up for it at the very least, with some interesting strategies there. Although we do see Leonov now starting to be slowly dropped by Remy Delorme. The gap was about 43 seconds. It's gone up to 46. So definitely we're expecting number 17, when they do their driver change, to come out ahead then, as we look at Pointu still keeping Yukimaki Yupi very, very honest indeed, as we see, I think that's Hollum and the G League esports car going into the pit lane as well.
They are indeed in the GT3 class, and they start to set off a bit of a chain reaction in GT3 pit stops. We've had about just over 100 minutes since we got going after the red flag period, and so somewhat unsurprising to see these guys back in the pit lane now for what is their second stop in that time. Maki Yupi and Pointu, they're separating a little bit that gap, now up to 1.2 seconds. It was a little bit closer before. 1.3 is growing a touch. Someone I wanted to talk about again quickly that we haven't touched upon much today is Charlie Rigo, but generally the on-off racing team, because they have gone very quietly about their business. They've been following Thomas Vaak in that Hyperion car, in the 44 Hyperion car, very quietly. They've kept pace. They're only 9 seconds back, and whilst we've been seeing that fantastic gain of time from Thomas Vaak at leading this almost this charge for the cars that are a lap down, means that all of a sudden, Charlie Rigo may start to come into contention, and the on-off car could come into contention almost out of nowhere because they've been quietly following the Hyperion car.
Yeah, we certainly can't rule them out, can we? Charlie Rigo were driving very, very sensibly, despite the fact that just like the 44, they got caught up in the melee at the beginning, and that really has left them playing catch-up. But it's a little bit like in a busy city where you follow an ambulance to get through traffic. That's sort of what Charlie Rigo has tried to do, and done so relatively successfully, although admittedly a lot of the LMP2s behind them are ones that hit even worse trouble than they did. But yeah, certainly when they catch up to the likes of Zabinski and the Simfrey number 47 of Marco Vinciulo at the wheel at the moment, that's where things could get really, really interesting. But of course, there is a 53-second gap between those two cars, so the Zabinski, I think, isn't far up being caught by Vaak, but I think Vinciulo could be a bit of a tougher ask to catch well, within the next couple of hours. It might be the final hour that sort of that gets into the sort of fourth place contention, the way things are going at the moment, because those top four are doing just a slightly too good a job at the moment.
Yeah, they've been really impressive at this stage. Already, all the way through up to this point in the race, been an incredibly impressive display from them. But it's nice to see a few other teams getting involved and sticking around and getting themselves in possible battles in this race. Really not much in the way of battles at the moment for Ivan Leonov in this Netrex car. He's gaining a little bit of time on Remy DeLorme, but the gap is still upwards of 44.5 seconds. It's a lot. It's a very long way. And it's not really closing at the moment. Pointeau is about a second behind Maki Yupi, but again, it's not the closest of. It is a very close gap, but it could. We've been waiting for battle to occur, and it hasn't yet kicked off yet. And then in the GT3s, they're mid-pit stop cycles, so for the time being, Bertnops is leading the way. But realistically, Jonas Simončić, who's now in his Rava Esports team car, is the one leading the race in a net field, only 25 seconds off the lead. I think they're hoping to do an extra pit stop, We'll see if it works out for them. But 3 hours 16 to go, still a long way to go. But it's going to be interesting to see how these battles, particularly for the lead, start to progress in the next hour or two.
Yeah, it's just interesting in GT3 that Sim Racing for Holland and Brabham have kept extending compared to the likes of Rafa in terms of the pit cycle. So it could be interesting because Simončić at the moment about 10 seconds behind the Brabham, and then another 14 seconds to the Sim Racing for Holland car. So yeah, Bertnops, Johan Kergin doing a solid job at the moment, especially Bertnops, who's really made hay with the gap to the Brabham. And it could well be that I think Simončić is probably going to strategically clear the Brabham even on the alternate strategy with the pace he's got. But Bertnops could be a bit more of a danger if Sim Racing Honda are able to extend and maybe do one stop less than Rafa going into the final phase of the race. Then Simončić might have a bit of a fight on his hands. You never know. He might have to overtake Bertnops, which is certainly easier said than done. Bertnops, like I said, he's been around for 20 years. He's pretty good at defending at this point. That's why he keeps coming back.
Yeah, it's, over and over again. It's almost like Groundhog Day. I think actually it's Groundhog Day. I think that's something about
1st of February. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a good little reference there.
Please tell me this isn't going to go all Bill Murray and somebody's going to drive a groundhog off a cliff. Because it felt like that was what happened at the start, to be honest.
Well, I mean, we are doing. I mean, if people aren't actually watching what's on their screens, we are doing radio commentary. There's always that. We'll try not to repeat ourselves too much so you don't feel like it's Groundhog Day when you're listening. But also don't panic if we start talking about VEC and the Thomas Enger Sim, or the Hyperion and the Thomas Enger Sim racing car in the not too distant future. Another quick update. I'm enjoying our little updates on the two Hyperions at the moment. Thomas VEC coming through the final corner. The last time we checked at this point of the circuit, Zibinski was in the middle of turn 1. Where's he now? He's not even across the start-finish line. I mean, almost halving the amount of time as they are on that straight in the last 10-15 minutes or so. And I think it's very much fair to say that Thomas VEC is on his way, and I think it's going to be about another 10-15 minutes or so before we see that Hyperion unlap itself to its teammate. It's only taken a few hours.
Yeah, he was 9/10 quicker that previous time. He's sort of on average about a second a lap quicker than his teammate then, so that you'd be surprised how much of a difference that makes across an endurance race. Even if you're a lap down, or if you're a second lap quicker, that's like gold dust. You're just catching and catching every lap. So that's a great feeling for Thomas VEC. So yes, definitely this is a case of that red flag and then the restart absolutely playing into his hands. Ivan Leonov, by the way, has cut a couple of seconds out of Remy DeLorme's lead. The gap was 46 seconds, it's now 42.6. So DeLorme certainly hitting a few issues. Last lap was half a second slower than Leonov then. So Leonov starting to become a more effective force there. As you see, the Blackhawk car came very, very wide on its entry into turn 5 there, just ahead of Pointeau, which is not great news for rFRO because they certainly don't want. You saw on the previous lap they was having to sort of pick his side when he was trying to lap the GT3s effectively, that weren't as cooperative as perhaps they could have been. But yeah, certainly Yuki Maki Yupi has taken advantage of this and pulled almost 2 seconds clear now. So he's gone from nipping at his heels to struggling to keep up a little bit as Yuki Makiubi's getting the hang of getting through the traffic now. So he's looking a little bit more reassured at the present moment.
Yeah, interested to see how this one would develop. And this battle looking like it's got legs to it. You just don't really know where the legs are. It's a bit dark below the waist right now. We looking as well in the battle for P3 and for P4. We've got Pablo Arlen and Marco Vinculio in the undercut Horizon and the Simfring car, not a million miles away from each other either. Just coming through the front of shot was the undercut Horizon car, just going through the kink. You can see here is Pablo. A little bit up the road, but Vinculio is trying to chase them down. These guys half a minute off of the lead, but battles are still in the offing. But again, I think we're looking for legs at this stage of the race. We're not quite finding them, but we've still got more than half the race still to run, so more than enough time for them to occur.
Oh god, he keeps sounding like Mark Zuckerberg when he did the metaverse. It's like, oh, we put legs in this VR thing. But there's a little bit of drama in the background as somebody goes a little bit wide in the Go Team LMP2, but no big drama there as we cut to Luca D'Amelio.
I believe he's just gone around. Sorry, that's why I've cut him. I believe that we saw a brief yellow flag. I believe D'Amelio has just gone around in the middle or at the end of the first sector.
And that's the car we saw crash into the Bros car, wasn't it? It was lapping, coming out through the final sector. And in fact, they're about to do so again as they lap them and the Brabham Esports Corvette as well. So yeah, Luke D'Amelio and Valley Esports. Oh, big crash as they go full left hand into the wall. That looked like a wheel failure.
Yeah, it's not good. It's not good either way. And with 3 hours 11 on the clock, Luca D'Amelio, big crash into the wall down at the kink. So not good to see at all. And that's them, unsurprisingly, back to the pit lane and presumably out of contention in this race. So gutting for them to see that happen. But it all may have started with that incident down at turn 6. But they were stopped. They was stopped on the circuit. Maybe part of the afters of what happens. It's difficult to say. Maybe it was just a coincidence and how that's occurred. But as it is, going around and looking like they're out of the race.
That's probably the worst point of the track you have to have the wheel fail, and it failed in exactly the wrong direction as well. So it really shows you the luck that the valet number 39 has had in this race, which is none whatsoever. I guess if you didn't have bad luck, you'd have no luck whatsoever, is the saying, and I think that's especially one true for valet tonight. Then they've had a pretty miserable run here at Road America, and it's a shame after they were had such a strong season up to this point, running second in the points, and it really opens the door for the likes of Hyperion, for the likes of Thomas Engate Esports, and for the rFRO team as well.
Yeah, and for rFRO, they wouldn't mind picking up another position or two, and they will be ready and waiting in the wings as this battle now really does start to heat up for P3 in the LMP2 class. Just in behind as well is, as we going to have a quick replay of what happened with Luca D'Amelio. Yeah, that's a wheel failure. Unless he's intentionally bended into the wall, and I can't imagine he's done that. That is a technology failure for the Valley Esports car. And that is them out of the race, realistically. So, not great for them at all as we go back up to this battle for P3. I have lost my train of thought here, Ed. But, look at another replay. This is the onboard.
Yeah, Luca D'Amelio, pretty good drive. Yeah.
Was it just a rear end loss, maybe?
Possibly. It did look very, very sharp and very, very sudden, like he wasn't expecting it. But, yeah, Luca D'Amelio is not a particularly clumsy driver. He's been doing this for quite a while, so it would surprise me if that was just a genuine mistake and not a wheel failure on his end, because especially with the spin just before, it's clear things were not happy in that car anyway. So I guess either way, whatever the reason, it just tops off, like I say, a pretty miserable day as Vinculio is getting a Pablo Allen in the undercover Raijin car is just swerving this way and that, and up the inside comes Marco Vinculio, and he's onto the podium as if by magic there. Pablo Allen almost got completely caught out running wide there at Canada Corner.
Yeah, luckily not going to get too heavily involved in any kind of collision that could occur. But these guys running so close together. All 5 of these cars, 3 wide as they make their way up across the start-finish line, with one of the Go Team cars sitting just in the background of this battle. They'll negotiate their way past this duo of GT3s on differing laps themselves. I mean, Julio is now ahead of Alan, but Alan is going to have to be very much aware, because I do believe that just in behind them,
It's Gregor Luxak, isn't it?
yes, the number I was going to say, the number 37. Go Team car, so they are just in there, and they're kind of running their own race at the moment behind Charlie Rigo, dropping back behind Charlie Rigo as Rigo and VEC try and gain up towards the back of the other Hyperion. Shall we have another little check-in?
I guess there's nothing else to do.
Up towards Canada corner comes Thomas VEC. He's into Canada corner now. Zubinski is at the final corner. It's closing. It's getting closer.
It's just like a chart of progress, the whack track essentially. But
Whack track. Yes.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess it sounds a bit like backtrack as well. So it's sort of there's two meanings there. But anyway, here is Vincilo. Now finally got the Simfroom onto the class podium from undercover Raijin. Raijin had held it for quite a while, but Alain, I think, had really started to struggle compared to his teammates, and Vincilo taking full advantage then. So it'd be interesting to see what Simfroom's pace is going to look like now. Of course, they've got plenty of ground to make up to rFRO. 31 seconds if they want to get in that fight for the class lead in LMP2. It's a big ask, I think. Vincilo is going to give it his level best. I think Simfroom, who in the LMP2 standings, they've not had a huge amount to shout about so far this season. They were 4th in class last time out of Bahrain, which was their best result. So good to see them going one better at the present moment with just half the race left to run then. So yeah, Vincilo certainly will be feeling positive there. As into the pits finally come Brabham and Sim Racing for Holland.
Yeah, so they've gone a little bit longer. Let's see how they can play this. Are they going to try and get home in 3 more stops? I think that would be the maths here for them.
They've got to be trying to do that. Why else would they be running so long?
Exactly. They're not going to be trying to plan to have a 15, 20 minutes into the end of the race. So I think that's the plan. It's just whether or not that's going to work out for them. I wonder if we will see a change in driver as well in the Brabham Motorsports car. Of course, Johan's been in a little while, but I did see Callum Cripps in the chat earlier on the YouTube
Liam
chat.
Rance is in the satellite car, by the way, so they've definitely done their driver change, as I predicted earlier. But yeah, definitely time for Bert Knops, I think, got in already, so it's we can see if Kurjin changes over or not as well. I think both Bert Knops and Kurjin got into the car mid-race as well, so they might be doing another driver change maybe later on in maybe the final 2 hours or so.
They may do, so we will keep an eye on that, of course. 3 hours of the race still to run, still half distance of the race still to go. Very long time for these drivers still to get themselves home and dry by the end of this race. Of course, in the last couple of hours since we've restarted, we've had 82 laps from the leaders in the hypercars, I could say. So a lot more, probably more like 100 and maybe just over that still to run in this race. So more than enough overtaking opportunities for some of these drivers to make some moves. And Puanto might just use the next one to get through on Maka UP for the lead of the LMP2s, because he's now right back behind that leading car.
Yep, certainly he's kept him incredibly honest. Never been more than about a second behind since the pit stop, has he? And there go the number 7 crew. We've not talked a whole lot about them. 63 seconds down on the Seawolf Net Race crew. Number 7 sort of definitely in damage limitation mode after all the damage incurred at the start. And yeah, certainly there's been a lot of fingers pointed in the chat, but I don't want to get too far into that. I guess the people will file their penalties and protests, and we'll see what the stewards say. But yeah, certainly from Gabo Hovesi's point of view, and remember, Gabo Hovesi was the driver that they were about 4th in the closing stages in Bahrain when they came out of the pit stop, and they were able to fight their way past 1089 and past Blackhawk Racing to get back into 2nd to make it their 3rd 1-2 in a row. I don't quite see them being able to repeat the same feat again now that they're quite a way behind the podium positions effectively. But I think Seawolf Net Race, if they are a minute behind at the moment, I definitely think Gabo Hovesi has been lapping a lot more competitively than Martin Ullerman at the wheel of the 23 car ahead of him. 147.0 compared to 148.6 the previous lap between the two cars. As we see, Point2 gets a very, very good exit, but he's using it to go into the pit lane. So they're deciding they're going to try and undercut rather than pass Yuki Makiyuki.
Yeah, Makiyuki will continue on in the lead, and Pointeau maybe going for a bit of an undercut. Let's see if this works out for them, but we've seen the overcut work out very nicely so far in this race. For drivers in all three classes, so that's definitely something that we have to keep in mind. I promise you.
Do you think Corin Porte was thinking about making a move and realised I'm about to run out of fuel here? Maybe I should just pit instead.
I doubt it. I doubt he wouldn't have had that in his mind. I think he would have known what the fuel numbers were, and always would have known when he was coming in. I mean, unless it was close, but I can't imagine he would have driven like it was close. Just before anybody's slightly worried, no, there isn't a gap of 1,094 seconds between second and third in the GT3s. That is just a slight timing tower glitch. The gap is far smaller than that. It's just listing as that because the 41 LMP2 that we saw crash a little while ago is now officially 22nd overall between second and third in the GT3 class, which is why it's reading so
I think it's Luca D'Amelio's retirement from the LMP2 class that's caused that, because it sort of doesn't know quite where he is on track. So
well, yeah, it's not quite that. It's not quite
gap.
that yet, because they haven't quite got up to his lap count. It's the 41. Remember, we saw him going slowly coming into the pit lane, lost a rear wing.
Yeah, but I think
Mariano
Carlo's still going though, so I'm pretty sure he's still out there on track. Ooh.
Oh, he may be. You might be right about being Luca D'Amelio. It may be now because D'Amelio is now running through the order. Oh, I might have just a slow timing.
There is Carlo. Yeah.
I do have a slow timing page. My timing page is running 1 minute 20 behind. So you're right, and I've refreshed it. It should be fine now.
But there we go then. So Liam Rance now 25 seconds behind Jene Simoncic, who's actually half a second quicker than Simoncic last lap around, and Liam Brandt, who has a lot of experience in rFactor 2 GD3 endurance racing, has won a lot of races for Satellite Racing in many other leagues as well. This is the big chance really for Liam Brandt. Satellite, we're yet to really see the best of them, and today they fought their way back up to second after the early drama, and now there is a sniff of a chance if Simoncic, there's also a chance with Bert Knops with the Sim Racing for Holland strategy, but Satellite Racing is sort of on a similar strategy to Rafa at the moment, and if Liam Rance can sort of little by little close in on Simoncic, and maybe Simoncic just starts to manage that 25-second gap and isn't able to extend it particularly further, then maybe there's a chance, because Liam Rance is a driver that's got some serious pace. I think there's very few drivers that can really challenge Peterson and Simoncic for pace, but I think Liam Rance is definitely one of them.
Maybe. Stoltz, this is why we're looking at him, I believe has come together with David Beranek down at Canada Corner. I'm not sure if they did come together. I did just see that there was a yellow flag and that Stoltz was stopped on the circuit, and you can see that the last noted gap was 600ths of a second, so it would suggest they were next to each other on the circuit, and we may have seen something happen with Stoltz. We're past the 3-hour mark, and we're into the second half of the race now with a lot more still to unfold. But there is Beranek. We'll see how far up on the order he can get.
Yeah, it doesn't look to be too much damage or additional damage to the Sean Clark car that we saw really heavily delayed, along with looks like it must be said in that early melee, which is why they are 8th and 9th in class and quite way down on the leaders. But yeah, certainly it wouldn't surprise me if there was a little bit of a coming together, like you say, Dara. It doesn't take you don't really have to be Sherlock Holmes to figure that one out. But anyway, I think now might be a good point to just now that there's a bit of a pause in the action, to take a very, very short break. So I'll hand over to you for that, Dara, then.
Yes, no, we passed the 3-hour mark, and it's a good point to maybe have a little bit of a look at what some of these drivers are seeing inside of the cockpits. It's a difficult stage of the race, it's completely fair to say that. So let's go on board with Liam Rance, and let's see how he's getting on in the GT3 behind Jene Simoncic. We'll give you all, viewers at home, a couple of laps to really immerse yourself in what it's like to be driving a GT3 at this stage of the race, and we'll step out for a couple of minutes and return after a lap or two. really good to get an onboard look with Liam Rance in that satellite racing car, gaining some time to the back of Jerne Simoncic on differing strategies, it seems, at this stage of the race, but always nice to get a real feel for what is going on out on the circuit at the moment. But we're seeing some battles occur, well, start to occur, maybe, not least at the front of the LMP2 battle between Marco Vinculio and Pablo Ayala. Myself, Darren Thacker, Ed Hunter alongside me for the next 53 minutes or so before we welcome in Ewan O'Leary to the commentary box. But Ed, we're at the stage of the race where, you know, fuel numbers, strategy, it's all the drivers are thinking about, and with not too many battles going on the circuit, it kind of helps that theory, isn't it?
Yeah, and they've all had to sort of do these sums of recalculate all their strategies quite quickly, sort of mid-event because of the red flag, meaning effectively that the race has sort of restarted again, and it's effectively been a short, like 20-minute race followed by a 5-hour, 40-minute race, effectively, which is what we're watching at the moment, or we're about at the halfway stage of that particular race, aren't we? So this is where you get to crunch time. You're sort of starting to making sure that you're getting the fuel tank. If you're in GT3 especially, and you're doing different strategies. Oh, we see there's the armed supercar of Mariano Carlo that's in issues at the Canada corner. He's completely dropped it, but gone straight into the barrier as well. That's off the racing line, luckily. So he's not going to be collected by anyone behind. But that is a scary moment, and Mariano Carlo's had that happen before as well. So not ideal, but Mariano is at least able to get out of harm's way, back into the race, and potentially into the pits for any needed repairs. No, he's going to boldly, gamely carry on. So good to see Mariano Carlo not dissuaded by that. As into the pits in the background comes Danny Van Der Neet, I believe.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, Danny Van Der Neet into the box then, as we'd expect. This number 19 Netrex car has been coming in slightly earlier than the front two consistently now for the last little while, so unsurprising to see this happening now. But we are seeing a lot of things occur, particularly in the GT3s in terms of the strategy battle. Some teams looking like they're going longer, some teams looking like they're very clearly going for the extra stop. Some teams are just looking like they don't really know which way they're going to have to go at this point. So interesting really to see how these strategies are playing out. Still a long time for them to do so. But with only about 3 hours left, we're looking at, even for the LMP2s, maybe 4 stints left to go.
Yeah, that's about right, isn't it? The other thing that's interesting to look at is Go Team number 70 yet to do the driver change. Jerome Delorme has done 3 hours 10 minutes so far in that car. He's got to hand over sooner or later, isn't it? I think it's like 65% of the race that you're not allowed to do more than. So it'll be interesting to see if he is able to go much longer, or where he comes up relative to Ivan Leonov when he does change, because he's obviously, having done over 3 hours in the car, he might be feeling a little bit fatigued as well. Ivan Leonov has gone from being about 46 seconds behind to only 36 seconds behind as well. So Delorme, it may look 36 seconds on the road that he's ahead, but whoever takes over from that car could well find themselves with Ivan Leonov for close company here. So Netrex are very much still in this, and Remy Delorme is not for much longer in that Go Team number 17 car.
Correct. And Remy Delorme looks like he's been, consistent. He's been on point. He really has been a great asset to the Go Team, to the Go Team team since we got going, particularly after that red flag that we saw in the opening hour of the race. But still with that advantage and still looking pretty good is Remy Delorme. Let's see if he hands over to a teammate, if they can keep up this kind of pace and momentum. Pitting as well from the lead of the LMP2s is the Thomas Enger sim racing car for them, as they will come into the box. But we're not necessarily going to see a reaction from others. We've seen others come into the pit lane slightly earlier, some coming slightly later. We'll see how that pans out. But we're definitely, I think, going to get in towards that pit stop phase for the LMP2s.
Yeah, so Maki Yupi, remember the pit stop phase was where rFRO were able to catch them, wasn't it? So it'll be interesting to see. There were some interesting comments in the YouTube chat as well from some of those team members too that had some interesting things to say. I think it was For the RFRO behind, we'll take 0 risk for the P1 with 3 hours to go. Unless Mackie loses a lot of rhythm, we're fine where we are. So that seems to be Tazily91, who seems, I think, to be a member of RFRO, unless I've misread that. Loic Moynier has also finished his stint and come in and said, I guess my inverter decided we didn't deserve to win today. And he says, go team, we'll get you next time. And yeah, I think that is a real shame, because Loic Moynier put in a fantastic qualifying lap, was really putting a strong performance in the early phases, as we see Ivan Leonov coming into the pits now as well, interestingly. So yeah, we'll never really know what Black Hawk could have done today, but certainly their pace, even down in 7th after the disconnection, has been pretty solid. They've been taking a lot of risks. They've still got the fastest lap of the race, 1:45.7, and they've been pretty consistently in the sort of low 48s, high 47s effectively throughout the race. So there's every chance they could have been on the podium, certainly, and we're a little bit robbed of a freeway Netrex Go Team Black Hawk fight today, in my opinion.
Yeah, but what can you do sometimes? I mean, when
it's a miracle anybody made it through that melee in the first corner.
Well, that's a good point. Yes, good point. I mean, the fact that we had well over half of the field having to come into the pit lane just shows you how bad the incident ended up being. But some people were able to find their way through. I just wanted to have a quick word on Sharba Kish in the WRT car, about 9 seconds behind Peter Grau in the SRC Commerce Esport entry. Off the bottom of that timing tower in the GT3s, there are some more battles that are under 10 seconds that are going on. Peter Grau just up the road is less than 10 seconds behind Kamal Naouri. And then back here with Angel Vanegas, he is only 8 seconds or so, or it's 6.7 seconds now, behind Dennis Zitak in the other Black Hawk car. So battles are starting to develop back here, but nothing really concrete yet. At the front of the field, though, we are seeing Remy Delorme in the pit lane, and let's see where he comes out in comparison to this man, Ivan Leonov.
Whoa! Big moment for Leonov there, coming out of turn 5, just as we cut to him. But yeah, Kamal Naouri, by the way, teammate to Arda Erchen, who of course had that was one of the cars most badly affected. I think he was almost dead last in the opening melee. So great to see them working their way back just on the bottom of the visible timing screen into 8th in the GT3 class there. So and only 11 seconds down on Elias Ratzenberg, who's on board the 287, which of course is the Bros Racing car, if I'm not mistaken. So I think that's maybe not a headline grabbing recovery, but certainly for the team, the number 91 that won the race at Spa earlier this season, the season opener. I think that's really, really encouraging to see. We also see another battle, actually, while we wait to see where Remy Delorme, I think Delorme is staying in that Go team. This is interesting times. I wonder what's going on with the driver change here. Is the other driver just not ready? Do they want to keep Delorme in for as long as possible? Is there something else potentially going on here? Because they're running it quite narrow with the margin they've got here in terms of maximum allowed driving time, when it's been in over 3 hours 20 minutes now.
I'd imagine that he'll be coming in at the end of the next stint and give the car off to either Rumel or Pasciuto. We'll wait and find out, though. Nick De Silva in the pit lane at the moment is dropping down the order overall in the overall race, because he had just overtaken all of the LMP2s, but will now fall back behind the likes of Makiyupi, Pointeau, Vinculio as well, probably Pablo Arlen to boot. But back up towards the front, or close to the front of the field, we have a battle in the hypercars. Would you believe it, Ed?
Well, it's been a long time coming, because Racing Zone have been catching Seawolf consistently over the course of the last 3 hours, and they finally caught up to them. The gap was over a minute earlier on. They've had to unlap themselves from Seawolf Net Race, and now finally Martin Ollerman has got some company in this race, even though they are a lap down on the leaders then. So this is important for Racing Zone. 3rd in the points, remember. They are currently ahead of the number 7 Goating group that they are technically in a championship fight against. Although, even though it is, let's see, 142 points for Racing Zone, 158 for CMT Go Team number 7. So that is, of course, 16 points this gap there. But there's a big opportunity here for Racing Zone for the first time in a while to sort of cut that deficit to Go Team that's been growing and growing in the past couple of rounds. But yeah, Seawolf Net Race here will not make it easy for Zoltan Toff. The Hungarians will have to get creative here to get one over on Martin Ullerman, even though Ullerman hasn't quite got the raw pace of the Racing Zone team.
Yeah, it's been an impressive Zolan Toth. I thought that rear end was stepping out a little bit more than it was.
Oof.
It's trying to fight his way through. They've got to be careful of the LMP2.
That's the rFRO car, isn't it?
Yeah, I was going to say that's
desperately
Pointeau.
to get out of the way.
Yeah, not wanting to lose too much time. Of course, now dropping already 8 seconds behind Makiyupi as that gap has started to increase. Also, I think we've got to do an update. I think we've got to do an update. Thomas VEC is coming out of turn 3. Look where his teammate Dabrowski now is. It's behind him. It is behind him, and it means that the Hyperions are now officially not... Well, the first Hyperion, the 45, has not lapped the 44. They're on the same lap, and now we can see that gap start to come down from what should be 108 seconds to... Let's see how far they can get.
Yeah, certainly. It could be exciting times in the world of the 44. And Thomas VEC, and look, almost onto the grass goes Zoltan Toff as it's free wide into turn 5 as Martin Ullerman fights to keep that car ahead, but it's up the inside going Zoltan Toff, who just threads the needle with the LMP2, goes round the outside to complete the move into turn 6 there. That was heart and mouth stuff, and Zoltan Toff had to wait a long time to get some action in this race, but he certainly delivered.
Yeah, and what a move that was for Zoltan. He's a long way behind Danny Van Der Neet, though. I'm not sure that'll worry him too much. He's over a lap behind, and where is Danny Van Der Neet? He's down... he's actually not very far ahead at all. So they are a lap down, but in about 5 laps time, they may be able to find themselves on the same lap as Danny Van Der Neet, who is himself a minute off the race lead. They're getting through on the leading LMP2 of Yua Makiyupi, I should say, in the Thomas Enga Sim Racing car, as they have stretched their legs a touch at the front of the field. What has happened, though, to the car dropping down the order, and I can't necessarily see because my timing tower is delayed.
I think that's the Bros car, isn't it? Let me see who's in that at the moment. Is it Sabakis in the... no, it's the 287. It's Elias Ratzenbock, isn't it? That I think has hit trouble here. There he is, yep. So that's allowed Kamal Naui through into the top 7, and Peter Grau as well in the SRC Commerce back into the top 8 as well. So that's a real shame for Bros. They're having a tidy run. They weren't quite able to stay on the podium like they were after the incident-filled start. But yeah, certainly they were hoping to finish in the top 7 and looking like they had a solid chance at doing so. And it seems it's all come apart then with 2 hours, 40 minutes left to go then. So I would assume there was some sort of disconnection there.
It's allowed the likes of Grau and Kish to get through as Kish gets closer to Peter Grau. The WRT car has been going quietly about its business, but all of a sudden may find itself on our constant tower on the left-hand side of the screen if they're able to overtake Peter Grau. Closest battle on track for any position at the moment. So we'll keep a close eye on this one with 2 hours 40 to go. 160 minutes of the 360 minutes are left to run. And I think we're really into the stage of the race now where drivers are on the downhill slope, thinking about the last stint, thinking about how they're going to get to that last stint, and now the strategies are going to work out in their favour, they hope.
Yeah, WRT have not been the luckiest team this season. They were 4th in the opener at Spa, but otherwise they've sort of just been thereabouts in the top 6 or so. But they've never really had that big starring moment, have they, this season? And certainly Michi Hoyer and Sabakis and company had all sort of been hoping for a little bit more. But certainly, given the setback they had at the beginning of the race, they were right at the back of the grid. They avoided some of the chaos, gained a little bit, but not as much as I think they would have hoped to. And they're now finally starting to fight their way back towards that top 8 group then. So, yeah, great to see Sabakis putting in a strong showing here and giving Peter Grau a little bit of a concern and cause for concern in the rearview mirror.
Ooh, as that gets close as they work their way through the kink. That is the battle further up the order. That's actually one of the Go Team hypercars. I don't believe it's the leading Go Team hypercar.
I think it's the number 7 and the Black Cork one, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's I believe it's Martin Ehrlichman. No, it's not. It wasn't that Red's car. It's Gabba Hevesi in this battle, fighting away. Indeed, with Nick De Silva, who's a few laps down. There's a Simframe car in the way, but let's just confirm to you that that is Nick De Silva. And yes, it is. There is a gap between them of over a lap. and Nick De Silva's hoping to not go an extra lap down on Gabor Hevesi, which could happen in the pretty near future. I haven't keep update.
Hevesi's battle is with the Seawolf net race car, the one that Ullerman is driving, as you all pointed out earlier. Look how wide Hevesi goes in the slipstream of De Silva out of turn 1 there. But of course, he's been consistently lapping a couple of seconds a lap faster than the Seawolf net race car, and we saw Toff get through quite spectacularly, and I think Gabor Hevesi fancies the opportunity to do the same. But first, he's got to clear Nick De Silva. De Silva quite sensibly actually sees the speed that Hevesi's coming at him in turn 5 and decides to get right out of the way, brake on the outside, and loses as little time as possible in his own race there. So he is 2 laps down, but still in one piece, thankfully, which I think Blackhawk, knowing that the win's not on the table, I think they've just got to get to the end at this rate. That's probably what Nick De Silva's goal is.
I didn't know if Shabakis could almost make a similar move down the inside. Wasn't able to do it quite on Peter Grau, but these two still pretty close together on the circuit. They're on their way through turn, or towards the carousel. And towards the end of the lap. Shabakis all over the rear end of that SRC Commerce Esports car. It's hard to see that Shaba won't make a move somewhere, because he really is climbing on the rear end of that GT3. Oh, it's getting close.
Yeah, it certainly is. And as the other cars come through to lap them, Savakis senses the opportunity here as he gets a really good run through the kink and towards Canada corner. Peter Grau's going to be on the outside. Savakis breaks that a little bit later, gets to the inside first, and Kate takes that 8th position. So WRT, you see right at the bottom of your timing tower, they've made it onto the board, and that will be some solace after a race where they seem to be a little bit mired in the midfield with the minnows, and now they're finally starting to get up with the main part of the midfield, fighting in that top 8 now. But interesting. You were praising Charlie Rigo earlier. He's actually cut about 2 seconds out of the deficit to Thomas Vac as well. So Thomas Vac, we talked about him trying to catch his teammate. He could actually potentially have Charlie Rigo for company before he catches him. Especially with the driver change, probably not too far in the future as well, particularly for Remy Delorme as well. I think Vac is another one that's just tried to stay in and tried to cut the deficit as much as possible before he reluctantly has to hand over to his teammates, essentially.
Yeah, and you can see Charlie Rigo here. He's just behind. That is the other Hyperion car. It's not Thomas Vac, it's Matthias Dabrowski. He's currently running up in P5 in class, I should say. There's a couple of hypercars ducking and diving their way through, but Rigo's next target is to get through on Dabrowski, and then he can try and set his sights on Thomas Vac. Dabrowski actually has been gaining to the back of the undercover Raijin car. That gap was well over 50 seconds, now down to 47.7. So not just is there a gain from Vac on his teammate, but also to the top 4 as well. So you may have been right about an hour ago when you said that there's a good chance that we could see that Thomas Vac currently the car currently piloted by Thomas Vac, the 44, get up into what could be a top 4 position. Okay, Rigo wouldn't mind following him through, and he's got to make sure he follows through the teammate of Vac through first into this middle sector.
Oh, and they got the Simfrim GD3 in Charlie Rigo's way there, which it's not helping matters. And he had cut the gap to 6 seconds actually to Thomas Vac as a result of all that, and now Rigo's having to feel the pain of the traffic. That's Bert Knops immediately in front of him. Bert Knops 4th at the moment on that alternate strategy, trying to do 1 stop less than Rafa Esports, Satellite Racing, and G-League in front of him. You never know. It might not be enough to take the win away from Rafa, but it could get Sim Racing for Holland onto the podium, and that would certainly be a turn up for the books. They're a very, very smart bunch of people, those that Dutch team, and they know, like I said, they're very experienced. They've been doing it since 2004, so if anybody's going to try something clever with the field, it's certainly going to be them, and certainly they've certainly got the pace as well at this round. It hasn't just been benefiting from the early chaos. They've really been able to work their way through the field as well a little bit, and use that pace to good effect.
Yeah, let's see if there's any more usage in the tank for some of these guys to dip into. As Vac and Vigo do continue. Vac and Rigo.
Isn't Vigo the villain from Ghostbusters 2?
I don't know. I'm on. No, Vigo. Who is Vigo?
Viggo Mortensen, the guy who plays Aragorn, Lord of the Rings.
No, I think it might even be a place. No, yeah, in Spain, isn't it? It's a city in Spain, Vigo. Anyway, sorry.
It is okay. There we go.
You're more of a filmy nerd, and I'm more of a geography nerd, and that's where our paths cross there. I think.
I think our paths cross were sort of motorsport nerds, but okay. Anyway, Charlie Rigo then continuing his pursuit of Mateusz Dabrowski, and Dabrowski sort of can help his teammate out here by holding up Charlie Rigo a little bit, even though that would sort of put his own position in jeopardy in terms of it will allow Thomas Vac to catch him much quicker. But if you're playing the team game here, you sort of want to checkmate Charlie Rigo, and that's something that Hyperion can potentially do here in this high-speed game.
Yeah, we'll see if he can keep himself nice and close. If I'm speaking over Ed here, but he seems like he is connected for me. But I will keep going. I will just try and work out what has gone wrong, if anything at all. But as we run our way through, it's safe to say that it's looking like it's a pretty good stage of the race for some battling to carry on going here. Rigo and Vac continue onwards. But we will see how this is going to develop. Rigo behind Vac, and Ed, can I hear you?
Can you? I don't know,
I
Dan.
can hear you. Yes,
okay,
I can.
nothing's wrong. Sorry. I didn't know if I was lagging or not there. So
I didn't know if I disconnected, to be fair.
Okay. You sounded fine on my end, so look,
okay,
I don't know.
cool. All good.
As we see Rigo actually shaping up for a move into turn 1, backing out at the last minute there. So it feels a bit like Dabrowski's had to up his pace here to just keep Rigo behind him more than anything. So look at this then. Charlie Rigo continuing to harass Dabrowski through turn 2 there. And then there's the Blackhawk GD3 that they've got to negotiate, which they do in short order as well. But if I look at Dabrowski's lap times, 1:53.2 last time around. He's only about a tenth slower actually than Thomas Vac. And Vac at one point was gaining about a second a lap on him. So he's definitely being given the hurry up from Hyperion, because they do not want to give Charlie Rigo that track position on the lead lap as effectively as in their battle. Oh, big lock up.
Yes, wide from Dabrowski. Through goes Charlie Rigo. I wouldn't fight that one too hard. Well, then again, I say I wouldn't fight that one too hard. Your teammate's only 8 seconds up the road for a legitimate position. Is their contact is difficult to see. Let's go off board for a second there, as Rigo will try and still go through. It looked like there may have been a little bit of contact. Really, I mean, impossible to see from that angle. You can only just see the angles of the cars. But here comes Rigo back up towards Canada corner, inside outside. He's going to have to go to the inside line, because Thomas Vac is going to almost push himself to the outside line. Rigo, is there room? No, there's not. And it's not even Thomas Vac. I'm sorry, it's Dabrowski, isn't it? Going through. It's misleading, because of course Thomas Vac is the next car up the road officially. But it's the other Hyperion that he's currently battling with. And for the time being, Dabrowski holds firm, and that mistake isn't going to cost him yet.
It's been the story of the race, isn't it? Not fights for positions, but fights to just get back on the lead lap, isn't it? Yeah, Rigo was trying to go around the outside of Dabrowski at the carousel, which is not easy to do in LMP2, because if you're on the outside, you saw he was sort of running out road and worried that he was heading towards the grass, effectively, which is why he had to lift off. So it was a bold attempt, of course. That was the mistake from Mateusz Dabrowski, but not quite able in the end to take advantage of that. And Dabrowski also defending means he's starting to lose time to sort of the undercover Raijin squad as well in fourth. They're now nearly 50 seconds ahead of him again. So yeah, the swings and roundabouts of our outrageous fortunes showing their form at Road America then, as Charlie Rigo settles in. Cannot really, and he's starting to lose a lot of, oh, big crash, and Dabrowski loses it and collects Charlie Rigo, and they're facing the wrong way into the Chevrolet advertising at turn 5, and that's really not what either of them wanted. Dabrowski was getting defensive, but that was completely unintentional there. And yeah, so probably looking a little bit embarrassed then as they both rejoin the race.
With Rigo still right behind Dabrowski, so I don't think Rigo's going to be overly, happy with everything that he's just witnessed in front of him, to be honest. But I mean, what's he going to be able to do about it? Just behind these guys, don't forget. is Corentin Pointeau, who's P2 overall, which means that the guys that they're battling now, after making that mistake, have now put themselves 2 laps down, or a lap down for the Hyperion and 2 laps down for Charlie Rigo as they work their way through. Interesting then to point out how close Thomas Vac is to being lapped again. In fact, he's a long way up the road, isn't he now? So Thomas Vac is coming out of the final corner. Maki Yupi is coming into and out of Canada corner, so more than enough room for him to not be lapped once again. But that gap will come down below 100 seconds for the first time between the 2 Hyperion cars.
Yep, as we see a lot of the GT3s coming into the pits, Simičić and Larafa. We saw Rance pit a couple laps earlier for the Satellite Racing team, and now we see Blackhawk and WRT are in the pits in 7th and 8th as well. So lots and lots of activity. I expect Mateo Axegits in the 251 G League Esports car is also heading for pit lane. We know Bert Nops and Johan Kergin in the Sim Racing of Holland and the Brabham Esports team are definitely going to be running longer. So we expect Bert Nops once more to retake the lead here. But Liam Rance actually come out ahead. He split the pair of them on that alternate strategy. So he is about 3 seconds ahead of Kergin, 7 seconds behind Bert Nops. So that shows me Simičić has also probably been able to strategically get out of the pit window of both Kergin and potentially Nops as well.
Yeah, and it's the difficulties in the strategy, I think, at the moment for a few of these teams. They're having to try and pick their way through and decide what's going to be best for them in the long run, in the final 2.5 hours of this race. Corentin Pointeau is one of those drivers who might be thinking that, you know, we have a pit lap that we're thinking of, but at the same time I can't really get involved in this battle with one driver who's a lap behind me and another driver who's 2 laps behind me, even if they are pretty much on the same pace. So really difficult to judge how to play this one at the moment, but all 3 cars, all 3 different laps, running right up close together. Coming through though, is that Remy Delorme, the leader of the race? It certainly is, and he will continue onwards and up the road. Let's see if he can try and get to his next pit stop with an increased margin, because of course his last pit stop being shorter, we don't necessarily know exactly why he's been able to save so much time on pit road.
Yeah, there's certainly something going on here, and I'm not smart enough to figure it out. So hopefully Ewan is when he takes over in about half an hour. But yeah, Go Team has certainly responded to what NetRex have done, and surely just before these final 2 hours, they're going to have to change driver at some point, and that's where Remy Delorme is going to start to feel a little bit of pain. He has got the gap back up to Leonov to 48 seconds, so that is at least one thing, but it is still going to be nip and tuck. I think it's like 40 seconds, 30 to 40 seconds for the driver change, isn't it? So it could be very, very close when they re-emerge into the order. But at least Remy Delorme has stopped hemorrhaging time to Ivan Leonov and gained back at least another 5 or 6 seconds compared to when he was a couple of laps ago then. As we see Charlie Rigo still tucked in. Now he's had to let the RFRO car through, and he's hoping to sort of follow it. He just loses the rear end through turn 6. He's hoping to follow it past Matthias Dabrowski to get back on the lead lap as the same lap as Thomas Vac effectively.
And it is a battle that I think we're going to keep an eye on all the way throughout the rest of the race, all 144 minutes of it, as we run our way through the carousel. Let's have a quick look at the battle in the GT3s. Johan Kergin in the Brabham Motorsports car is less than a second behind Liam Rance in that satellite car, and Brabham, who've been, you know, up and down that tower today, as high as second, as low as 7th or 8th, I believe, maybe going back to the podium positions if they can work their way through on Liam Rance for P3. The gap is closing. It's just whether the move can be made at this stage.
Yeah, Rance, of course, has just pit, hasn't he? So he's got fresh tyres on but heavy fuel, and maybe that's what Kergin is hoping to take advantage of. Certainly since clearing the second satellite car of our Hoffman that was holding him up earlier, Kergin has had a much better run of things, although certainly he's not caught up too much to the back of Bert Nops. Bert Nops was 14 seconds ahead, and he's now about 10 seconds ahead of Johan Kergin. So yeah, certainly Kergin has had a really, really good stint in the past half hour or so. But yeah, getting past Liam Rance might be a bit of a tall order at this phase, especially because we know while the Brabham is running very, very long, much like the Sim Racing Holland car, and they're both Corvettes, interestingly, so it makes me wonder if the Corvette is just better at fuel saving at this circuit than over the course of an endurance race. I wonder, though, if it's only going to be maybe 3, 4, 5 laps before they're eventually going to have to pit when the fuel tank runs out, and Liam Rance will have that second position, what will become second position again to himself once Bert Knops pits as well.
Yeah, Bert Knox, of course, almost the key to this puzzle for the time being, as we see Kerjon run out of that final corner and up towards turn number 1. There's going through the hypercar of the Seaworth Net race, but here comes Johan inside line on Liam Rance. They're going to be pretty much duking it out all the way through, side by side to the opening corner, and in the end it will be Johan who makes sure he gets the move done and will put himself up into P3 in class for the time being. At least we'll see how that can change throughout the rest of the race, but at least for the time being, Brabham Motorsports find themselves back on the podium with at least, I believe, 1 driver change left to go.
Well, it was smart from Liam Rance because they kind of knew Brabham were on a different strategy to them. If they know the car's coming in anyway, it's running light, there's no point defending like crazy. So Liam Rance is playing the long game here. Oh, but look at this, the Black Hawk tries to muscle him out of the way too. Was that Arda Erchan having a little go at him, or was that potentially Erchan's teammate Kamal Naui? I think it was Naui. Yes, there he is. Just trying to get back on the lead lap, potentially. I think he's still a lap down, so I think he's just 1 lap down rather than 2 lap down now. But yeah, I think Liam Rance, who is like punished for playing nice there almost.
Yeah, nearly really coming back to bite him, but for Rance, who's now got a bit of a gap back up to that Brabham Motorsports car, but that may not be his race in the short term. Maybe in the medium to long term and towards the end of the race it will be, but for the time being it does feel like there's a little bit more pace in that Brabham Motorsports car, and he seems happy enough to let him run a little bit further up the road. Pit stops happening in the LMP2s as well. Undercover Ryzen are in. The Corentin Pointeau, I should say, for the rFactor Simsport team is in the pit lane as well. But we're in this middle phase of the LMP2 pit stops. We've kind of seen a big wide range of when the pit stops have been occurring throughout the race, and it's difficult to really judge where everybody is because it's been so difficult to keep track of when everyone's come into the box.
Yeah, I think the LMP2 order, it's pretty clearly the top 2 is definitely Thomas Enge and then rFactor. But yeah, behind that there is a little bit of a strategy trickery going on here and there, with Vinciulo still, I think, in a net 3rd position. It's just that the 45, I think it is yet to pit essentially at this phase. As we see Enzo Gubbert getting back on board the rFactor car. So interesting choice by them to do a second driver change. There are some teams, definitely Go Team, are just doing the 1 driver change because they're leaving it pretty late with Remy Delorme, aren't they? Whereas the everyone else is spreading their stints a bit evenly. So it's a lot of demand on Remy Delorme and the others that are, maybe yet to do the driver change, because think about that, they've been doing nearly 4 hours now continuously in that car. You start to fatigue, you start to sort of second guess yourself. The mind plays all sorts of crazy tricks on you over the course of an endurance race. So it can be risky leaving a driver just in the car for stint after stint after stint, because they're not as fresh as when they are put in. The mind needs a break, let alone the hands and arms, of course, at the pedals and steering wheel. But yeah, certainly full credit to those that can just keep lapping not only consistently but quickly under that kind of endurance and strain, which is of course the name of the game. But it is a team effort. You do have to let the other guy in at some point or other.
Well, absolutely you do. And it's going to be interesting to see how it will play out throughout the last 2 hours of the race, with maybe a little bit of fatigue setting in a touch. Thinking about this GT3 battle, of course, we do have Jano Simičić leading the way. I'm wondering, with them seemingly a little bit off kilter on the strategy, is this still going to work out for them? Because Bert Knox also seems a little bit off kilter on the strategy, but it almost feels like they're about to meet in the middle. So difficult to judge exactly how this one's going to play out. But for Knox and Simičić, they're almost in the unknown category. We kind of know where a couple of the teams are in the order. A couple of the satellite cars seem to be on a pretty safe strategy. Some others have almost resigned to the fact they have to do one extra stop. Some are trying to do one less stop. It's that really difficult line to balance, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. I think Liam Rance and Satellite Racing 64 are pitting the lap before Rafa Esports 82 and Simoncic. So it's a pretty near identical strategy, whereas Bert Knops and Johan Kurgin are extending pretty much every stint. So it's hard to tell how much more fuel and how much more laps they'll be able to do come the finish, whether it's going to calculate to being able to get to the end without doing another stop, or if they'll just be stopping again very, very late when the fuel tank runs out nonetheless. It's a bit touch and go at the moment, but certainly both Bert Knops and Johan Kurgin pitting on the same lap, so they're committed to that strategy. They're running the tank till it runs dry effectively every single stint. And it's risky. It may not even necessarily be the fastest way to go, because it is wearing out the tires at the end of their stint, and the longer you run, the more you risk something happening out on track, especially at the end of the stint. You haven't really got many toys to play with, so once the tires start to wear out, you're sort of just hemorrhaging lap time at a certain point, even in those GT3s that aren't quite as hard on the tires as the prototypes effectively. But yeah, certainly Bert Knops has really made this strategy work fairly well so far, but I think it's not quite enough to challenge for overall victory, really, because even if you look at them sort of, even with the strategy they've got, they're still 28 seconds behind Simoncic, even with this phase where they're yet to pit, essentially. So it's really a fight between them and Satellite Racing and G League Esports at the moment, is the way I see it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how it's going to play out over the final 2.25 hours of this race. But Knops looks like he's doing a good enough job for the time being to be relatively safe in P2. Back up to the front of the field, of course, we've got Remy Delorme leading the race by a somewhat comfortable 52 seconds or so. Danny van der Neet is a further 14 seconds back, and then it's all the way back to that Racing Zone team car of Zolan Tarthers. He is still the 11 seconds ahead of Martin Norman. Gaps are quite big, as they have been all
Look
race
at Delorme's pace. He's in the 1:46.5. That's only about 3/10 off of his overall best lap in the race, actually. So it really feels like maybe he's gearing up for a couple of fastest lap attempts before he eventually hands over that car. Maybe they'll have to drag him out of it, kicking and screaming at this rate. I really hope we don't see a situation where Go Team forget to change over Remy Delorme, or something happens to whoever they plan to hand over to, and Delorme just has to keep the car in the race so that they have someone in the lead effectively. But yeah, it does feel like an unusual call here, and maybe they're going to get someone else, I hope it doesn't get to the point where this gets someone into the last 20 minutes of the race or something. I seem to remember there's an old story about 24 hours. Was it Pierre Lever who tried to do Le Mans in the 50s, where he did pretty much the entire 24 hours apart from 20 minutes, where they got like the King of Sweden or something to come in, and or some aristocrat to do like 20 minutes before handing back to Lever, and Lever quite infamously collapsed while leading the race, and then eventually had to retire with about 20 minutes or so left in the 24 hours. It's a pretty bizarre story. Like, you never see it today, but yeah, this is sort of what Delorme is reminding me of at the moment, on a much smaller scale. He's only 6 hours, of course, but we're getting to crunch time here. If he's going to hand over, it's surely got to be soon. Otherwise, he's going to risk going over that allotted time limit.
He is. I've just seen in chat that Callum Cripps has been in, and he's been saying that they are doing a lot of fuel saving in that Brabham car. So I think we can expect to see them maybe backing off a touch in the
They certainly weren't fuel saving when they breezed past Liam Rance, so maybe not as much as they claim.
Yes, but that's still clearly the plan for. I believe it's in the Brabham Esports car. I may have got that wrong, actually.
Cripps is in the Brabham car, yes.
Yeah,
so he hasn't driven it today, but he drove it at Bahrain, for instance, as well. He did the first stint there, so clearly it's Tobias Hoffman and Kurgin.
But it's going to be an interesting one to see how they can almost manage that pace and manage the fuel saving that they're doing. Clearly trying to do something a little bit different to others around them, maybe trying to do that one less stop over the course of the 5 hours since that red flag. But with the satellite car only 3 seconds back, they haven't gained too far away, so that would back up the theory.
Yep, certainly. But theory's one thing. We'll have to see how it works in practice as well here, but certainly it's been a very we expect to be a very strategic race. We didn't expect all the chaos we saw early on, but it's certainly thrown the cats very much among the pigeons in terms of the order, and that's led to a lot of really bold calls. And it is great actually to see Brabham and Sim Racing for Holland, who we wouldn't normally expect to be fighting for the podium, taking the gamble, trying to save fuel and do one stop less to sort of outfox their rivals. So while Satellite Racing and G League have certainly got the pace, they might not necessarily have the fuel that they would ideally need. And it could be touch and go which strategy is going to work and which one's going to come up short come the checkered flag in 2 hours, 13 minutes time. Meanwhile, both of our Hyperions are in. And of course, with the collision between Dabrowski and Charlie Rigo, that allowed Thomas Vac to gain significantly, effectively, especially on Dabrowski. So the gap went from 108 seconds to about 92 seconds. So that's like a 16-second gain in that one lap, which really shows you how much that's helped out Thomas Vac then in his quest to get into the top 5.
Yeah, let's see if Vac can do it with the closing stages seemingly upon us soon. I say the closing stages, I mean the closing third of the race. Still 2 hours, it's a long way to go for the likes of Delorme and Leonov to go.
I think Delorme is probably only going to do about 10 more minutes, like, to be fair.
Yeah, I can't imagine him is going to do too much more of the race. Let's go back to Liam Rance for a minute and see how he's getting on, because that gap to that Brabham Esports car has been a little bit stagnant of late, and with Crips telling us in the chat that they are doing a lot of fuel saving, still maybe needing that splash and dash.
Brabham have been doing the fuel saving. I wonder if maybe Satellite have seen what Sim Race of Holland and Brabham are doing, and they're reacting to that, and they're telling Liam Rance to save fuel as well. And maybe that's why he's not really been able to use those fresher tyres to breeze back through. They've decided, okay, they are on the alternate strategy, but maybe we can sort of catch up to them by extending this stint, or at least saving some fuel in this stint.
Yeah, and as I was saying, with Brabham saving the fuel, clearly that will give a chance for Liam Rance to try and catch back up, and we'll see if the 64 can almost come back to them a little bit in the closing stages of this stint, maybe into the next stint. We've got the leader into the pit lane in the Go Team car in the number 7, so that car looking probably to do another 3 stints with 130 minutes to go. I can't see them doing it on 2 more stops. They might be able to push it. It's going to be very tough. I'd imagine they'd go for 3 more stops. So we have a yellow flag in Sector 2.
Oh, it's the Brabham. It's the Brabham. He's gone off at the carousel. Oh dear, that's horrible for Kurgene. And that hands the podium back to Liam Rance.
Yeah, so they're off the road. That's a bad moment for Kurgene. Kurgene, I should say. And he will now be maybe handing over a little bit earlier than he otherwise would hope for. But then again, if they're tight to the fuel number, he doesn't really have a choice. A difficult position, isn't it?
Yep. Oh, this is interesting. Looks like Romy Delorme is showing on the timing screen suddenly behind Ivan Leonov. So this is a long stop. And this is perhaps the effect of having to run so long without the driver change that now it's really costing him.
Yeah, it is. So let's see. Around the final corner we go with the not quite stricken, but the somewhat bruised Johan Kurgene. And he will stay in P4. Nothing really that he can do about it. He's got a long gap back to the G League car behind. And he will be all right with 2 hours, 10 minutes to go to the end of this race. Gaps wide, realistically, across the board. Nothing really close in the hypercars. Absolutely nothing close at the front of the LMP2s, with the closest gap being 21 seconds inside the top 8. And in the in the GT3s, it's not that close either. There's another yellow flag. Oh no, that's Dabrowski. That's the number 45 car that's caught up in that. Let's have a look at what's going on down here. He's with a GT3, but Dabrowski caught up in an incident. I'm not too sure who with. I believe it's. I think it'll be the Seawolf Net Race car GT3, which is a long way down. And if the case, I can't imagine that Hyperion are going to be overly pleased by that.
No, certainly. It's been messy, hasn't it, for Dabrowski? These last couple of stints, and he's far from making an impression on the undercover raging car ahead of him. He's dropped to 81 seconds behind, almost the exact same gap to Vac, and Vac, of course, was over a lap behind at the start of this race, the start of the restart, essentially. So, it really shows you how much Dabrowski has struggled as of late then. I haven't quite seen confirmation, but I think you're right. It was the Seawolf net racer GD3 that Dabrowski tangled with there. Moritz Mel, by the way, has gotten on board number 17, so it was a sort of 3 hours 50 minute stint, monster stint from Remy Delorme then, but now it's Moritz Mel's time to shine and try and get back past the two net rexes. So the strategy is very much split now between Go Team and the two net rexes, and they are 36 seconds behind on the road, but that doesn't necessarily mean they've lost the net lead once the net rexes inevitably have to respond, because I think Go Team were staying out later than the net rexes, so that's why they're a little bit out of sequence.
Yeah, and we'll see what Go Team do in comparison with the NetRex. I mean, it kind of switched around, isn't it? Because it now feels like Go Team coming in earlier than NetRex, even though NetRex are coming in early. It's all kind of mixing itself around at the moment. We're not really seeing too many of these particularly close battles. There were a couple of battles that were within a second not too long ago. The closest battle on track at the moment is this, with Carlos Fernandez in the number 51 behind Peter Grau, 2.6 seconds. You can see both of them in the same picture. That's about it at the moment as we get towards the 2 hour mark. I think a lot of teams, a lot of drivers focusing on their pit strategies, and they're able to do so because they're not having to battle anybody at this stage.
Yeah, good comeback from Fernando. Good to see the Mercedes, because not a lot of GD3 teams have gone for the Mercedes, period. But as we see, that looks like one of the net wrecks. That must be Leonov just absolutely pushing it out of the final corner then. You can tell they know it's a big chance here. There, it looks like the Seawolf net race, GD3 coming into the pits for repairs then. So that is a warming sight to see that they're not out of the race. But yeah, Leonov, I think he knows this is probably their best chance of the season to win effectively. So they are pushing. They know that Mel is going to take a few laps to get up to speed here. So it is a strategic battle, that 36-second gap. But Moritz Mel will not take long. In fact, he's already started to match and beat the sector times of Leonov and Van der Niet then, even though Leonov did set a personal best out of the final sector, 30.2 on that previous lap then. So it is very much game on. And I wonder if they're going to try and use Danny Van der Niet to maybe hold up Moritz Mel if he starts to catch up to them.
Yeah, but Moritz Mel, a driver of such class, and almost unsurprising that he's up to speed quickly. I think it'd be more surprising if he took a little bit longer with being a driver.
He waited a long time to get in that car, didn't he?
He did, yeah. I mean, he waited nearly 4 hours to get in the car, but he's in there now, and he will be finding himself getting, I'm sure, to the end of the race from here. I can't imagine they're going to put somebody else in the car now and just give two drivers about 1 hour each. But what teams do, they do. It's difficult to really say or predict, particularly this far out. There's still a fair way out, a couple of stops still ongoing, or to go, I should say, for the LMP2s. We'll see how they can cope with those. Impressive to see, I know they haven't pitted yet, but how Thomas Wenger Sim Racing have just been able to calmly stay in the lead. They've had a lot of teams and a lot of drivers almost trying to clamour over them at times. And we've seen with the likes of the Hyperion car, with VEC, the laps down trying to unlap himself, with a couple of cars getting close, not least the rFactor esports car. But they haven't really looked flustered, and whether it's been Makijupi or any of his teammates, it's been really good to see how Makijupi and Pelotny have been able to stay in the lead in that class and not really look too flustered for it.
Yeah, he really has sort of got his confidence back under control and extended that gap. Of course, it's a little bit inflated due to, I think, the fact that the Thomas Wenger car is yet to pit in this stint compared to the rFRO. But we do see now, I think that's Van der Niet has headed into pit lane as well. So he is going to sacrifice that second position to Moritz Mel then in this stint then. So yeah, so I think that with the way the field strategy is panning out, it looks like Netrex might not be able to use Danny Van der Niet as the buffer that they'd hoped to against Moritz Mel. This is a very, very quick stop, which I doubt they can get it out in less than 36 seconds. And indeed they can't. Through goes Moritz Mel.
And GP goes to the inside of Guibert, as we do see the likes of Mel and Leonov go through on Danny Van der Niet in the box. He will likely stay in the car throughout the rest of, well, probably the next stint at least. I don't know whether he'll do the final hour or so, but he's not been in that car very long. He may get out, who knows, maybe he'll get out. No, he's still in the car, so he will stay firmly in that hypercar and will probably run towards the end of the race. Quick little word on fastest lap, because I think it's somewhat funny. Fastest lap in the hypercar is to Nick De Silva in the Black Hawk car that's 3 laps down. Fastest lap in the LMP2s is to the Simframe car, which is in P3, and in the GT3s, it's to Kamal Nairi, who's P7 in the Black Hawk car. So Black Hawk qualified well. They were first, second, and second in the 3 classes, and they're going well in the race in terms of the pace. It's just a shame that they've been almost clipped around the ear due to the race start that cost so many of them so much time.
Yeah, look at now his line through turn 5. He's almost breaking off the circuit there to get the car slowed down there. It's a very unusual wide line there to give himself maximum room to play with them. But yeah, certainly he's getting the lap time out of that car. Like I say, he's just had such a disadvantage at the restart because of where he ended up in the order, thanks to the first corner melee, of course. But at least it has allowed him to put in a very, very impressive comeback. And he's only 49 seconds behind the second of the satellite cars, isn't he, with Pauli Ahonen at the wheel, although Kurjin is making his pit stop along with Bert Knops now. So they've probably got 2 more to go, haven't they, before the end of the race? Or, well, I think everyone's got at least 2 more to go. They'll be hoping maybe it's 1 less than the others have to do in the end as well. It could be very, very tight. I believe Callum Cripps is getting on board the Brabham car now to do the final stint, as he threatened to do in the chat, so or threatened to, he promised to do, I should say. And it's Dennis Duna getting back on board the 52 then. So as my commentary stint is just about to end in 2 minutes, I just have to say it's been a really strategically interesting race, isn't it? And these last 2 hours could yet see a few twists and turns. I still think it's nip and tuck between Leonov and Moritz Mel in terms of the overall lead. I think Leonov has had a really, really strong stint to sort of keep Remy Delorme and now Moritz Mel sort of very, very honest indeed. Into the pits now comes Leonov with 2 hours to go, which is a perfect timing really in terms of like a clean 2 hours to go then. So I'm interested to see what Netrex have in their arsenal, and is it enough to beat Gotung?
Yeah, that's the real question. I think at this stage of the race, it's been a closely fought battle up to this point. Well, I say closely fought battle. It's been a contentiously fought battle. The gaps haven't necessarily been close on the circuit, but pace has been close from quite a lot of the teams. It's because it's been a shame that right from the start, really, we had a massive offset in where teams are. And before we let you go, Ed, after your 4 hours, do you have any outlandish predictions on who's going to win, or do you think it's going to stay pretty much as it is?
I think the safe money is on Mel and Goting to get the number 17 home in first position and get another win for 3 in a row for the 17. But part of me, I've always had a soft spot for Netrex. I sort of hope the Italian squad can put it off. I know Leonov really, really wants this. He's a really, really good driver. I feel like Netrex can maybe find something, maybe in the strategy, maybe there'll be some traffic that will help them out here. But he's come out 38 seconds now behind Moritz Mel. It's a big ask here, but I would love to see Netrex do it. So I think that's my prediction. I also think Hevesi is going to catch Zoltan Toff, and I think they're probably both going to find their way past Ullerman once Ullerman comes out the pits here. But yeah, I think Racing Zone and the other Go team could have a good fight for 4th position, as well as Hevesi desperately trying to limit the damage that saw that car flip over end over end at the start of this race. Really excited about the duty-free podium fight as well. I think that's going to be close to watch. LMP2, I think the 28 Thomas Enker Sim Racing are going to be hard to beat, but rFRO have done a really, really good job to keep them so honest in this race. So yeah, those are my thoughts. And with my commentary done, I'm going to hand over, I think, to Ewan O'Leary.
We will. Yes, we will. But yeah, thank you, Ed, for joining me for the first 4 hours. It's been great to be alongside you.
It's been a pleasure.
For being here the whole time. But as we see Ed stepping out, we'll see Ewan O'Leary stepping in and will join me for the final 2 hours. Ewan, it's been a good first 4 hours. Well, I say it's been a good first 4 hours. It's been a quiet first 4 hours, but strategically it looks like it's set up well for the final 2.
Yeah, it does. I was going to say it was a very chaotic first hour, so I don't think we can call that quiet. But yeah, after that it has settled in here. It sort of feels like that the opening part of this race has almost frightened everybody into behaving themselves again, because the opening part of the race was fraught with a little bit of chaos here and there. But now we're back to normal again, if you like, and there are some very, very big gaps around this circuit in certain parts of the order. Closest one at the moment I can see is for 4th position in the overall standings at the moment, between Seaworth Net Race and Racing Zone as well, who are closing in. Looks like Zoltan Toff is on his way perhaps to making up another position, but we'll see if he can make this pass in a few moments' time. There we go. I think it's the only battle on the circuit.
Yeah, I mean, it's not been... it's not necessarily been the fastest and most dramatic of races, but for Zoltan Toth, he's kind of been in this battle with Martin Ullman there or thereabouts all race long. They've both been that the extra lap or two down on the rest of the field, and they've always been not anything really more than 20 seconds apart. So unsurprising to see them meeting in the middle once again, but again, 2 hours left to go in this race. There's more than enough time for these guys to try and pick their way through the battles. And a lot of battles they are going to have to pick their way through, because there are more than a few cars still on the circuit, even though we've been going for 4 hours and we've had all of the incidents that we've had, particularly off the race start. We're only 4 drivers or 4 cars down on what we started the race with. So still many cars on the circuit and a lot of obstacles for these guys.
Yeah, there certainly are. And I feel like it's one of those circuits that does provide that as well. I'm sure we've talked about this already plenty of times, but actually people say that this is a good circuit for multi-class racing. I actually think it's very narrow for multi-class racing, to be honest with you. It doesn't have much run off to either side, and that's a good thing, by the way. It isn't very wide, and oftentimes that's quite a good thing as well. But I mean, that doesn't make it very easy for multi-class traffic, I don't think, but yet it is still very well used. I'm not entirely sure how many times we've been here in the VEC, but certainly in recent years we've been visiting almost every season. It's a very popular multi-class circuit, even though I would describe it as actually quite challenging, certainly more challenging than people think.
Yeah, it's a circuit that it throws up overtaking opportunities naturally, but then again it's difficult, because particularly down at somewhere like turn 5, the track tightens on the exit, the gravel is right there, you can easily find converging lines, drivers end up hitting each other, even just tapping each other. It can scare off a couple of moves. Down at turn 1, it's quite high speed, really difficult to make the move unless you're committed. Same can be said down at Canada Corner as well. So it depends. It's good for multi-class racing because the multi-classes can work their way through, but I'll be honest, I'm not too sure how good it is generally for racing full stop compared to some of the tracks that we have this season. Bahrain we had a fantastic race at last time out. Monza always delivers. But I am looking forward to going to the likes of Sebring, because I'm sure that'll be an absolute cracker.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of the circuit, but anyway, we'll leave that for later. Toss outside line. Here he goes on Martin Ullman here for 4th place. This is probably all they can get from this race, to be honest, considering there's a lap up to the podium places. But that could be a fantastic pass, and it is from Zoltan Toff. Fantastic pass round the outside down at turn 5. As behind it, we've got a car off, and it's the 2nd place car in LMP2. Enzo Guibert has got off. Oh, it's in a big way as well down at turn 1. He's stopped on the way towards turn 1. This looks a bit technical to me. I'm not sure why he's ended up on the outside line. He was chasing down the Thomas Enger Sim Racing leading LMP2, and all of a sudden Enzo Guibert is down at the back.
And just veering off the circuit as well, this is awful news for the rFactor SimSport car. I mean, we've had a couple of their guys in the chat, and they've been saying how happy they are of how the race is going. Going to go very well, but let's see if they can try and recover this somehow. I'm guessing they're back to pit lane. Well, they're apparently, according to the driver tracker, they're still where they were. So it's difficult to really say exactly where Enzo Guibert is, but I presume he's in the pit lane now. Not where he wants to be at all. But awful. And the yellow flag still, I think, for him in Sector 1. I don't know if he's reappeared on the circuit.
He's there, so it's not him. And the yellow flag's disappeared as he's gone back to pit lane, so I suspect it would have been him. Yeah, DNF. I don't know what happened there. We'll have to get a word from, as you say, we've been speaking to some of the drivers of rFactor so far in this race. We'll have to get word from one of them, if one of them could be so kind as to tell us what's gone on, unless we can figure it out from here. And towards turn 1, he just pulls off to the side.
I can't imagine it's an engine failure,
No,
surely.
No,
Simple,
I don't think so.
Exactly. So I'm not too sure what's happened to Guibert there, but it's gutting for the team. They've been running so well in this race. P2 consistently all the way through the race. They were able to get through off of the start and avoid most of the carnage that happened across the start-finish line. And for it to end on the start-finish line, but in such mundane circumstances like that as well, it's going to be absolutely heartbreaking for them.
That is very disappointing indeed for them. So, a retirement, perhaps a DNF on the day for them. Ed's suggesting they've run out of fuel. It's a possibility, but I still heard an engine, or I saw the revs going still on that car from that replay. I'm not sure whether it was fuel or not, but we will have to try and find out in a few moments' time, if we at all can. So Thomas Senga Sim Racing are going to lead then in LMP2, and this is important as far as the championship is concerned, because they are chasing down Black Hawk Racing and Valet Esports in those championship standings. At the moment, neither of those two teams are anywhere near the front. Black Hawk Racing down in 11th position, with Valet, or Pan Corsa as now they're called, out of the race. So this is a dream day now for Thomas Senga Sim Racing. That pressure as well that rFRO were putting on them is completely gone.
Yeah, it's almost a little bit now scot-free for Thomas Senga Sim Racing. They've had pressure from multiple cars so far today, but never really feel like they were going to be flustered too much, and they've stayed firm. And all of a sudden, they've got pretty much a 30-second lead at the front of the field. It has been an impressive drive from them, to say the least, and for their championship, it's going to be absolutely fantastic. Coming into this race, P3 behind Valet Esports and Black Hawk, and with those two teams not really anywhere in comparison, I think they're going to be absolutely delighted at the moment, because this race has gone almost perfectly in dream scenarios.
Just listening to the replay again here of the incident. Yeah, it doesn't. And Christian Muscular saying it can't be fuel because they just pitted. So, yeah, we'll have to get some word on that as to what happened. But not able to quite get to the bottom of it just for the moment, as Enzo Guibert gets back out onto the circuit again in 7th position. They'll be so disappointed with that, but effectively they've lost a lap. I think that's all they've lost so far, but sometimes when you re-emerge after not doing not completing a lap and DNFing back to the pit lane, it makes you sort of do a lap to start to be counted again, effectively losing you another lap. So we'll see what happens, but they're at the very least outside the top 5.
Yeah, it's just not good for them at all. They'll be absolutely gutted, I'm sure, with how it's worked out for them. But there's definitely a chance for them to try and come back towards the end of this race, and as they will start behind Nicolas Lemoine in what is P14. It's difficult to really judge exactly where they are. Let's have a quick look at where Nicolas Lemoine is. Of course, running through the kink now, and in comparison to Enzo Guibert, he's not that much further in front. So I don't think there's going to be... Oh, no, Guibert's...
Yeah, but look, yeah, that's what I mean. So it is happening. Effectively, sometimes, most times, on rFactor, you need to do another lap before you start being scored again. So they're not only just behind Go Team, but they're actually, or on off racing, they're actually a long way behind them.
Yeah, that's my bad. I looked at numbers and it confused me. But yes, you're absolutely right. So they're going to be a lot further back. Jelle Binsbergen may be ahead of them. We'll work it out when they cross the line. But there's nothing like a little bit of confusion for the team after an incident which wasn't really much of an incident, which lost them a P2 to really keep the spirits high.
I don't see where Binsbergen is, so I can't tell you indeed how far behind he is. He's definitely behind. Can't tell you how far behind the rFRO Co at the moment, but anyway, yeah, don't know. So we'll leave that. But they're unfortunately down to 8th place for them. A real shame. And as a result, as you can see on the left-hand side, the gaps for the lead now in all 3 classes looking relatively big. I mean, at the very front of the race, Go Team Racing are not a million miles ahead of NetRex. You know, this race is still in the balance here, I feel, in the hypercars. But if they can hang on here, what a big day this is for Go Team Racing, because and what a big day it might be anyway, because their teammates are a long way behind. This is the number 7 team we're seeing here. They come in with a 1-point championship advantage over the 7. They're going to come out with at least double figures.
They are, and it's a fantastic position for them to be in. And at this stage of the season, with 3 rounds to go after this, Sebring, the Nürburgring, and at Le Mans, to have that, I mean, a little buffer. It's not the biggest buffer at all by any stretch of the imagination. They're not going to feel safe, that's for sure. But just to have any kind of buffer is really going to go to, I think, helping the mentality of the team going into the final 3 races and helping them not feel like they're so under pressure and needing to perform. They can almost have a couple of little moments next race and it'll be okay, they'll be fine. Of course, they won't want to. But there's always that buffer for them to be able to be a little bit more relaxed. And as we all know, when you're relaxed, you're more likely to be able to produce some of your best. And I think that's what they're going to be hoping is going to happen in the final 3 races down at Go Team.
Yeah, they certainly will. But there's still a long way to go in this season. Perhaps 8 hours of racing next time out, another 6 after that. And then the 24-hour race, of course. I'll make that 38 hours after this round of the championship. Still to go in terms of hours racing, which is quite a lot, to be honest. So we will be across that, of course, on the 1st of March. We'll be here in the at the same time with the 1,000 miles of Sebring, and then after that it will be the 6 hours of the Nürburgring before Le Mans in June, as always. And we look forward to that. But will we have a championship still alive here in Hypercar after that, I wonder? It's looking a little bit doubtful at the moment. As far as LMP2 goes, we've already talked about that. In GT3, this is turning into Rafa Esports season and championship to lose. Caspian Motorsport are closest to them coming into this race here today. And at the moment, Caspian Motorsport finishing way down in 13th place. Again, championship leader in this class as well, having a very good day, pulling a lot further ahead of the rest.
Exactly, and for Rafa Esports, again, managing to get themselves through the early incident down at on the start-finish line enabled them to really pull away from the race. Caspian were really caught up in it, involved right in the midst, but they, and have since suffered consequences. For Rafa Esports, they haven't really had to worry about that too much, and had an advantage, quite a sizable advantage over pretty much everybody else in the field right from the word go, and have just extended that, played around with it even, and even played around with the strategy a touch to get to the position that they are in. And for Simičić and for Pedersen, another stellar drive, and something that we've come to expect over the years.
Yeah, such a strong driver, Joni Simičić. And in the lead here by some distance in GT3. All 3 will be the championship leaders at the end of the day, I believe. And that will be a great result for all 3 as more traffic comes through here on Simičić on the way down here in towards Canada Corner. By the way, in Sim right now, it's 5:15. So I just wonder whether we're going to be getting into dark conditions. Does it get dark at 7 p.m. in America at this time of year? Maybe it does. Yeah, I suppose so.
You know what this is a case of, Ewan? It's a case of looking it up on the internet. I think it could, officially, if we're being pedantic, Central Time we're in Wisconsin, to the north of the United States of America. For those of you maybe don't know exactly where Road America lies, we're not a million miles away. Not a million miles away from the Canadian border, so it will get dark a little bit earlier. But it'll be interesting to see if it does actually darken before the end of the race. We've got more than enough time to do so between now and then, that's for sure.
I'm not sure we're racing on today's date in Sim, though.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
We know what the in-sim time is right now.
The in-sim time is 5:15, but the in-sim date is not known to me. I used to be able to get access for these start times, but I've lost when you do that these days. So forgot about that. But anyway, yeah, I reckon so. I mean, what time of year would it have to be where it's not dark at 7 p.m. anymore? I mean, it has to get quite late on. Race date is 10th of March, 2023. So thank you very much to Jimmy Allison for that. So March, 7 p.m. I reckon it will probably be dark.
Yes, 10th of March is going to be 8 minutes to 7 officially is when daylight ends.
That's perfect, really.
Yeah, a nice sunset race in the end.
Yeah, just a little bit of darkness in the final minutes. Of course, as everybody knows, everyone who's done 24-hour racing, whether real or not, Sunrise and sunset is good for us to talk about in terms of working out when those times are on, but actually it doesn't actually mean very much because you can still see quite a lot of the sky at sunset.
You can, yeah, exactly. So it's going to be interesting to see how dark it may get in comparison, really. Of course, 10th of March, you'd think the evening's going to be slightly shorter, so the light may disappear a little bit quicker. I'm really thinking into this. I'm maybe thinking into it too much. But it will be noticeably more dark by the end. There's no doubt about that. Just how much that'll affect the drivers, how much that'll affect visibility. Can't imagine a great deal, but it's something they're going to have to contend with either way.
I've just realised how perhaps silly my last sentence was. You can always see the sky if you're outdoors or in a room with windows. I mean, obviously, sunlight in the sky, because obviously you can still see the sky. It's just dark afterwards. There we go, just before anyone says anything. Meanwhile, the leading GT3, Yoni Simicic, continues on. The battle that is going to develop in the next few moments, by the way, I believe, is Gabo Hevesi, who's just gone past Simicic there, getting up towards Seawolf Net Race. The gap now just below 12 seconds. Last time round, Hevesi's time didn't count, so that's not going to be very helpful. But Martin Ullmann did a 48.6. The race leader did a 47.7. To give you a reference, I reckon this car's probably going at similar speed to the race leader right now. And so this Go Team car will be looking to move up to 4th place by the end.
Well, we've seen Go Teams 2 hypercars be well matched all the way through the season, work together well when they've been at the front, generally match each other's pace as a rule of thumb, so it would be no surprise to see that happening now, albeit there's quite a bit of a gulf between them in terms of the fact that it's nearly 2 laps between them at the moment, but it's not really going to put off Gabo Hevesi if he's trying to get himself up into the top 4. That really will be his cap, unless something happens to one of the top 3 cars, which can happen. We've seen it happen so far today, and they've got to be careful of. But realistically, his target is going to be P4, and with the time that he is currently gaining, with that gap now well under 10 seconds, you'd be hard-pressed to say that he's not going to do it.
Side by side through Canada corner there for a couple of GT3s. Look at Hevesi diving down on them as well, diving through on them. Into the pit stop phase, by the way, for the LMP2s. We've got LMP2 pit stops all over again. We will wait and see whether this is second last or third last. I think this is third last pit stop, isn't it, with 1 hour and 40 just over to go. Surely they're not going to be able to do 2 stints of 51 minutes. I would be surprised about that.
Yeah, it's been difficult to really judge what the maths is in terms of the pit stops, particularly in that LMP2 class, because it feels like they've been just on the side of being able to get it done with 2 more stints now, and it doesn't feel like you're going to be able to do it from here. I mean, 50 minutes or 51 minutes on 2 stints, it's going to be a push. It's going to be a lot of fuel saving required. I wouldn't be surprised if a couple of teams can do it, but it's not going to be the easiest of strategies, and the strategies that we're more likely to see from the likes of Thomas Anger Sim Racing.
Yeah, I reckon that because they're running further, they might be able to do it on 1 less stop. And these kind of things are things you've got to think about right from the very beginning of the race in terms of how many pit stops you're going to make, rather than panicking thinking about it now. You've got to get on that very early indeed. Further down in the field, Camille Naoui's catching Callum Cripps here, I think. Were you speaking to Cripps earlier, or was he just chatting away to himself in the YouTube chat? I saw him messaging fairly often about fuel saving quite a lot.
Yes, he was just chatting away to himself, to be honest. But yes, he's now in the car. Well, I know, right? I'm just that kind of guy. But yeah, they've been around since they've been around and in contention since the start. They were able to get through at the start, got themselves into a fantastic spot. I think Tobias initially put them there and was able to almost carry them through. Tobias Hoffman, that is, and carry them through to where they are now. It's just a case of trying to feel safe to the end, but they're in a decent position to try and get some good points.
Certainly are. As Blackhawk continue on with their season that started with race victory in number 91, don't forget. Fortunately, since then, it's been a bit of a struggle, especially rounds 2 and 3 were especially a struggle, while Rafa Esports team are looking for their 3rd win of the season, 3rd win in a row for them here today, if they could manage it. There is Tripp going through the bottom there in the dark blue and white Brabham Esports Corvette, and here's Camille Naoui in the Blackhawk Racing BMW. Just under 100 minutes to go here at Road America. Surely this is going to be a pretty quick catch and pass for Camille Naoui. Unfortunately not able to help his teammates in any way. They're nearly 45 seconds off the pace at the moment, but the very least he can do is for himself. And he's got plenty of time as well before the next round of pit stops where they'll be interrupted, so it'd be good to make this move sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I think moves are going to be in the fronts of minds now, particularly when trying to position themselves for that final stint, which is likely to be upcoming in the, we're likely to be seeing the final stint happening around that 40-50 minute mark. But if you are able to put yourself into the right position for that time period, then I think we're going to be seeing a few of the teams feel a little bit happier about where they are. Blackhawk are going to feel aggrieved, I think, really, from how the race started for them. They were in such a good position. I mean, they were able to get away at the front. I mean, the one car that escaped was the hypercar, and that disconnected about 15-20 minutes after we got green flag racing again. So they've really been through the mill of it today. Absolutely deserve to be higher up than they are. And for Commander Naui, he's going to be leading that charge for the team to try and get a couple more points, a couple more positions that they will somewhat feel like they deserve, and to get past Brabham will be the first step in that.
Yeah. Well, they are homing in very quickly here at the moment. This gap is going absolutely the right way for them as far as they are concerned. Last time round, 2:04.6 from Naui. Cripps did a 5:8. Although that was quicker than Satellite and Sim Racing for Holland, who are in the two positions directly in front of them. So it's not slow from Callum Cripps by any means, but it is slower than Kamil Naui at the moment. Through the fast right-handed kink they go now, with the peril of the outside barrier waiting for you there if you just get it wrong. The gap will tip below a second now. Naui is closing in into Canada Corner. He's too far behind, but Cripps will certainly be noticing the large BMW in the rearview mirror now.
Yeah, and about that corner, about getting it wrong there, to your point, I mean, I was starting to write down little bits that happened in the race, and I wrote down the start, there was the DSQ off the start, there was the red flag, they were swapping for the lead, and then an hour and a half later, the next thing of note was that Luca D'Amelio had a big crash at the kink. So it absolutely can happen. It took them out of the race, Luca D'Amelio and the rest of his team, in the 39-pound Corsa's car. So it absolutely can happen, and it's so easy to do. Drivers have to be so careful and aware that it could happen. We've also not seen any incidents down there at the kink between cars being lapped, so hypercars with GT3. But that is absolutely a risk, because if you get a little bit too greedy, it can go so wrong.
Yellow flag in the final sector is very brief indeed, and we continue on with this battle. The LMP2 filters through on the right-hand side of them there, just getting through rather nicely, rather quickly, allowing these two to battle amongst themselves. Satellite Racing have pitted in and come out just 4 seconds in front of these guys. If they don't get up to speed quickly on high fuel, they could be in trouble as Cripps slides his way into turn 5. Good catch, but no, he's got a chance. Oh, he has a look at the inside at turn 6. He wasn't never going to go for it though.
No, too much of a risk it seemed, as there's another brief yellow in sector 3. Sure who it is that is possibly causing that. Yes, it has gone again. I'm just looking at the driver tracker just to see if there's anybody stopped, and there isn't. So it can't be too much of an issue. There's cars all over the circuit at the moment, but nobody that is stopped. Callum Cripps is absolutely not stopped, and he's going to have to be careful, because if that Brabham car is still fuel saving, he's going to feel like he's got far less room to play around with this battle, and far less ability to defend his position.
Yeah. Well, I must admit, he's already holding on longer than I thought he would. And I know he's not been holding on for very long, but that's... I thought it was going to be a very quick battle, this. Now down the inside of one of the Hyperions, that's going to be disrupt... Oh, wow, that was close. Naui there was going to be disadvantaged, but no. He went down the inside of Cripps as well there. And very nearly, there was a bit of contact between the two. They get away with it, though. And Cripps now will have all his focus on the rearview mirrors again here. Out of the final corner they come. They'll unlap themselves actually on Rafa Esports as into the pit lane comes Naui. He was at the end of his stint, with Cripps not long beginning his. Hence the difference in speed, and with lower fuel there for Naui, and so Cripps will survive that time round. Naui will be a little bit disappointed, because he spent a lap and a half or so there, going a bit slower than maybe he could have done, slightly decreasing his race time, which he, it's cost him maybe a second or two. It's not too much, but it can add up.
It absolutely can, and with only an hour and a half left to go, if you start to lose a little bit too much time, you're not going to feel like you have that much time to then recuperate what you have lost. So there's definitely going to be that in the back of the mind. Interesting to see that we have that leading GT3 RAFA Esports car in the pit lane at this stage of the race. You'd think that it's quite easy to get home in 2 more stops, and it seems like the strategy for them is going to be nailed to a T, and that what they've done all day long is just going to be getting themselves to the end in the best way possible. Also helping them almost appease themselves, as myself and I were talking about how, if you look at Yone Simoncic's stream right now, as he streams the race on his YouTube, it did say live the 6 hours of blaming BOP, so maybe they'll be a little bit calmer with this win, if they can get there.
Does he mean everybody else is going to be blaming the BOP on the McLaren, or he was?
No, I think they're blaming. I think the point is they're blaming the BOP
if they don't win.
Winning, yeah.
Right. Well, at
But
least
they're
he
winning,
admits it.
so yeah.
Not many drivers would admit to that, but there you go. At least he does. So there you go. Battle for 5th will be ongoing very, very shortly indeed. Gabo Hevesi just over 2 seconds behind Martin Ullmann in the Seawolf Net Race car. I wonder whether there'll be a pit stop that just interrupts his pass as well.
Yeah, let's see as Hevesi comes down the final corner. Does he dive into the pit lane? No, he'll stay out, and he will continue on as he does gain up to the back of the Seawolf Net Race car. 2.4 seconds was the gap at the last timing position. What about it now? 1.5. That is coming down rapidly, and I think we'd expect to see a move happen in the next, what couple of laps, if that?
Yeah. So we will keep an eye on it. It very much depends on traffic, actually. And there's a little bit more that will help Hevesi, because he's going to get this LMP2 before turn 5, whereas the Seawolf cars had to follow it through turn 3 there. Well, the LMP2s are quite quicker than I always forget how quick they are these days. I know they've been out for about 8 years, but you know, they are very quick. And so Hevesi's not going to get him on the straight. Back in the day, he certainly would have done pre-2017 regulations, but the Orica is very quick, especially compared to the modern day hypercar. And so Hevesi is, in fact, going to lose out more time. So, yeah, the time which he's going to take is going to be longer than it otherwise might be, with this pass to be made. Oh, that's a slide, a snap, but he saves it. And, well, he's still stuck behind. Look at this. Yeah,
crazy. It really, in the attempts to get through inside line, he's going to get the... Oh, sorry, that's obviously on the LMP2. That scared me either way. But it threw on the inside into the carousel, but he's not quite able to get through. He might get held up into the kink by the GT3 just in front of him. Oh, he's going to go for it. Oh, my word. And that is what I was talking about literally about 5 minutes ago, about maybe getting a little bit too greedy. It nearly came true pretty quickly.
The Racing for Holland team have a right to be absolutely furious with that, because that was pretty dangerous from Gabo Hevesi, I'm afraid. I understand he's trying to gain a position here, and he's trying to gain some time back for Go Team. He is up against that clock now that reads an hour and 31 remaining in the race. I know he's not got all the time in the world, but and he's trying to get 4th place, of course, but that was too dangerous, in my opinion, to make through the kink. The GT cars just cannot adjust their lines quite as well, and if it wasn't as an experienced team as Sim Racing for Holland, that could have been a very big accident.
Absolutely, could have been absolutely huge, but Hevesi's just able to get through. The commitment was, I mean, it was high, the commitment was high. It's just whether that was necessarily appreciated, and I don't think it probably was by the Sim Racing for Holland team. He has a good exit, though, out of turn 3. This is going to be a run down in towards turn 5, and Hevesi's going to be all over the back of the Seawolf Net Race car as they go onto the Cheese Bridge. Is there ability to send it down the inside? It's going to be tough, but he might go for it, you know.
Down the inside, late on the brakes. Oh, he just gives enough room there, Ullmann, and he's sort of let Hevesi have the inside line there. He knew that was going to happen at some point, and he's just resigned to the fact, to be honest. So through goes Gabo Hevesi with an hour and a half to go. A few more points for him there, important points as well, if they're going to chase down their teammates in this championship.
Yeah, it really is critical for them to get themselves through. The next target, of course, 10 seconds up the road. That's the cap. Realistically, that's the cap. They'd need, they'd need something to go heavily wrong to get anything higher than P4. This is definitely going to be an interesting one to see how this one is able to progress. Because if they're able to close that 10-second gap quickly, then, I mean, who knows what could happen by the end. So it really is a critical stage for them, but we'll keep an eye definitely on if they can get through and surely pass the P4 car.
Yeah. Absolutely. So we'll keep an eye on that battle for when it happens as well. Go ahead, see speeds on up the road in the 5th position of the hypercar class. Moritz Mel still leading the way in hypercar. Ivan Leonov is in 2nd place for Seawolf, and then 3rd at Seawolf Netrex, excuse me. Then it's Danny Van Den Eyck, who is 3rd in the other Netrex car. I mean, I was very interested at the start of this season to see how Netrex would get on in hypercar. I don't know if they've ever done the VEC in the top category before, certainly not on the top split, and they've given it a go this season. It started out very well for them at the opening round. The number 19 car, which is currently running 3rd, got a 2nd place finish back at that race. However, I think since then it's just been a little bit of a struggle for them, really. 5th and 6th place in the standings right now, and they're going to consolidate that. They might even jump a bit further up the order in the standings. However, it's been a bit of a difficult season. It'd be great for them both to get on the podium at the same time here at Road America, though.
Absolutely. I mean, Netrex have not necessarily been as at the races as they maybe would want to be. 5th and 6th in the championship, of course, coming into this. But at least they're together. Only the 1 point splitting them as they run through. But this will really benefit them. Black Hawk, of course, a little bit further down will go presumably below them, I believe, with the points that they will win. And they'll get much closer to Racing Zone team to maybe even get themselves into what would be nearly 3rd and 4th in the championship after the Go teams are 1st and 2nd. So it's been a good day for Netrex. They just have to bring it home now. And by getting through off the start, they were handed this kind of position on the plate, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they were always going to keep it. They've worked hard. They've been able to deliver the pace when it mattered. And even though they haven't quite been able to keep track and keep up with that number 17 Go team car, they've been impressive in keeping themselves 2nd and 3rd for sure.
See if they can hold on. It's looking good at the moment for them. In LMP2, Thomas Enger Sim Racing leading the way. Closest battle is between the 2 Hyperions at the moment. Patrick Sokowski is being caught by Maciej Jaborowski in the other Hyperion car. That's 4th and 5th at the moment for them. Best placed Hyperion car is 5th place going into this race in the championship. That was 31 points off of Black Hawk Racing. So Thomas Enger Sim Racing start the day 26 behind Black Hawk, who, as I say, are way down the field as of right now. Black Hawk Racing 11th place now. Mark Veit at the wheel of that one. 6 laps down according to my timing screen on the leader. Is that correct? Yeah, it is. And they're a lap off the next car, so it's a bit of a race of disaster, but I think they'll still be leading the championship just about.
Yeah, I mean, clinging on with some fingernails, but should just about be able to. See if they can make sure they hang there for the next month before we get racing again at Sebring. That's going to be an exciting race as well, I think. Just to see how... I know you're not necessarily looking forward to it as much as I am, Ewan, but Sebring does often bring out some interesting races and doesn't necessarily split up the packs too much, so it could be nice to see some close racing there before we get to the Nürburgring, which we are unlikely to see as much side-by-side action through what is a difficult circuit to race at generally.
Yeah, it certainly is. I suspect, trying to work out how many points they're going to lose, I suspect it could be up towards the 20 mark. They could be down well in the single figures as far as the Championship League goes. As I mentioned earlier, Valley Esports, now called Pan Corsa, are out the race. So, can you remember why they were out the race, by the way? Just to...
Yes, because Luca D'Amico crashed the kink.
I didn't realise they didn't recover from that. Okay.
No, they turned back to pit lane and we didn't see them since. I think actually earlier on in that lap there was a bit of an incident they had. I think it could have been down at turn 5 and 6, but there was a yellow flag while we were looking at them. At 4 when they had the crash, so they didn't have a good lap or so, but Luca D'Amelio sticking it in the wall and sticking them out of the race, which it's not going to help out their championship.
No, there's already a few points adrift from the championship lead, so they are going to be even further away after this one, unfortunately for them. The 2 Hyperions again getting very close to one another. I can't imagine, and indeed they've swapped. Patrick Sokowski has lost a lot of time all of a sudden here. He might have just been in, actually. That might explain quite a lot. as he drops to 5th position. They seem to get very close on the timing screen, but they're not in reality. Not many of the gaps in LMP2 are very close at all. You can see the ones on your top 8 on your screen already there. Yusi Narola is trying to catch Enzo Guibert, who's back out onto the circuit again, but he's a minute and 21 behind. Then there's only lap gaps below that for the 38 Go Team racing car, the Black Hawk racing car, and Arms Cybra, all a lap between them. A very attritional race. I think it, well, I personally think it backs up my point about Road America being quite a difficult multicast circuit.
Well, it was an attritional start. I mean, since then we haven't. I think we've only lost 4 cars overall in the race, and we haven't seen many incidents really since the start. It's just been a bit of an irritance to have the car split up so far. But yeah, it's been tricky for the drivers, tricky for the teams, and I think they haven't necessarily been as aggressive as they could have been because the opportunities aren't quite as close to them. So there's always that in the back of their minds, and they're almost resigned to, being a little bit safer, just, consolidating the points that they can get as we run our way through. Pit stops in the hypercars means that they're going to have to do one more, surely, Ewan, because they're not going to get through to the end on 83 minutes, right? Well, obviously not.
No, nobody can, I don't think. Not even
exactly.
the GT3s can stop, to get from the end from here. But I mean, at this stage of the race, there's the pit stops really sort of come on their own a bit more regularly than they come all together. So it gets very, very different at this stage in the race compared to early on, especially. But for the hypercars, it's just about running your own strategy from this point to the end and trying to maximise your finish. I think the only positions really that are up for grabs now is 4th place between Racing Zone and Go Team. I mean, maybe I'm wrong on that, but it's not like Go Team out front can have a really terrible day and still win from here. That's absolutely not true, but just feels like at the moment this is the battle for 4th place, and that's the most realistic for changing as Toth comes in.
We haven't really been able to see anybody make any inroads of the drivers that were a lap or 2 down off of the start, really. They haven't been able to close that gap at all. Not in the same way that we have somewhat seen from the Hyperion, the second of the 2 Hyperions that Thomas Vac had been piloting for most of the race. He was running really well, actually, towards the front of the field, or running really well in terms of the pace that was matching those at the front of the field, and it was able to unlap himself compared to his teammate. Was basically 2 laps down to his teammate on the 5-hour restart. Now he's only 55 seconds behind, but it's been a really good gain for not just him, but also Patrick, who's been alongside him. The same kind of game we haven't seen in the hypercars. They've kind of stayed in their little groups, and that's somewhat prevented us from seeing too much crossover towards the latter stages of the race.
Yeah, Dennis Duna into 2nd place for Sim Racing for Holland, just 5 seconds ahead of Liam Rant in the Satellite Racing 3rd placed car in GT3. Now this is an interesting class, I think. Look at the gaps from 2nd place down to 5th. I know that the whole race is a bit mixed up at the moment, and that's normal. But just who is going to finish on the podium here with Rafa Esports Team is a bit of a mystery. Simoncic is looking good for a race win, but I'm not sure the podium is quite decided yet.
Yeah, there's no way you can really call it yet, and it's difficult to really judge exactly who needs a splash and dash, who doesn't. I think that's the key. Brabham, talking in the chat, Callum Cripps saying that they were thinking that they may have to do a splash and dash, even with the fuel saving that they're doing. If that's a possibility for a few of the teams, then we're not really going to know until the final couple of minutes. I mean, this race, seeing a lot of similarities to Bahrain last season with the start. Could we see something similar with the requirement for some splash and dashes for the GT3s?
Yeah, it's a mark of strategy gone slightly wrong in my mind if you're splashing and dashing in GT3, considering the fuel tanks of these machines. But there you go. We'll see whether anyone has to do one a little bit later on. Dennis Duna now has to watch out in his rearview mirror again. There goes one of the Go Team cars. Let's go by Hevesy again. He'll be giving him some grief out the window, probably, at least at his head, because last time those two got very close together towards the kink. It was a very close to accident moment, I would say, for the Corvette, but luckily they both just about avoided catastrophe. It's one of those corners where things can go wrong very easily indeed, and indeed there is Gebo Hevesy, I think, right in behind. There he is. So I would describe that as a much more normal pass this time round into turn 6 rather than what we saw last time.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to seeing, in a way, what can unfold in that in the battle in the next few laps. But it's difficult to really judge exactly who will find themselves where after this pit stop phase ends. But because of course we are still in it. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I'm interested by that 4-second gap between the Moritz Mel's Go Team car and of course the two, or the second of the two Netrex cars. Of course, Danny Van Den Eet falling backwards. The Go Team car pitting slightly earlier. It did pit later originally than the Netrexes, but a shorter stint in the middle of the race has meant that they're now at the start of the pit stop phase, and Netrex at the end. I think they'll still hit the fuel targets, but it's interesting to see how that's changed over the course of the race.
Yeah. Just seeing another hypercar come in. There is the Netrex car, so we're not going to see that pass on the circuit. Instead, it's going to be made in the pit lane again as the other Go Team car gets to within a lap of Netrex for another occasion. Not that it really matters at this stage. Liam Rance is catching, I've got to say. Last time around, he did a 2:05.4. This time around, it's not counting. I don't think that lap counted that time around for Liam Rance. At least it's not showing up for the moment. But the one before that was a 5.4. 5.8 from Duna last time round. So you can put those two times together and think, yeah, he's just catching a little bit at the moment, Liam Rance, in this battle for second place. And I think it is him making the difference because he's pulling away as well from Brabham Esports. It's not that Duna's slowing down. I think Rance is getting quicker.
Yeah, well, Brabham Esports, of course, trying to fuel save a little bit more. It could be the same case for Sim Racing the Holland as well, but it seems that for the time being, Liam Rance and Satellite Racing are in a good spot at the moment and are able to keep themselves in front, or keep themselves in front and then gain up towards the back. I think, of course, as we've been talking about, that Simitrich and the RAF Esports team are probably a little bit too far away, but for Liam Rance, P2 is definitely a target here. It's just a case of whether the strategy is going to hold up for him. Very well may do, but as we've been talking about, difficult to really judge, and difficult to say at this stage whether he is right there in P2, in a net P2 with everything said and done. So we will monitor it through the remainder as we go down. Less than 1 hour 17 to go in the race. It is still Yoni Simichic's leading by some margin. It's got very overcast, hasn't it, these last few rounds? I'm not sure we're expecting rain, but I think it's going to be dry here today. But suddenly it's got very overcast all of a sudden. That's going to accelerate us getting to darkness, if indeed we do, because clouds block out sunlight, in case you didn't know. So yeah. So you're welcome for that. But yeah, I'm not sure. I can't remember the last time we had rain in the VEC. Actually, it was probably earlier on this season. But I'd need to go and check. But it doesn't look like it's going to come here. It's just going to threaten us towards the end, I think. I think we had some at Le Mans at the end of last season, if memory serves. I may have dreamt that, if I'm honest, but I think we had some at Le Mans. I don't know that we've had any this season. Maybe it's Spa, but not in the last couple of rounds, that's for sure. Not at Monza, and not at Bahrain, and not here either. So maybe, but that would spice it up a bit. If this race didn't need any more, it could do with a little bit of spicing up towards the end of the race. I wouldn't mind seeing a bit of precipitation around the circuit. It getting wet, it getting dark at the same time as well. Maybe a couple of splashes and dashes. That could be an exciting final 20 minutes. Yep,
it certainly could. I'd enjoy that, but we'll see what happens this time around at Road America. So it's up further towards the north of the country. I was under the impression actually that this is quite a relatively rainy part of America, but maybe I'm wrong on that. It's not tropical, but it rains a bit more down here, up here, I would say, than other places. Not that maybe matters so much. We are down in Sebring, by the way, in the next round. Again, wonder whether we're going to see rain there. I've lost count of how many VEC races we've had at Sebring where it's begun to rain at some point, because it's a very common occurrence due to the climate.
It is. The Floridian coastline more susceptible to rain than up here in the continent of the US. Gets very cold up here, doesn't it? A lot of snow you get in the winter Anybody who watches Green Bay will know. But it is a cold part of the world, and it means that a lot of the racing that happens here at Road America really doesn't happen in the middle of summer. You think of the IndyCar series comes here right in the middle of June and July, and the same can be said for other series that attend the circuit. So. Nice to see that we're here in March in Sim, but realistically it's not going to make that much more of a difference. We're in March rather than June in Sim, I guess.
Yeah, I think IMSA comes here in August, I think.
Yes.
Sort of summertime racing. One of the few events where all of the classes visit IMSA. Makes for a very busy racetrack. Over 50 of them out on the circuit at the same time. We started today with about 40, which is plenty to be getting on with in the 3 classes. We ride aboard here with Liam Rance in the satellite racing car. 2.9 seconds now. This is closing. We'll be continuing to watch the rearview mirrors for the traffic, of course, but most of his eyes, or 2 of them, will be focused up ahead at the Sim Racing for Holland Corvette just up in front. Team that have always used the Corvette in the Virtual Endurance Championship, from the C7R days to the C8R days. I'm not sure if it's an R, but it's certainly a C8, and it certainly doesn't sound like a Corvette anymore. That's all I'll say on the matter.
No, but well, if he's keeping most of his eyes on the track in front, he may be keeping some of his eyes on the strategy, just to make sure that they're hitting the fuel numbers correctly. But oh, hello, there's an LMP2 coming down the inside, the armed cyber car. That's been in the walls today a fair few times. I was just going to quickly mention, just to circle back and finish the point about it being cold in Road America and the only race in the summer. March the 1st this year at Road America, you can participate in the Winter Autocross Series.
Wow.
That doesn't seem very, high quality, like IMSA IndyCar to me.
It's that's positively spring as well, by the way.
It is, yeah.
1st of March. Never mind. They can't even name the seasons right in America, so who am I to judge on when they're saying winter is? Through Canada corner they go. 2.4 seconds as they trip the next sector line. And Duna's going to go a bit wide through this penultimate corner as well there. That is Bill Mitchell Bend, turn 13. And Rance is going to perhaps be even under 2 seconds off. Well, that's a very small final sector. Can't gain a lot of time just because it's not very long. Under the bridge and over the line. What's the gap going to be with 1:12 left in the race? Liam Rance 2.1 seconds behind as we briefly had a yellow flag in sector 2 there. Can't see anybody crashed off the road though, thankfully. We'll stay green.
Yes, and no one really getting themselves into too much trouble, it's fair to say, into the final 72 minutes of the race. We've seen big incidents up to this point, but not now. And I think this is the kind of point in the race where if you had a big crash, it would just be gutting, because you've worked so hard to get to the position that you're in, and with comparatively to how much we had at the start of the race, so little time left on the clock, it's really gutting to have any kind of incident. So happily, no one's really come to blows just yet, at least, and Liam Rance, for the time, can keep continuing on as that plane continues to fly overhead in a circle. I hope there's still enough fuel in there by the end of the race. 2 seconds is the gap now between Liam Rance and the Sim Racing for Holland car. I'm going to say, Ewan, we're going to see the move happen with 1 hour and 5 minutes to go.
Are you giving yourself, I presume you're giving yourself that whole window of a minute for him to make the move on?
Yes,
yes,
because I'm going to be wrong anyway, so I'm
not the
give myself
second.
a chance.
You want to go for any seconds as well? He's going to make it on?
Let's not be silly now. Unless you want to go for a second.
Oh no, certainly not, no. I think zooming it down to a minute's quite brave. Especially a minute, by the way, which is in only 5 minutes. I mean, don't you think that's a little bit soon? He's still got 1.8 to catch before he's even working on the pass yet.
But when I said in 2 minutes, he was 2.1 behind, so he's gained 4 tenths since we've been talking about this. So, you know, I'm going to back my presumably awful prediction all the way.
I don't think he's going to do this in this stint, to be honest with you, but we'll see about that. Gap's closing for 4th as well, by the way, although it's a lot of a wider gap than this one. The Brabham Esports car is being caught at the moment, Callum Cripps, as we kind of expected at this stage. And it's being caught by Jules Neal in the G-League Esports car. He's into that one now with 5.5 seconds left to catch, so maybe a couple more back. This is what I was talking about earlier on. These podium places are not set in stone, although I've got to say these two now, Duna and Rance are quite a long way ahead of 4th place. They're not comfortably on the podium yet, but they are getting further towards being comfortable.
They are, and I think that'll make them feel a little bit safer for the time being. I think they'll enjoy maybe the freedom that the added bit of freedom that they may be feeling by being able to catch up to the Sim Racing for Holland and gain away from the Brabham Esports car. It gives them a little bit more room to work with, especially when going for the move. That gap now at 1.4 seconds, and they've got just about 4 minutes to get the move done to save my face. So let's hope Liam Rance can gain a little bit more time in the next couple of corners. It looks like he's very good in the middle sector, so this gap may come down to more like 1.3, 1.4 by the time we reach the carousel.
Yep. You're hoping so. That's for sure.
Yes, very much so.
Just under an hour 9 remaining in this one, the 6 hours of Road America, which is round number 5 of the Virtual Endurance Championship in season 17. Can you believe it? And can you also believe we're over halfway through the season as well? In terms of hours, I'm not sure we are quite yet, because the 24-hour looms so large at the very end of the season. But yeah, this is already halfway through another Virtual Endurance Championship season. Quite remarkable. Season 17 coming towards a conclusion, and I've got to say, the championship leaders today have really stumped their authority. Other than maybe in LMP2, where actually it's probably quite close between Thomas Enger Sim Racing and Black Hawk Racing, the other categories have been really not set in stone, but taken by the scruff of the neck by the championship leaders here today. Yeah,
but I have to say, I feel like that's more likely to be more luck than judgment after what we saw at the start. Yes, they've been able to pull away, but usually could have been them that got caught up in the incident and found themselves airborne and upside down and going over and over. And we had a GT3, an LMP2 and a hypercar in the air at the same time off the start. Could have been anybody. But for the championship leaders, they have been able to get themselves to the front of the field and pull away because of it. And it's been impressive to see that. Thomas Enger Sim Racing may find themselves at the top of the tree by the end of the day, and we could have all 3 winners being the 3 championship leaders, at least in the teams. Not necessarily for this particular car, but for the teams at least. Yeah, it's been an interesting race. It's been a bit bizarre because it hasn't necessarily gone as you'd expect, particularly after the melee we saw at the start.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen those kind of incidents before. Last time we were at Bahrain, for example, before this season, there was an absolutely humongous crash. Wheels flying, somebody up in the roof, and all sorts going on the way towards the line. And you know, we saw a fairly big crash at the start of Monza. I think it was when it was the very first round of the season, maybe the season before that one I was referencing at Bahrain. I think what that does do for the next rounds, actually, when there is a big accident on the start, is that, as I said earlier, it kind of jolts everybody, scares everybody into behaving themselves again, because they're all going to be thinking on the run towards the green flag in exactly 4 weeks' time when we're at Sebring. I don't want that to happen again.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of that up and down the grid after today, and looking forward to the next couple of races. I think there's going to be a real strong determination to not allow the kind of races to occur again. Not necessarily mistakes, because a lot of drivers got caught up in the incident early on, didn't have anywhere to go. But I think a lot of the teams will be hoping that they can just pick their way through the early stages safely and then get themselves in a race, because so many of the teams haven't really been able to do that today. And that's going to be just the basic aim for next week, and then they can work from there, and that could provide us with a fantastic race where a lot of teams are really keen to get the win compared to some teams who, and with championship battles close, there aren't as many teams that are going to be happy to sit back.
We're into 1 hour 5 minutes to go, by the way. Did you mean this minute or the next one?
I don't think it's going to happen anyway. I could say the next one, but let's be real, it's not happening.
I think you're probably right. Gary's closing a lot quicker in 4th place overall, so we'll jump to that. Zoltan Toth is under pressure here from Zoltan Boda, as it is now, catching up. So he's just 1.6 seconds behind. I can't help but note the gap for 4th place in GT3 as well, 2.4. We've got the classic endurance racing thing, very close at the beginning, stretches out a long way through the middle, and it really has stretched out a very, very long way today through the middle, but it's getting closer again towards the end as strategies converge and these battles sort themselves out right towards the very end.
Yeah, not long to go, really, in the grand scheme of things, for these battles to continue to develop, and for Zoltan Boda in the car now. Let's see what he can do in his attempts to get up into P4. It's nice that we now have everybody in the top 6 technically on the, on the same lap as the car in front of them. That hasn't happened all race long, so it's good to see that's happened in the final hour or so. But you're not going to close 102 seconds in 100 and... Oh dear. Let me rephrase that. You're not going to close 102 seconds in 64 minutes, are you? Are you even?
You tell me.
I just read an hour and 4 minutes is 104 minutes, and that's not right.
I saw somebody do that on social media the other day.
So did I. And I laughed at them, and now now I feel silly myself.
And now you're the laughy, as it were, or whatever it is. Down the straight there goes. Otto hasn't had a very good run through traffic while we've been waffling on, and Liam Rance has. So we'll try and keep an eye on these two battles at the same time. But Rance is now only 8 attempts behind. He's taken quite a while to close in here, but this is generally what happens in GT battles. Sometimes in the prototypes, they can crash down some gaps and really just come together. Well, this time round, these two have really slowly. Liam Rance almost winched himself to the back end of the Corvette here. It's taken him a very, very long time. And that is for that reason why I questioned your prediction at the time, because it's surely with this little time gain what he's got over his rival here, Liam Rance, he's going to find it very sort of difficult to edge himself past as well. It's taken him so long to catch up. It's not going to be an easy pass.
Yeah, but I was hoping for a battle in the short term. I knew I was probably going to be wrong, but you can always hope. I mean, Rance will not go for it if it's not safe, I'm sure. The Satellite Racing team will be happy with the P3 regardless. I think with the P2 dangling in front of their face, they're absolutely going to go for it, but I don't think they're going to be absolutely heartbroken if they don't get the move done. So for Liam Rance, being where he is, getting into P2 is not the be-all and end-all, and he's not necessarily going to go for it in a silly place. But if the opportunity presents itself, by all means, I think we're going to find him steaming either down the inside or around the outside, whatever it is, to try and make this move stick. And I thought for a second the LMP2 was going to get involved in the battle, but it doesn't. And Rance may have a chance down in towards Canada Corner.
Here we go. Rance is close, but not close enough. And that slight bit of slipstream that Duna will have picked up there will have just helped him along as well. Supreme Esports coming from second place in LMP2. That's Marco Vinculo, who is into the pit lane. I don't know whether he will exit the pit lane as driver of that machine or not as we get closer towards an hour to go here at Road America. This race starting to liven up here with a couple of battles towards the end. Well, another one of the LMP2s in. This is scheduled pit stops, by the way, for these guys, and they will be making one more half-tank stop to the end of the race. Down the straight, Liam Rance is not close enough here. This is what I mean. He's quite close, but I mean, in the GT cars, you don't even get that much slipstream at this distance, so it's pretty difficult as Duna is pushing hard. Look at him going slightly wide there through turn 1, using that tarmac on the outside line to aid his escape.
Yeah, and just about able to slip away for the time being, but Rance is still right there and in this battle. Is he going to be able to make a move somewhere down at turn 5? Underneath the cheese bridge they go, and it's just a slow gain, a slow, almost pulling yourself into the car in front with the amount of slipstream that you've got. It is noticeable, but not majorly so, and a position to be gained at turn 5, and Rance will stay where he is and will stay down in P3. The G-League car is not too far back off the Bradford Esports car either, so we could see a couple of moves ongoing in the GT3 class at the front.
We could. Let's see if we do. I'll say livening up a little bit here at the very front of the GT3 field. Through the left-hander they go. Liam Rance on the power here in the BMW as it tries to just get a little bit of slipstream, whatever it can, here from the small and sleek Corvette just up in front of them. Round the carousel they go. Under another bridge. Past the sort of alternative layout chicane you get on the left-hand side there. Now through the fast right-handed kink, and Rance will close in. At this kind of speed, you will pick up quite a lot of slipstream, but he's just not close enough. Look at him braking relatively late there, down into the corner. Can't quite do it. Duna slides, and he'll close in again here. Pressure mounting now.
Yeah, and this is not looking like it's going to be a comfortable experience right now. If you're in that sim racing for Holland car with Dennis Duna, at the wheel. Around the final turn that they will go. Does Brantz get a good enough exit? Oh, he's got more than a good enough exit to at least have a go. Oh. Right. Would you believe it? So, so we're not going to get necessarily the battle on the track, but he's made the move, eh? 59 minutes on the clock.
There could be another pit stop to ruin this one as well, by the way. Jules Neal just in behind the Brabham Esports car that's flashing its lights furiously. I'm coming into the pit lane. Please don't hit me on the rear. And he's managed to listen to the warning. Jules Neal will go through. So both battles are going to be ruined for the moment, but we'll watch out for them when they come back out onto the circuit. As Dennis Dooner there, as you can see, pulls into his box. What's gone on in Sector 3? Looked like an LMP2 off the road. That could be the Blackhawk car, is it? No, it's not. Excuse me. It is the car behind them, Francesco Geniale, who went off, and he's been in the wall. Luckily, he's able to just get in pit lane.
Yeah, just about. Nearly not able to. His darkness is starting to feel like it's setting in a bit. The headlights making a difference on the circuit. And it's out that Armstrong car. It's had a difficult day. I mean, you can tell it 8 laps down to the leader in the class. It's not been the easiest of experiences for anybody in that team. And again, down on pit road, I don't even think this could even be the last time that they'll be down on pit road. Yellow flag in Sector 2. It's the 37. Go Team car who is around. It's Gregor Luksak, who was off the road down at Canada Corner. There he is. He was off the road and he was down the order. We didn't quite catch what had happened to him, but he was spun around for some reason, and he will drop a little bit further back thanks to that.
Yeah, sorry for jumping around so much. I'm trying to catch what's going on at the moment. I understand if someone's just fallen off their chair because I've changed the camera too many times. Sorry. Anyway, battle for 4th. Zoltan Boda versus Zoltan Toff further out front. I wonder if they share a nationality. I think they might do. Down in towards Canada Corner. That's just past the G League BMW. Jules Neal just in towards Canada Corner there. Now then, through Bill Mitchell Bend. For Boda, it's about getting close here. Staying close and then getting that run down the front straight. Look at his tighter line on the way in there to the final corner. Obviously, yes, he's coming in there as he didn't really care about his exit, but actually he did need to care about his exit because he's out onto the front straight, and I'm afraid he's not going to get anywhere with that. He's going to get the slipstream. He's going to have to hope that it pulls him along and past in towards turn 1. No, not quite into the first corner.
No, and Zoltan Boda stays where he is, but the gap is really coming down, and I think the pressure is going to be felt by the Racing Zone team as they work their way through turn 3. There's contact, there's major contact actually. Surprising that neither of them have really felt it. Zoltan Boda probably not going to be able to have a chance at turn 5, but there was definitely a relatively large hit between those two down at turn 3. Yeah, surprised they didn't go around.
Yeah, it was quite close to disaster, but they've gotten away with it. And they'll continue on. LMP2 in the way, and we've seen through the middle sector in the past in this race that it's not easy as a hypercar to get past an LMP2 through the middle sector. Will Toth make a dive either here or before the carousel? He's going to go for it here. Down the inside into the left-hander at turn 8, and he's got it wrong. Oh, contact up into the air, and the Hyperion car will slip through down on the inside. That is contact. And they all get away with it just about, but there surely must be damage for somebody. At the very least, a little bit of steering will be out of whack, I'm afraid, for these guys. Boda now goes down the inside of the kink. He doesn't quite get through, though. And Toth survives, but only just. That's exactly what happens when you make a low percentage lunge in towards turn 8.
Yeah, oh, and it gets close again as they work their way in towards Canada Corner. It was difficult with the Hyperion car in the way as well, but Boda now trying to get through. That's a closing gap. That looked very, very difficult. We'll go through at the final corner? No, we'll have to sit in behind and wait, and that gap is going to increase exponentially. Ooh, and that got close. Luckily, there was no contact. Flashing of the lights from the Hyperion, that doesn't surprise me. Zoltan Boda flashing his own lights. But he's now 1.7 seconds behind, so he's got to gain that time all the way back again.
Yeah, that's the frustrating thing when you're in one of these battles, isn't it? Just losing a lot of time through, not really any fault of your own, and then having to make it up again later. I mean, I know this is not to think about today, and this will be thought about by in 4 weeks' time, but Racing Zone could well get a penalty for that, and you know, that could set them back at the start of Sebring if they have to serve a drive-through penalty, which is very possible if that incident's protested and it's adjudged to be their fault.
Exactly. Yeah, I don't necessarily know how the stewards will view that one, off the start, but yeah, I'm sure they will take a look at it, no doubt about it, and give us down a judgment accordingly. But I think for all parties involved, they wouldn't mind. I think for the drivers at fault, I think they may get slapped on the wrist. Obviously, I'm not going to wade into this one after 5 hours and 5 minutes on the commentary, Ewan. But stewards will hand down decisions. They will give them out accordingly. I think we may see a fair few of them today for separate incidents, but that could be one of them.
Absolutely. As I say, they'll think about that later, but later soon becomes the next race, and then you're all of a sudden in a bit of trouble. They are both Hungarian, by the way, Zoltan Boda and Zoltan Toth, so sharing a name. I wonder if it's a very Hungarian name. I've got no idea what I'm talking about, but it could be. They're about 2 seconds apart. You can look at that, 5 seconds behind for Seawolf Net Race, by the way, as Hyperion are also being closed on. Matches Dabrowski is under pressure from Tony Jukic. Now, this is a battle I wasn't expecting to come up. Jukic, I think, lost a bit of time during that previous pit stop cycle. Undercover Rayan now trying to come through.
Yeah, they did, and all of a sudden, it's Hyperion now 3rd and 5th. We're running 5th and 6th for a very long time, and with the 6th car overlap down to the teammate, but all of a sudden now, in a podium position, and with Tony Jukic having to work his way through to get back into the podium spots, 53 minutes to do so, there's more than enough time. And a pit stop on go that has to be served by these guys to make sure that they can get to the end of the race. So, far from over, a lot of variables still to be clarified and decided. But Hyperion are going to be feeling pretty good, I think, about how this race has gone after the restart from the red flag with 5 hours to go, give or take. They've done really well to get themselves into 3rd and 5th, and maybe even something a little bit better. Only 30 seconds off the sim frame car. I say only 30 seconds. That is a closable margin.
Yeah. Anything can happen in 52 minutes of endurance racing, that's for sure. Now, Jukic has got a very good line through that final corner. That was expertly done. Now, as they get up to high speed, he's going to be getting an exponential bit of slipstream as long as his wing is all right. Hyperion do seem to have less wing on, I've got to say. Undercover getting nowhere here. That was dead level in a straight line. That does not suggest good things for the prospects of Tony Jukic making this overtake, I've got to say.
No, I mean, into a braking zone is where you'd want to be making it, but if you can't pull enough alongside to have any kind of hope in this end, then not going to be able to be in a position to make this move work. They'll be keeping close in the corners, but again, on the straight, if anything, that Hyperion looks like it's getting a little bit further away. Yeah, this isn't looking good for Undercover Ryzen, because they're close on the exit. Naturally, you think that they could then gain a little bit on the straight and make a send into the corner, but they're just not able to gain enough on the straight to make the send into the corner, which means it may be a vicious cycle of just not being able to make the move despite being right on the tail.
Yeah, here we go. That's a good run through here. Now, it's going to have to be a dive somewhere silly, I think. Well, not silly, but somewhere a little bit abnormal. That's not a very good run through turn 7, though. And they will be nowhere near close enough at 8 for a dive down there. And this is exactly why Jukic is able to hold a tighter line and hold better lines on the exits of these corners, because he does seem to just have more wing on. But it's very difficult to use that when you're in the dirty air of somebody else.
Absolutely. And for the time being, you can just see them losing a little bit of time. They're not losing as much time as you may expect from somebody in the dirty air, with a little bit of wing maybe on the car, more in comparison to the Hyperion, but just not close enough to make a move. And I think that's in some respects where teams and drivers go when they think about the setup options for a race, and they think about how the race is going to play out and what the positions that they could find themselves in and what could benefit themselves the most. Undercover Ryzen maybe not expecting to be facing cars with a little bit less wing on, because it seems pretty difficult to get through, even with a little bit of, maybe with more natural pace than the Hyperion. They're not able to use it, and they're not able to then gain on the straight, so it's difficult. A horrible cycle.
It is a pretty difficult cycle to get out of. 50 minutes to go. I'm starting to think amongst what I've seen so far about how they've managed to do this, Hyperion, to be honest with you. I didn't think they were really in contention for 3rd, and I'm thinking as well about what they've got to take on in their final stop of the day. We've got one more stop for these two coming up, and in fact all of the LMP2s, they won't be able to make it home from here, and it sort of depends a little bit on what they have to do. Now then, this is the closest Jukic has been since we've started following. He is finally close enough to use the braking performance. He's on a very tight line there. Oh, big squeeze, but just about enough there for Maciej Dabrowski to hold on. That was well done, well defended there, considering he held the outside line. He squeezed Jukic just enough.
Yeah, and in the end, Jukic's not able to make the move. He's going to have to try and find somewhere else, but he's clearly able to get close enough to really make an attempt at it. He's just not able to get it done just yet. They'll work their way into the carousel. Antonio Jukic is just searching for the line, searching for the move that will get him back up into the podium spots. All this is doing, this battling though, is allowing the other Hyperion to get closer, albeit 50 seconds away. But if there's some kind of incident here, we could see a 3-car battle for a podium position by the end of the race.
Oh, here we go. One of the hypercars. You don't see very many of those. That's one of the NetRex cars coming through. Speaking of hypercar, by the way, Boda is back with Toth again. Round number 2 then, with less than 50 minutes to go. Certainly round 2 of this subsection of their battle, if you like. Boda is clearly quicker because he lost all that time. He's back again now. However, it's the same case as what we were just seeing in LMP2. Can you make the move? It's so different to just being quicker.
Yeah, and again, struggling. But it's interesting that we've got Boda struggling because the Go Team car, you would think, would have been set up a little bit more. Well, actually, then again, thinking about it, the other way, Go Team have been dominant. They've been able to get out in front early on in races, and they've been able to manage it from there. Having a good car in the corners would really help that, just to keep them out in front. Having a good car in a straight line wouldn't necessarily help. There's a bit of jinking on the straight, though, as Boda goes for the outside line. He's gaining enough on the straight to have a go around the outside at the opening turn, but nothing is going to be able to work out there for him. Not able to get the upper and under either. Ooh, it gets that line chopped off for him. But, he'll come back down the inside at turn 3. I didn't think he was going to go for the move. There's heavy amounts of contact, but Boda's still in there. A little bit of a dip of the wheel in for the for the racing zone car, but here comes Boda again into 5.
He's going to have to pull to the outside line all over again here, down the main straight. Either side, maybe. Oh, no, not quite. He has to get on the brakes there, Boda. He had to get on the brakes because the Bros Racing Corvette was moving around all over the place. I get it, as a GT car and a GT driver, you don't know what to do when the prototypes behind you are going side by side. I do get it, but you should really be holding your line and making sure that you're as being as predictable as possible. Boda there had to stamp on the brakes to avoid.
Yeah, it really was difficult. You could almost see it coming, though, as the GT3 was always going to try and stay out of the way, and the outside line was the natural line to be on. But it did get a little bit tricky down there, and Boda did have to back out of it, so he's going to have to find somewhere else to make this move and to make it work for him. Of course, we've got the other Go Team car coming up behind this little battle. The leader is arriving on the scene. That could make things slightly interesting, especially maybe able to, somewhat help out the other Go Team guys. Hope that doesn't happen, but you cannot rule it out.
Yeah. Certainly not. I mean, I'm not going to rule anything out in this battle now. We've seen quite a lot of things go down so far. Here goes Boda again. He's just so much quicker, isn't he, here? He's just about finding his way through, and this is a long time to battle this one out. Toth now moves to the... And look at that, he blocks him in again! This is really smart driving from Toth, or really unlucky from Boda, depending on which way you're looking at it. I'm going to say that was smart from Toth. He knew that if Boda got alongside him to his right, he would be the one boxed in. And so much earlier than he needed to, he just pulled on the defensive line. Boda suddenly forced with nowhere to go, and he's still in front here, Zoltan Toth.
Yeah, I think it's a combination of the luck and the skill at the moment, because he's being given these opportunities, but he's playing them absolutely beautifully. Outside line for Boda into turn 5, not going to work out there. And he's going to have to stay behind.
No!
Mistake, though. Mistake on the entry to the corner. There's contact on the exit. Boda's through. It's going to mean that Zoltan Toth has got to let him go through. But dramatic things. It looked like he had it, the racing zone car had it sorted, defended the inside line, but a mistake. It's cost him.
It's a shame to see such a great battle end in a mistake. But Boda's finally through. He did not need a second invitation. And with 45 minutes to go, this Go Team racing car probably has the maximum that it's going to get this afternoon. It will lose out on a good 12 points from their teammates to be 13 behind with 3 races to go. However, it's still in their hands, but they've still got a lot of work to do. That is, though, the final position they're going to get, I would suspect, with a minute and a half to get to the podium.
Yeah, that's going to be the cap, surely. I mean, unless something disastrous befalls the NetRex team, that should be the maximum for Zoltan Boda. But he's still going to have to defend that position, mind you. It's not done, and that Racing Zone team there are right on the tail. They're going to go for it. They're going to go for the inside line. They're not able to. They're going to go for the outside line. That's going to get it all wrong. There's contact on the entry. Oh, and they both drift wide off the circuit, but that could have gone so much worse than it did.
Yes, very much could have. My word. that was pretty close to disaster. Out of turn 3 they go. Into the slipstream again for Toth. I thought this battle was over. It's certainly not. Here we go. Toth looks to the inside. He's on the grass. He's trying to make it work on the grass for turn 5. My word. This is two drivers absolutely going for this. Almost as if they don't care whether their car makes it over the line or not. Toth there, very nearly making a pass on the grass, and that was probably ill-advised, but important, because look who's behind. The race leader suddenly is going to be crying blue flags, and that is surely going to allow their teammates to get away.
Yeah, and Zoltan Boda now, maybe with a little bit more of breathing room, but then again, it seems that the Racing Zone team are not going to give this lying down. As they run their way in towards the kink once again. The sun is starting to set though here, and it is giving a really nice ambience to the circuit in the final 43 minutes of the race. But Boda, can he get away? If the other Go team of Moritz Mel is able to work his way past the Racing Zone team car, I think we'd expect them to be able to work together to pull away at the front of it and to get away from the Racing Zone team car.
Yeah. I think there'll be a bit of teamwork here. As much as they're going for the same championship today, and it hasn't looked like they've been teammates at all times today. Let's admit that. But at this stage, they might well be. Don't forget, at the very start of this race, it was effectively the two Go team cars not giving each other enough space on the way up towards turn 1 on the front straight of the opening lap of this race. That sent this race into chaos, complete chaos at the beginning. In case you've not seen it, then it's worth a rewind. Cars and people going all over the place.
Yeah, it's been a bit sporadic, this one, over the course of the 5 hours and 18 minutes that we've had so far. Moritz Mel has just been able to calmly lead his way through it all throughout this race, and it's been impressive to watch all the way through how he's been able to manage this. I wanted to have a quick look down, actually, if I may, at Kevin Jaeger. It is down in the Blackhawk car. It's only 2.5 seconds off the back of the sim racing for Holland car of Bernd Knops, and I think that gap is starting to close. Last lap, Jaeger was a 2-minute 4.7, and Bernd Knops was a 2-minute 5.4, so definitely closing here, and this is a good chance for the Blackhawk team to maybe get themselves back into the top 4 again.
Yep. I would say so. Still waiting for some more pit stops to come, by the way, in GT3, so we're not entirely sure who will be where at the very end, but it does look like Jaeger is closing in. I would suspect this is because the Blackhawk car has lower fuel on board, actually, than the sim racing for Holland car, which is interesting. And there is your answer. He had very low fuel, as it turned out. I didn't think it was that low, to be clear. So Bernd Knops will be clear. I think what he'll be focusing on here a little bit is where is Yimi Nisela in front. Well, that is going to be difficult to focus on, I would say, considering that gap is more than half a minute, and I'm pretty sure Satellite and Simrose for Holland are going to the end.
Yes, I would hazard to guess that I'd agree with you there. It's still waiting to see really exactly how it's going to unfold. 40 minutes left. We could see pit stops up until, I mean, the last 30 seconds realistically. So definitely an interesting one. All the way to the checkered flag. We haven't necessarily had those close battles for the lead in the classes, but we've had some intriguing strategy ideas from teams, and we're seeing that play out now. All the GT3s will get to the end. You'd think that the LMP2s will get to the end from here, as will the hypercars. So everybody making a pit stop from now should be making their last stop by rights.
You'd think so. Anyone in any class, I think, will be going to the end from here if you're making a pit stop. So that is good news for everybody. 40 minutes exactly remaining in this race. It has really started to, some of these battles have started to get very loud towards the end here. Thoroughly enjoyed some of them. The Go Team and Racing Zone battle for fourth was a good one. has had a couple of nice runs in GT3 as well, although as I say, I'm still not sure we're seeing the full completed order. G-League are in. Jules Neal, this will get us closer to the completed order. Satellite Racing are going to go through. Is Bert Knops going to go through?
Yeah, let's see. As we work our way through. Sorry, I got some issues unmuting the microphone for some reason. Bert Knops coming through. Let's see as he comes around the final corner. It'll be interesting, I think, to see how the blend... Oh, my word. Oh, my word!
Oh, no!
Dear. Oh, dear. And that Go Team car, sorry to say, I'm not really sure what was going on there from the Go Team car around the outside. I don't really think it was particularly necessary to make that move there, but they did, and Knops is staying out anyway.
Well, he's going to be fourth. Whether he would have been fourth anyway is never going to be known, but that is disappointing for Bert Knops. It's one of those difficult ones with a prototype working its way around the outside. Oh, and off again! Is that the race leader or is that the fourth place car? It is the race leader. Moritz Mell off right behind Jules Neal, so he's clearly having some kind of problems, is Moritz Mell. I think the problem probably exists between the steering wheel and the seat, to be honest with you, but it's not particularly ideal for Go Team to have a couple of problems like that. I do think they can be given a little bit of slack on the Bert Knops one, actually. They were pinned to the left-hand side of the road in my mind there, as I saw it anyway. Didn't really see what happened through turn 3, but they were... it's pretty careless driving in the final 40 minutes for their team to be so out of sorts, considering they're in such a good position.
Yeah, we're to see really, as Mel will just about get to the inside at the exit of the carousel, will be able to safely get through the kink. But, you know, funny minute or so for the Go Team car, just almost losing a little bit of the composure that they've had in abundance in the opening 5.5 hours of this race. But as it is, they're all right. They'll come through Canada Corner with everything still intact, and we'll still have, you know, an 80-second lead. They could probably have a pit stop and be out in the lead, so there's not really too much concern for the time being for the 17. They just have to make sure that they don't give themselves concerns by making little mistakes.
They are only. How would you say? They only have themselves to beat. What is the phrase? They can only beat themselves. That was what I was looking for. Thank you.
Yes, I think that's what it is.
Anyway, they are looking comfortable at the moment. It should be more comfortable than what they're making it out to be at the moment. So I believe in GT3, just to go back there now, I believe in GT3 we are completed for pit stops. The RAFA Esports team are well out in front. That is well known. Satellite Racing have jumped up to second ahead of now G-League Esports, who are on the podium ahead of Sim Racing for Holland, then Brabham Motorsport. Then it is Satellite Racing's second car, and then the two Black Hawk cars in 7th and 8th. I think this is the corrected order, and now we'll see which of these gaps are going to be coming down the right way for a battle later on.
There are not many, I don't think, still left to develop, but we are seeing a couple of them still out on the circuit. Callum Cripps just trying to hold on, really. It's not. He's been given a pretty frustrating stint, really. He's been told to fuel save, and while Brabham were doing so well, he's not really able to partake in some of the forward movements that they've been able to make throughout this race. I mean, they're still 10 seconds off the back of the Sim Racing for Holland car, 7 seconds ahead of one of the satellite cars. It's a little bit lonely, but could very quickly become a battle in, you know, a couple of laps, really.
We'll see. There's still plenty of time, so there could be something towards the end here. As Callum Cripps this time round puts 2 seconds into Satellite Racing in that sector alone. There was a very brief yellow flag there, but nothing awry as Moritz Mell comes into the pit lane from the lead of this race. The final stop of the afternoon for the Go Team Hypercar. And a few minutes time, that car will be on its way out of the pit lane and perhaps towards a race victory. Other close battles in LMP2. Tony Ukic is only 11 seconds behind Simframe, although I'm not sure we've seen our final stop here from undercover. I can't remember when they last stopped. I think it was with about 50 minutes left, which is too many.
Yes, yeah, I think they might have to come down the come down for a pit stop again in the closing stages of this race. It will just depend on when they decide to do that, whether it will just be a quick splash and dash at the end, whether they've tried to stint it out for 25 minutes. We'll wait and see. But we've still got 35 minutes in this race. Things are still up for grabs. You'd have to say that the top 3 are pretty much set in the LMP2s, but you don't necessarily know for in which order. That 104 second gap back would suggest to you that, well, is that 104 second gap? That feels wrong to me.
What, between 3rd and 4th? Yeah, that's why I think Undercover haven't stopped, because that does feel too big, yeah.
Yeah. But apart from that, I mean, that ruins my point.
And how many is that in minutes?
Go,
104.
1 minute 44.
Well done.
Thank you.
He's screwed his head back up.
Yes.
Ideal. 9.6, yeah, and I think the reason why this has come back down to 9.6 now is probably because Tony Jukic is lower on fuel than Federico Suave. What I've seen so far, actually, especially in these last 2 hours of the race, is that gaps are coming down not really based on tyre wear and whatever, but more based on how much fuel whoever's got on board, because that is seemingly being the big difference maker as things stand. Let's have another look at the gap here. 8.7. There you go. I suspect, though, that Simframe car's going to the end and this car's not. We'll see.
Yeah, let's see. In the final 33 minutes of the race, Simframe may come down pit road. I'd have thought that's going to happen. But we haven't got official confirmation, so we can't necessarily guarantee that's about to occur. The Netrex car is going to the pit lane from P3. That is Harry Smith that's come down pit road, I do believe, or maybe not, because my timing page is slightly slow. But it is Harry Smith who's come down pit road, which should be for the final time in this race. We'll easily get to the end. 33 minutes is, easily get to the end on one stint.
Certainly can. And we'll see him do just that in a few moments' time. Should be hanging on to 3rd as well. That Go Team car should be too far away, you'd think, to making a pass for a podium place. Jukic gets to 8 seconds now, closest margin in the field in LMP2. Again, pretty confident he is going to be making a stop. Good thing, by the way, about all the greenery, which I'm sure you've noticed around Road America here this afternoon, is that the sunlight doesn't really get in your eyes anywhere. It's like a good sun visor all around the circuit, to be honest, all these trees. Does mean that the sun goes over the horizon a bit earlier because it's blocked by so much stuff up here, but it does also mean that the sun won't be in your eyes, which is a common problem at Sebring, for example. I'm sure we'll be racing into the night in a month's time, and everybody will be squinting to see through their screen what the hell's going on because of the sunset.
Yeah, and, well, nicely at Sunset Bend, weren't you? To the west of the circuit, as all sunsets are. I don't know why I need to point that out. Sun always sets in the west, Ewan. Don't know if you knew that one. But like your cloud fact earlier. But, yeah, it also generally means, though, that the track will get a little bit darker than it otherwise would, because there is just less natural sunlight hitting the surface. So we may see the effects of sunset kick in a little bit earlier than we otherwise would. But, I mean, we've only got half an hour to go, and it doesn't seem that bad yet, so I can't imagine it's going to get terrible by the end of the race.
We will see. I don't suspect so either. Battle for 5th overall is on here. Zoltan Toth has found himself behind Jan Benninger, and I wasn't expecting that to happen. 1.5. Oh, there he is, sliding in on the rear. I think these two have both made their final stop, unless I'm mistaken. I think so. And Seawolf have clearly been able to have a shorter one. Toth now on the back of the Seawolf Net Race car, maybe for a top 5 finish. It's the Racing Zone car, of course, that won the first race of the season and was on the podium at round 2 as well, but since then they have been struggling, and they've, as a result, slipped quite a long way in the championship. They are going to remain 3rd, I think, after today, but even so, this is becoming a real 2-horse race in the hypercars now, because Racing Zone are slipping away.
Yes, they are, and it's somewhat of a shame, really, in the final hour of this race for them to slip away. They've been consistently up in the top 4 all race, well, I say top 4, in 4th all race long, and for that to somewhat come undone in the final few minutes, it's a real shame, but sadly for Zoltan Toth, he's not really had the pace needed to be up near the other two. Go Team's second car is in the pit lane, though. You never know what could happen in the pit lane. They could have missed their marks and had to reverse and then had to go in front again. Who knows? It's unlikely. It's almost certainly unlikely. But you never do know. 30 minutes left of the race. Endurance races always throw up some surprises. I wonder what we're going to get in the final 30 minutes.
will there be a surprise that the Go Team car ends up behind these two? That's just come in from 4th place. That really would be a shock, probably, more than a surprise, but even so, it is possible. Tough hit through the carousel. Not making any inroads really on Jan Vennegaard, and he won't be if he runs wide there. That was very close. He's on the outside of the G League BMW and he flashes the lights. I mean, they've got to take the racing line at some point there, and unfortunately Toff has lost a lot of time as a result. It's the bit of bad luck through traffic really. But now then, let's see, where is Zoltan Boda? Is he on his way back out again? Not yet. Now he is, and he will be comfortably in 4th.
Yeah, nicely done. And comfortable towards the end, you'd think. No real worries, should finish P4. Jan Vennegaard is absolutely nowhere near in comparison. I mean, it's a good 20 seconds back at least. So, looks pretty safe for Go Team now. And should get to the end and should get a P4. I mean, they're only 37 seconds off the back of the NetRex car. I mean, there's a chance, right? Surely, should we say?
I think it's an outside chance. They'd have to gain about, what, 1.5 seconds per minute?
Yeah, but
if 3 seconds a lap.
If we manifest it enough, Ewan, we may get a battle towards the end.
I mean, I'm not a Go Team member. I'm not trying to.
No. Okay. I'm not saying that I want Go Team. Okay. Right. Let me take a step back. Also, it's now 82 seconds, so it makes no difference because, yes, I could make the same point about a battle for the P2 in LMP2. You know, it'd be nice to see a battle towards the end of the race.
Yeah, no, I know. It would have to be 6 seconds a lap at this stage, then, as you say, because as you say, it is 82 seconds at the front. Andreas Assain is into pit lane. There he is in the NetRex GP car, and out front, Mike Schmel is going to have more comfortable margin than he had before. 20 seconds it was a few moments ago, but now he's looking comfortable, looking good for a race win and a big championship lead at the end of the day as well.
Yeah, looking good for the time being. See if it's able to end in success for the Go Team car. They've had so much success so far this season. They've been really have been the benchmark for all of the teams to try and match. Tonight's been no different, really. So, I'll say tonight, this afternoon has been no different for the team. They were able to get out in the lead after surviving the collision that they helped cause off the start line, and then being able to drive past the disconnected car. After that, they've been able to control the front of the field and haven't really looked back, and it's been an impressive drive all the way through. We've not had to talk about them much because they've been so far out in front, but they will get their moment in the sunset, it seems, in about half an hour.
Final pit stops. Federico Suave is back out onto the circuit again in the Sim3 Esports LMP2. Maciej Dabrowski is quite a long way behind. Now, Tony Jukic is going to be one to watch. He's making his way down the carousel as well now. Thomas Enger Sim Racing, I think, will have to make a stop as well before the finish. But the fact that Jukic has gone on a bit further suggests that he needs a little bit less fuel and could see some of that margin come down compared to what it was to Sim3. Maybe be an even smaller gap when he's finished his stop.
Yeah, let's wait and see. When everything shakes out, how big the gaps are. It would be nice to see it nice and close, but we never do know. Especially when we never can really tell how long the pit stops are going to be between a lot of the. We never know how long the pit stops are going to be between towards the end of the race because of the fact that they won't be taking as much fuel and things like that, elements like that. So there's always that in the back of the minds of the drivers, but we'll get a big picture or a good picture, I think, when everybody's made their final stops, when they've when a couple of the teams have done their splashes and dashes.
At what stage can we call it a splash and dash? Because at this stage it's still over half a tank.
I don't know.
Less than half a tank, I guess.
Yeah, 20 after 20 minutes, I reckon.
Yeah, well, I'd say so. I've never had to do what you would refer to as a splash and dash in any race ever I've ever done. So I don't really know what the limit is.
He's crashed before that point.
Thank you for that. I'm just such a good strategizer that we always, we were always perfect. That's neither of those are true, but somewhere in the middle is probably more accurate. Gap down to 2 seconds for Zoltan Toff and Jan Vennegaard. Look at this traffic in towards turn 1. Here he goes, Toff on the inside of one of the BMWs, just about able to do that. If he was any further back there, that would have been a crash probably, but he's got away with it. He's got a couple of LMP2s between he and the Seawolf NetRace car, and he desperately needs to get them here on this straight before the middle sector.
Yeah, let's see as they make their way out towards turn 5. There's a bit of a squeeze. Zoltan Toth is trying to pick a way through with both of these guys in front of him. Oh my word, don't go through the middle. That's too brave. No. That's far too brave. Oh, I don't know how they've all made that through. But Zoltan Toth, maybe just maybe a little bit of calm. I know he's trying to chase after the Seawolf net race car, but my word, that could have been absolutely disastrous. An airplane crash between all 5 of them nearly.
Oh wow, my hand was over my eyes at one stage there because that looked like it was going to be quite horrific. Less than 25 minutes to go. He spoke too late there. Oh, he's off and he's getting a real light flash now. I think the LMP2s are not very pleased with his behaviour on the backside. I'm not really sure. Well, I suppose going 3 wide through the middle was what sort of upset them, and I suppose you can see why. And then breaking too late there, he's certainly riled up some of these LMP2 runners. And Zoltan Toth is a man on a mission, you can see that, but he just needs to rein in the aggression slightly, and he might just get there before the finish.
Yeah, let's see if he can try and make this move. I mean, he's got to get through the LMP2 first, but then he's got to try and get through on the Seawolf net race car. But 23 minutes, I wouldn't have thought that, well, I mean, clearly the motivation is there to get P5, and there's something to be said about that. But worrying moments down there at turn 5. Lucky that everybody survives through that. Make the way up to a start-finish straight, get past the LMP2, and continue on your merry way. 5 seconds is that gap, 23.5 minutes or so to close it down. Let's see if they can do it.
Let's see. Indeed. It's a bigger task now than it was this time last lap, put it that way. 4.5 seconds is now the margin. I think that's the race leader just behind them as well. Oh no, sorry, it's the Blackhawk car, isn't it? Haven't really seen very much of it in the last few moments, but there's Luke Meunier in the back. Oh no, it wasn't Luke Meunier. Who is that? Oh, it is. Sorry, it's just to change this camera. Oh, anyway, they are in 7th place for now, 2 laps off of the rest. Jan Vennegoor in the Porsche. There he is, in the traditional light blue and yellow Seawolf net race machine, making his way now through the middle sector. Only 25 seconds off the Go Team car, but you can see what a task both these teams had on holding him back. I mean, that car is just so much quicker than these two were able to manage.
Yeah, it's difficult for them to really keep pace at this stage with 22.5 minutes left on the clock. I mean, Vennegoor's driven... Vennegoor's driven a good race. That was a nervous moment through the carousel. Probably felt fine and looked a little bit nervy. Vennegoor's pace is solid enough that I think he'll be safe in P5, but it's the case of, is that really what Seawolf wanted? Of course, they're 25 seconds on the back of Go Team, who didn't overtake them a million years ago. They are, of course, a long way off the leaders, but that is somewhat due to what happened off the start. Netrex, 5th and 6th in the championship, would overtake them, or would definitely gain on them if things were to stay as they are. Of course, Seawolf actually come into this P7 in the championship, so already behind both Netrex cars. They just lose a lot more ground to them. They came into this race behind by 3 and 4 points respectively. I mean, Netrex are going to be gaining another, 10 on them, so it's not going to be ideal situationally for them. And with only 7 or 8 cars in each race, there's not really much room to gain too many points in that championship.
No, exactly. Yeah, it's very difficult when you're in such a small class like Hypercar this season. This is the only split, by the way, that has Hypercar. Division 2 doesn't have it this season. The uptake relatively small compared to the other categories. And you know, having driven the new Hypercars on various sims now, you can see why. They are difficult cars to drive. I think at the high-speed circuits, actually, they're really nice to drive. They do flow really quite well. But in the sort of lower speed circuit, a bit like this one, where there's quite a lot of low-speed corners as well as the high-speed stuff, obviously, around here as well. But when you're not using the downforce, I actually find these hypercars very, very difficult to drive.
Yeah, they are. I mean, it takes a lot to wrestle them around. But they've done well so far. I mean, avoided most of the collisions with some of the GT3s. I mean, we've seen a couple of close moments, but they haven't ended up being big crashes. So luckily we've avoided some, but it's not been the easiest, right? That's fair to say. I think it helps that we've only got 7 of the hypercars with us tonight, but it is normally a difficult thing to manage.
Yeah, it certainly is. I've heard a lot of people describe them as sort of GT cars, really, with a lot of power. Seems to be the way. Meanwhile, Tony Jukic is into the pit lane, so Federico Suave has got to get out ahead of him here. 20 minutes to go. About half a tank of fuel needs to be taken by Jukic, and then he'll be good to go to the finish. But His gap was about 5 seconds up to Suave when the Simfreem Esports car came into the pit lane. Of course, Simfreem, previous champions of this series in the LMP2 category back in season 14. After the season after, they were able to take the victory in the GTE class, as it was back then. Tony Jukic is already back on his way, though, in towards turn 1. Not only has he caught up, but he's actually used his shorter pit stop to get ahead of Simfreem and consolidate second place.
Yeah, looking good for Tony Jukic and for Undercover Rising. They've been quietly going about their work this evening, or today really. Haven't necessarily been fighting for the front of the field, but a P2 coming out of it would be an absolutely fantastic result for them, and I'm sure they would be delighted to pick up all the points that would come with. Undercover Rising, of course, coming into this race in the championship a little bit further down, P14 in the standings. This would be an absolutely stellar result for them, and would jump them up a few spots, or at least into contention to the back end of the top 10. I mean, the gap between Go Team Racing, the 38 Go Team in P9, and the Valley Esports 36 in P13 in the championship coming into this race is only 4 points, I should say, and they're definitely going to shoot themselves into that group.
It's going to get very interesting indeed in LMP2. I think the most interesting of the championships now in the Virtual Endurance Championship. We will see who comes out on top in it over the course of the next 4 rounds, including the remaining minutes of this one. Now then, where are the next battles going to come from? Are there going to be any more before the end? I think that the most likely is that Jan Venninger is caught by Zoltan Toth, but I'm not very confident that that gap is going to get down to 0 now.
Let's see how this occurs. Zoltan Toth is not necessarily gaining a great deal at the moment. We'll have to wait and see. 18 minutes, time is ticking down. 4 seconds, he's getting a couple of tenths there. It's possibly on, but let's wait. As we go up to cross the start-finish line, Light's definitely now taking a big hold in what we're seeing on the circuit. The light is fading away from us with 18 minutes left to go. I think sunset was right around now, wasn't it? So I think we'll have it get darker quite significantly in the final 17 minutes, and we'll see if that changes anything.
Yeah, not heard Jimmy Allison say that headlights are required yet, bizarrely, but I'm sure they will be before long, and we will see those headlights making a bit more of an imprint on the road in a few moments' time, I am sure. As, down on the brakes, Tony Jukic is now a lap behind the Thomas Enger Sim Racing car. There is Yuhamaki UP right up in front of him. A great drive to put themselves right back into contention, as if they weren't already. Here, Thomas Enger Sim Racing going to be right with Black Hawk Racing at the end of this race. What an end to the season it's going to be. The 1,000 miles of Sebring is going to be very, very important. And the best thing about this system and the way the points are, it's not too heavily scaled towards Le Mans, but it's 1.5 times points, and that is a fantastic thing. Just helps keep a few more teams involved, going right into that championship finale, of which we've got so many great stories and great finales from that great race.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what's going to happen in a few months' time at Le Mans. It's always a fantastic event, and so many teams and drivers get involved, as they have to. You can't really get away with only having a couple of drivers per team. And it just is a fantastic event in the VEC. Really is the highlight of the year. That's why we end the season on it, of course. And yeah, 3 months' time. Oh no, it's not 4 months' time, isn't it? I'm looking forward to it and seeing how the season can conclude. The next 2 races are going to be exciting as well, of course. Sebring and the Nürburgring, very different circuits will throw up very, very different challenges. We'll see if that will impact the championship too much, but we're seeing how much today's going to impact the championship. I think that's going to be felt all the way to the end of the season.
Yeah, certainly. I said the sunlight wasn't going to cause a problem. It's just flickering in the eyes on the way down towards turn 3, but it won't be there for very long, you wouldn't have thought. We stay on board here with Tony Jukic. Now, is there enough time left for Paulie Ahonen to get to Callum Cripps? That gap also coming down here for 5th place. What a great result it would be for Satellite Racing to get 2 cars inside the top 5. It's already a great result for them to have a car on the podium the way they've got, but Paulie Ahonen trying to make a good day even better for the long-time GT racing team. Satellite Racing currently running in 6th.
Yeah, Satellite have had a quiet day for the second car. It's been a little bit up and down. They've been 4th, they've been 6th, they've been 8th, they've been back up to 6th now again. And they're running relatively comfortably for the time being. It's not been the most enthralling of days for them, but a decent haul of points will be good enough, I'm sure, for them to be happy about how it's gone today and feel like they've picked up enough today to have made it somewhat worthwhile and give themselves a good boost in the championship. Pulling out and getting them home, quiet again in the end. They did a little bit to try and pressure the Bradman Esports, but I think also a fuel save going on for them as well, and they haven't really been able to do too much in the last half an hour.
No. I'm not sure we are going to get that battle quite, but you never know. Holding out hope just for the moment. 7.7 seconds is a big margin. It's at least a second a lap that you need if you want any sort of time to work your way past. And that could be a little bit difficult. 14 minutes to go in this race. 1 lap the lead in LMP2. Over a minute the lead in Hypercar and GT3 as well. It's been a while actually since we've seen in all 3 classes gaps at the very front as big as this. Actually, I can't remember a race where the winning margin was quite so big in all 3 classes on the same day.
Well, it's been like this all day long, hasn't it, really? We didn't really have many leading battles after hour 2, and it's just not really changed around since then. But I think you're right, there's been huge leads that have been built up, and only over a 6-hour race. I mean, we've seen 8-hour races, 24-hour races come down to far less than this. So, yeah, it's interesting to see how this one's all played out. And really, Thomas Enger Sim Racing, class of the entire field. I mean, to have a lap on Undercover Horizon and the rest of the field, needing a pit stop or not, absolutely incredible job for them. And after the sun came through.
Blimey.
After a moment earlier on with the Hyperion car that was a lap down or two, they've just been calm, composed, confident, and they've worked their way through to lap everybody.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, to give you an idea as to some of the previous races this season, 34 seconds was the winning margin overall for the 17 car. In the last round at Bahrain, just over 3 seconds between the teammates. Monza, Interlagos, 25 seconds. And that's a really short circuit, by the way. Interlagos is where you'd likely see these near lap margins. But, you know, there it was just 25 seconds. A minute 51 at the opening round of the season at Spa. So that was a bit bigger, to be fair. But that wasn't Go Team Racing, who were at the front. Racing Zone team took the victory on that occasion. So it is a really, really big margin we're seeing at the moment. Not quite the biggest of the season, at the very front of the field anyway, but it is surprising when you consider other circuits like Interlagos had much closer finishes than this one's going to, at least for the lead.
Yeah, it's not. I don't think that this is going to go down as a classic. I think we can all see and accept that. But it really has been an interesting battle, and a really important one. I think it's going to be for the championship. In comparison to some of the other races that we've had, yes, whether it's been consistent running from a lot of the teams, and it's been good to see how their paces stacked up against each other. When you've had the chaos that was inserted at the start of the race today, the mixed up orders that we have found ever since, I think are going to have a huge impact. And if the championships come down to a point or two, which they're looking like they can do, it'll be crucial to look back at this race and try and work out where it went wrong. I also think, very quickly to add on to that it's interesting that we have a championship as close as we do, and yet have the winning margins here being as big as they are.
Yeah, that is surprising somewhat from this race. Bit of trivia for you in the latter portion of this race. As by the way, we're just completing lap number 277 at the moment. Do you want to take a guess of the... I'm not sure if you were commentating the last time that Road America was in the schedule. Season 15, were you commentating with us 2 years ago?
I wasn't.
No,
My first race was that Bahrain 2020, was last year. Bahrain was where it was chaos at the start.
Really?
Yes.
That's quite an introduction. Little did you know you'd be saying that again, only a year or so later. Who do you think won? A team that won overall after 6 hours and 205 laps, which we're not going to get to today. Last time we did the 6 hours of Road America 2 years ago.
Race Clutch.
No, they were second. Good guess. Good guess.
Was it Go Team?
I'm not going to give you loads of guesses. Go Team managed to win in LMP2, but you can have a half point for that with an LMP2 win. Now, Simframe Esports took the win in DPI that day. ahead of Race Clutch by just 19 seconds, and Burst Esport, who were the reigning champions at the time, who finished in 3rd place. That was the 2nd consecutive season, because the season before that, and you certainly won't get this, Nitro Velix took the win by just 14 seconds. It was an 8-hour race that day. Isn't it weird? 3 races here in the last 4 seasons. The closest margin was the 8-hour race. It's sim racing and motorsport works very weirdly sometimes.
It does. I mean, was Cam Roger in that Burst Esports squad at the time? Do we know? Is that maybe why they?
I'm not sure. He didn't drive, but he probably would have been a member of the team. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Obviously, we're missing Cam Roger today. We hope he's well.
Having a party apparently.
He must be well then. Yeah. But
A few lemonades, I think. No, probably not.
We've got 9 minutes. I can't see these gaps getting much smaller. I do find it incredible that all 3 are over a minute. To be fair, the Go team lead is 2/3 of a lap. We've got the full lap and we've got half a lap. It's crazy when you think about it. Really, it's amazing.
It is very unexpected. You don't often see these kind of margins in the Virtual Endurance Championship. That's for sure. And it's not even like we were discussing earlier. Not even like it's because of the big crash at the start. In case you weren't with us, humongous pile up on the front straight delayed almost everybody. I think you said more cars came in than didn't.
Yes.
And the end of the opening lap, it was so chaotic, but we had a red flag after that, so effectively a restart. So effectively, these gaps are only just under 5 hours old, and so considering that, it's a really unusual situation. You very rarely see this in the VEC.
Yeah. Well, we get it sometimes, and that's one of the times today. I mean, interesting way to kick off February. You often see January as the longest month. We've ended that today, but at the same time, it's been quite a long day for a lot of the teams who have had to work their way from the back of fields that have been, the back of a field where it's been absolutely demolished by an incident off the start, which took out pretty much every single LMP2. I think only 3 of them survived. In the hypercar, 2 of them survived, and in the GT3s, only about 7 or 8 of them survived out of 20. So it was really like a hammer blow to everybody. And it's been a long day, but it's been so great to see so many teams stick around and try and get some good points in for themselves and for the championship, because it's very easy just to say, well, we're 6 laps down, and we might as well give up now. Absolutely,
yeah. 4 laps to go, by the way. Last time, I think, anyway. It could be quite close. Maybe we'll get 5 more. But yeah, it's going to be Go Team racing by some distance, by the looks of things. The headlights now really starting to make an impression. The sun has gone very quickly over the horizon here, and the headlights all of a sudden are required. Although, having said that, I haven't heard Jimmy Allison say that over the radio. I'm presuming he has just said, well, it's expected. You can't see without your headlights anyway, so you might as well carry on. White Smell will take home what is going to be another great victory for Go Team. Took them so long to get their first win in the Virtual Endurance Championship, for those who remember. Once the one of them came, though, they all started to come towards the end, and eventually they won an LMP2 championship. Now they're fighting for the overall title. How amazing would that be for them to score their first ever Virtual Endurance Championship overall title? I absolutely love seeing a team develop like they have and grow into the standard for VEC, basically at the very front of this field. They are the standard now. They are the ones to beat.
They absolutely are, and it's been so impressive to see this season how they've been able to so confidently and ably been able to dominate the rest of the field on more than one occasion. And it's been worrying for the other teams to sit and watch sometimes and just think, where are we going to be able to find this pace? So all credit has to go to them, and with only 5 minutes 30 to go, you think that they'd be able to just about get this one to the end. I mean, they're only about 3 minutes away from winning the race anyway. So that'll be another one to add to the virtual trophy cabinet for them, I'm sure, and a championship where they're going to be very pleased to see them get towards the end of.
Yeah, it's just one of those banana skin races for sure. As we've got a replay here of something going on down in LMP2. Timothy Goyer up to 12th place. Who was he tangling with there down the order? Now he's not really battling with anybody. Because 13th place is Luca Di Melio, and he's a long way behind. He retired a long time ago, but did you catch any of the numbers there with Timothy Goya? That looked very weird.
I didn't actually. I was just looking at the yellow. I was looking at the driver tracker to see where the yellow flag was occurring. That may have been part of it. Yes. But no, Goya getting involved in it. We'll have to work it out. I've noticed as well that as we have a look at the leading Go Team car come around towards Canada corner, second place is crossing the start finish line now. Just to give you a perspective on how far ahead they are, it's absolutely astounding. How many laps have we had since the restart? We've had 179 laps. They've gained roughly, on average about 0.3 a lap, give or take.
Do you remember how many laps you had before the red flag?
It wasn't many. It really wasn't many. It was it cannot be more than 15 or 20 at all.
I'd imagine the red flag has prevented them from getting to a distance record, which they otherwise would have done. Not that it's much of a record to beat for DPIs. It's always something interesting to look at. Anyway, we'll certainly be watching that in a month's time for the 1,000 miles of Sebring. It will be a distance record to watch out for. And it'll be an interesting race as well. As much as I don't like the circuit, I hope it will be an interesting race as well. Got to respect the bumps, as always, with that circuit. But I always enjoy distance racing, actually, as opposed to time racing. I think it is very interesting, although there is going to be a time limit to it. You can't go on forever. But I always think there's something a little bit different about a distance race, and it always somewhat makes endurance racing drivers, especially of GT and LMP2 fields, a little bit uncomfortable because they don't have to do it very often.
Yeah, it's weird, really, how drivers have to adjust across the season. And I mean, realistically, the disciplines that we have across the season are vast and wide ranging. We have the 4 hours, we have 6, we have 8, we have 24 hours. I mean, they're different styles of races. Yes, they're all endurance races, but you know, 15, 20, 30-minute races are all sprint races. I mean, you still have to act with them ever so slightly differently. So to be able to dominate in multiple facets is fantastic. Anybody, the Go Team particularly, they have been superb. We're going to get 2 more laps at the end of this one. They're not going to be able to end. I mean, they could end it at the end of next one if they really wanted to, because they've got 81 seconds of a lead. I mean, if they wanted to take the last lap at 2 minutes, 2 minutes 20, they absolutely could. But I doubt they will. So we've got another 2 laps to go to see if any of these battles can be sorted. Like this battle for P4 and 5 in the Hyperions. If this is 45 up on the 44, yeah, so the 44 has now overtaken the 45. They were 2 laps down with 5 hours to go, and they've overtaken them.
I suspect that they were trying to position the better placed championship car ahead anyway.
Likely.
Number 44 started the day in 5th place in the championship. They are 18 points better off. To be fair, it's not very many. But even so, since we're in the second half of the season, it is probably best to put your best aimed car towards the title if possible. But unfortunately for Hyperion here, big chance here for them to gain lots of points on the likes of Pancorsa, retiring, Black Hawk Racing outside the top 10. Not really done that. They could have done with a podium here, really.
Yeah, absolutely. It's shame that they won't be able to, it seems, pick up a top 3, but finding back, it's been really good to see them be able to get up back towards the front of the field after, I think they were both 5th and 6th, but 6th over, pretty much 2 laps down. To get a 4th and 5th is an absolutely fantastic result from where they were. So there's definitely positives to be drawn from the positions that they had found themselves in. It's just a shame that they were in those positions in the first place, really. But there's not really much you can change. There's not really much you can change about that after it's happened, I guess.
No, as we see the seconds tick by, Max Mel is making his way towards the final corner, so it's going to be a victory lap now for Go Team Racing. Into the darkness here at Road America. Time in sim has just ticked past 7 p.m. and Moritz Mel, with 20 seconds still remaining, crosses the line for the final time with 1 lap to go in this race. A little bit more traffic to deal with as well. 1 or 2 more overtakes to make, 1 or 2 more braking zones to perfect, and 1 more lap to just stay on the road for a great victory here for Go Team Racing. Will we look back as today as the day where the championship turned for the number 17 Go Team Racing car? It's the first time that either of them, it's the first time they've not had a 1-2 since round 1. That's how extraordinary this race result is going to be.
Yeah, it's been incredible for them. Tonight they'll pick up as many points as they can. You know, they'll hoard them all, I'm sure, and put them into their big old chest. I don't know where that analogy is going. I'll be honest with you. I've gone 6 hours now, and I think I'm going slightly crazy at the end of this race. But Moritz Mel, he's only got a couple more corners to go. The team will be delighted. Thomas Enger Sim Racing are going to be delighted as well with their dominant victory. And for the rFactor Esports team, they may have been complaining about the BOP, but I think everyone else is going to be complaining that it wasn't more of a hit to them, because they're going to win by over a minute themselves.
I just say blaming it rather than it was wrong.
Well, blaming it. Well, yes.
Yeah, but no need to blame it here today for them. They'll take the race victory. Moritz Mel through the final couple of corners as Go Team Racing as a team take the 4th victory in a row. This car takes its 2nd consecutive victory for the first time this season, and its 3rd win in just 5 races. Over the line, number 17 Go Team Racing win the 6 hours of Road America in fantastic fashion, over 1 minute ahead of the rest of the field. Further down in LMP2 and GT3, they are both still running. The GT3 leader is just, I think, going towards the final few corners at the moment, towards the end of the lap. Is he Jurnej Simoncic? Oh no, excuse me, he's right the way other way around the circuit. Juha-Matti Juppi is around halfway round. He's actually being trailed by the race leader. If you're watching the track map, you think, well, this is close. It's a lap lead for Thomas Enger Sim Racing, who are right now in this championship battle. Yeah, what a day it's been for them, and they will come through the carousel now. And I mean, dominance really is the only word for them. They haven't really been flustered, particularly in the final 4 hours. They've been left alone, and Matti Juppi, I should say, has been ever present at the front in the last half of the race. He's just kept his pace high, and he's not let anybody even think about getting close to him for the race lead. What a race it's been. Oh my word, don't get any ideas now. Should have won the race anyway by being a lap ahead, but what a way it's going to be to end out the night for them. Into the final corner, Thomas Enger Sim Racing are here to stay. 3rd place in the championship coming into the race today. They're going to be jumping up to 2nd after this, weaving over the line. Juha-Matti Juppi takes the Thomas Enger Sim Racing car over the line to win here at Road America in the LMP2 class. Flashes the lights. Big celebrations in order down there tonight, I'm sure, as they take a very important race victory. Meanwhile, Jurnej Simoncic in the rFactor Esports Team McLaren is dominating again. What a fantastic driver he is. Multiple-time Formula Sim Racing World Champion, multiple-time Virtual Endurance Championship perhaps in the future. He is in the GT3 class this time round as an overall champion in the past. He has taken a big step towards that here tonight. With rFactor Esports Team taking the victory, they will stream ahead in the championship. What a performance from Jurnej Simoncic and the rFactor Esports Team.
Yeah, and a win that they absolutely deserved, and Simoncic and Pedersen going to be absolutely delighted with how that race has gone for them. They took the lead at the start and just didn't look back. Yes, they weren't always in the lead of the race thanks to the pit stop strategies that were all over the place in the mid-phase of the GT3s. They won out anyway, and they'll take home all of the points for the win.
It is Moritz Mel for Go Team Racing who takes the victory ahead of the 2 Netrexes who joined them on the podium. The other Go Team car finishing in 4th place after getting ahead of Seawolf Netrace and Racing Zone team towards the end there. Blackhawk Racing did soldier on and finished in 7th place. Ahead of Thomas Enger Sim Racing, who win in LMP2, Undercover Rain and Simfreem Esports rounding out the podium places in that class. Hyperion get both of their cars inside the top 5 ahead of On-Off Racing, who lose ground today. Go Team Racing finished 7th in LMP2 ahead of RFRO, who had that technical fault just under 2 hours to go. David Perronet broke the Sean Clark Racing car over the line with Blackhawk Racing in 10th place at the end of Cyber, and Go Team Racing finishing 11th and 12th, with rFactor Esports Team winning in the GT3s here tonight. Satellite Racing and G-League Esports join them on the podium, with Sim Racing for Holland and Brabham Esports joining them inside the top 5. Satellite Racing couldn't quite get both their cars inside the top 5 with Paulie Ahonen, then Blackhawk Racing finishing in 7th and 8th. Mitchy Hoyer brought the WRT car over in 9th ahead of SRC Commerce Esports. It was Simframe Esports, the first team to miss out on the top 10. Top Racing also did so with Team Iris in 12th. It is Tomelli ERT and Caspian Motorsport, next Caspian by the way, second in the championship coming in today. They lose big ground. Bros Racing and Simframe Esports the only finishers below them. Seawolf Net Race in GT3, Valley Esports, who are now Pancorsa, depending on where you look, in LMP2, LMP2, as I say, and MC Motorsport in GT3. The 3 retirements since the restart from the red flag. Well, this race just had about everything. A big crash on the start, red flag for mass disconnections, and lots of battles and drama between then and now, the end of the race. But this season still has some time to go. The 1,000 miles of Sebring is in exactly 4 weeks. Make sure you join us from 1 p.m. Central European time on this very channel, because we'll be live with the start of the 1,000 miles of Sebring, ahead of the 6 hours of Nürburgring and 24 hours of Le Mans to end out this season. I've been Neil O'Leary alongside Darragh Thacker. Headhunter was here a little bit earlier on. A big thank you from us for watching. We'll see you in 4 weeks' time at Sebring. Goodbye for now.